Good morning, ma'am. Morning, Pragya, ma'am.
Good morning.
Very good.
Good morning.
We'll just begin in a few moments, ma'am.
Nice music.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, Vijayata, I think we can begin now. Or are we waiting for a few more attendees? You have to unmute yourself.
Very good morning, ma'am. Very good morning. We welcome you here, ma'am. Begin, ma'am. Shall we begin, ma'am?
Yes.
I call upon Suryansh and Erin. Beta, please come up. Let's begin the program. Suryansh, Erin.
Should we begin, ma'am?
Yes, beta, please go ahead.
A very good morning to our chairperson, ma'am, director, sir, principal, ma'am, resource person, judges, teachers, students, and their parents present over. I, Suryansh Dala,
and I, Aaron,
take this privilege to warmly welcome all of you to the workshop organized by our institution, GD GOENKA Global School. It gives us a great sense of joy to host this event.
Well, first of all, we would like to thank all of you for taking out time and joining us all and making this morning spectacular with your glorious presence. The idea of laying the foundation of an educational institution is so inspiring, which was once planted as a small plant is now grown into a big tree. Here we can see a blend of extraordinarily smart students who have worked with great enthusiasm to make this workshop possible.
Now, let us hope that the brightness of education overcomes the darkness of divisions and injustice and leads us to growth, equality, and liberty. We would like to appreciate the Goddess of Wisdom for her blessings by kindling this lamp, followed by a short prayer. So I request everyone to join their hands.
शत्रुबुद्धिविनाश
Dance is the most beautiful form of expression. Dance is the most beautiful form of expression. It can help tell a story, convey feelings and emotions, and connect with others and with ourselves. So let us gear up for a beautiful dance performance by Devika Singhal of grade 12. Thank you, Devika. That was a splendid performance.
Words, so innocent and powerless as they are standing in a dictionary, how potent and influential for good and evil they become in the hands of one who knows how to combine them. With this, I now invite Nitya to present the thought of the day. Is Nitya here?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Today's thought of the day is every brilliant experiment is like every great work of art starts with an act of imagination by John R. Lair. I repeat, every brilliant experiment, like every great work of art, starts with an act of imagination. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nitya. That was indeed very encouraging.
We won't be exaggerating when we say that the guiding force behind us is our dear principal, Ms. Nidhi Sarohi. It is rightly said that the true mark of a leader is the willingness to stick with the bold course of action. So, dear audience, we would now request our Honorable Principal Ma'am to oblige us with a few words of inspiration.
A very good morning to everyone. And it's indeed a very, what should I say, exciting morning where the entire school, along with the children, especially in these days when everybody is kind of at home and there's so much of fear and uncertainty in life. But here we have our students and teachers enthusiastically putting together the program today. And before I say anything, let me applaud each one of you for not only taking the initiative, but coming up with an absolutely wonderful program. And more than anything else, I am absolutely honored, and it's my immense pleasure to welcome my guests for today. Each one of them is a distinguished personality in their own field, and we will have our teachers actually giving details about them. But thank you so much, all of you, for being there. I can't thank you enough, and in fact, there is a lot that I would like to learn from you, listen to you when you have to say, and the kind of feedback that you're going to give to the children. Now, before the children and before we start this program, let me just put in one word that the children, whatever they are doing is their own, it's creative. And as they say, you know, that these children are actually going to live in the world of technology. So we as parents and teachers and their elders have no other option but to encourage them in this field. And many a times, as an educator, I'm faced with this question from a whole lot of parents, especially the ones who are in the lower classes. Ma'am, what do I do about screen time? My child is in front of the screen and this, that, and the other. I do understand that screen time definitely is not a very healthy habit. But we also have to understand that human beings adapt very, very fast. If you go down history, there has been so many changes that have happened, not only in the mindset, but even in the physical body. So, and these children, their life is going to be in front of the screen. So I think they will all adapt. And if they're not there in front of it, I mean, look at the paradigm shift that has happened in education. I don't think 2 years back, anyone in this audience had ever thought that, you know, we could teach online. The children would be at home and homeschooling is possible through the school. Or, you know, adults, parents would work from home. Now, these things were absolutely new and suddenly they have become an integral part of the society. And from here, the only way is forward. So putting that in context, now I'll hand over the mic to Vijayata and Shweta, and all the best to all the children. And once again, a warm welcome to all my guests. Thank you so much for sparing time. And again, I said it's our privilege, it's our honor, and that you are a part of this program today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your guiding force, which motivates us. Thank you. It means a lot to us, ma'am. So I hand over the podium to Suryansh and Erin. Please take forward.
Thank you, ma'am. Your words never fail to inspire us.
We feel very proud to be part of such an elite institution where we are taught by such great teachers, whose teaching goes beyond the classroom. We could not have pulled this huge workshop off without the continuous cooperation and working of our whole student body, administrators, and teachers, who have been such tremendous support and have ensured that the workshop is up to the mark.
In today's era, education is not only confined to reading and writing. It is now linked to the holistic development of children. The 21st century is the century of science and technology. In modern times, the clean growth of a country cannot be imagined without the same. As rightly stated by Mr. Jagdish Chandra Bose, the true laboratory is in the mind, where behind illusions, we uncover the laws of truth. Science knows no country because knowledge belongs to humanity, and it is the torch that illuminates the world.
Science exhibition is a wonderful tool that engages students in learning new facts and inventions with a zeal of interest. It is a way of thinking and doing and celebrating it together for joy. This will be an interactive program where we will experience this joy of thinking and doing together in some mind-tickling situations.
Hereby, I now invite Vijayata ma'am to take this event forward by inviting and felicitating Ms. Pragya Nopani.
Thank you, Erin. It gives me an immense pleasure to introduce and welcome our resource person, Ms. Pragya, this morning. She is an accomplished teacher with several works to her credit. She is a founder coordinator of BVN IAPT Anveshika, mentored by Dr. H.C. Verma, eminent ex-professor of physics at IIT Kanpur. She has conducted more than 400 experiential learning workshops in physics and science for students and teachers. She has conducted teacher training on Vigyan Prasaran, Kendra Vidyalaya Sangathan, DAV Groups, DPS Society, Miranda House, Ashoka University. She has designed innovative activities and events for experiential learning of physics and multidimensional learning across subjects. Her work have ignited a fire in every heart that dares to dream. She recognized workshops on best practices in 21st century, critical thinking, memorable classroom experiences, fear to fascination by demo physics, innovative STEM events, art integration in education, teaching science through selective stories. Now, if I speak about her experience, she is head examiner of AISSCE CBSE. She is a member of National Focus Group and subject expert for NCRT at SWAM Portal, Government of India. She is a resource person for Capacity Building Program CBSE. Now, nevertheless, she had got National Award for Teacher in 2017 conferred by Vice President of India. In 2016, State Award for Teacher by Directorate of Education, Lifetime Achievement Award in 2018 by IAPT. Best Teacher Guide in 1992-93 for Best Investigatory Project, East India Science Fair. She was honored as Honor Roll in 1993 by Association of Science and Technology Center, Washington. So, ma'am, I'm very privileged to have an opportunity to listen you this morning. On behalf of all gathered here, we welcome our ma'am to the science exhibition, Sciencify 2021-22. Thank you, ma'am, and we welcome you here. Please take the stage and bless us with your kind words. Just a minute, ma'am, I'll unmute you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Vijeta ma'am, for such a warm welcome. And my special thanks to Principal Mrs. Nidhi Sirohi. And it's a great day today because I'm interacting with the students who have designed such a beautiful program. I was very impressed by the small invitation, digital invite, which was so exquisite and very elegant. What a tasteful invite it was. Thank you so much. So today I chose this topic, celebrating science, because science, I think, can only be done together. So I would want that this program be interactive, and the students who are present here, I believe they are from classes 6 to 12. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So, Beta, I would like all of you to participate, and I hope that the host will allow some of them to speak out. Because
yes,
otherwise we cannot celebrate anything, right?
No, ma'am. You will be, if you want, the students will raise their hands and we'll unmute them to interact with you, ma'am. Definitely.
Yeah, you can manage that part when
yes,
whoever wants to answer, please manage that yourself.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So first, I want to ask you, when we talk of the word celebration or celebrating, what comes to your mind? Tell me, unmute yourself and tell me what comes to your mind when we talk of the word celebrating or celebration. Anyone?
Okay, please raise your hands.
Yeah, there's so many who have raised.
Okay, Samaira, I'm unmuting yourself. Beta, answer.
Ma'am, when someone talks about the celebrating, it's just like I have an excitement of it.
Okay, so one word, everybody. Ma'am, unmute some others also. So one word you said, excitement. Celebrating means excitement. Okay, what other one word that comes to your mind when you think of celebrating?
Good morning, ma'am. Happiness.
Happiness. What else? What do you do when you celebrate? Yes, one word. Quick, quick, quick.
Togetherness.
Togetherness. Great. What else?
Gathering.
Gathering.
With
Yes.
families.
Pardon? Pardon?
Joyful.
Could you be a little louder, beta?
Joyful.
I could not follow.
Joy.
Joy. Great. What
Cherishing.
else? Mm-hmm.
Cherishing.
Cherishing. What do you do when you celebrate together?
Make good memories.
Good memories of what? Of
Of
what?
that moment, ma'am, of that moment, the moment we are celebrating, we make memories with our friends,
Yes,
with our teachers.
great. But
with
what do you
everybody.
do at that moment when you're celebrating? Whose memories you are going to cherish?
Ma'am, party.
Party. Or what do you do in party? What do you do in a party? Yes? Ma'am, unmute. There are so many of them who have raised their hands.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'll do it. Ma'am, unmute all this.
Ma'am, we do
Yeah.
fun in the party.
How do you do that fun in the party?
Ma'am, I like watching the fireworks.
Watching fireworks. Okay, so there is light. When we celebrate, there is light. What else?
I request grade 12 and 11 students also participate. Peter, show your participation here. This is a workshop, so your interaction is very important. Yes, all of you?
Unmute them, ma'am, so that they
Yes,
can
ma'am.
answer.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Nobody's answering. And there are so many hands raised.
Ma'am, to enjoy ourselves and have fun with our families.
Okay, fun together with families. Okay, what else?
I'm eating tasty food.
Eating. Okay, eating is one activity that you do. Wonderful. What else?
And we
share our
happiness with our loved ones.
Happiness.
We do something.
One by
Happiness. Ma'am, happiness.
one by one. When somebody else is speaking, you will not speak. One by one.
I'm enjoying
So-
with our
so,
old
how-
friends.
I'm
old
enjoying with
friends.
our family, friends, and like relatives that we met
enjoying
here first time or like,
Ma'am,
Ma'am, sharing.
enjoying.
one word. I want one word only from you.
ma'am, can I?
Yes.
Ma'am, enjoyment with our
How do
family.
you
and
enjoy? What is the activity that you do which you can enjoy?
Ma'am, sharing
Ma'am,
ideas and thoughts with our family.
Sharing.
spending time.
Gupshup. Gupshup करके share करोगे ना?
Ma'am, spending time with them.
Yes, ma'am, nearly.
Spending time with them in doing what?
Playing.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
chatting.
Interaction.
Gossiping.
Gossiping. That's how we'll celebrate. Okay. What
Doing
else?
something special.
Exchanging
What
our
is the
opinions.
special that you will do?
Ma'am,
the reason for meeting up. Ma'am, we
And
discussed that.
something that is not usually happening in our daily routine.
What is that? What is that?
Party with all you people.
What is that something doesn't happen in your daily life?
Ma'am, positivity and staying with our loved ones.
A positivity
Our
ceremony
achievements.
and-
I
Exploring
can't play
something
every
new.
day because of our exams coming.
Exchanging our opinions.
Don't you sing? Don't you dance when you celebrate? Don't you have lights?
Ma'am, playing with our friends.
Ma'am, we dance, but we don't sing.
Yeah.
I sing when I'm alone.
Yeah, so have you forgotten to celebrate? No, because you showed me dance, you had lovely music to begin with. And do you think when we are doing all this that I'm asking you celebrating what picture it brings to your mind? Do you think we are doing science or we are not doing science?
We are not doing science.
You're doing science.
I think science is included in everything we do in our day-to-day life.
Ma'am, science is everywhere.
I don't.
Science is everywhere.
1 second, one by one.
Ma'am, science is
One by
everywhere.
one, please.
Celebrate
Now, how
science.
are we doing science? Just now, how we did science? Tell me. What
for
did we
like
do just now
experiment.
that made us do science?
Ma'am, experiment.
Sharing our ideas and thoughts.
We are communicating wirelessly.
You are
Interaction of
communicating your ideas, okay, and we are doing it together, okay. But what particularly is scientific or was scientific when we discussed all this?
Ma'am, experiment.
What experiment did you
Everything
do?
in our
Ma'am,
body is a part of biology, and we were making sounds through our vocal cords, so that's part of biology, and biology is part of science. So that currently we are doing science.
Will you speak again a little louder?
So while we are speaking, our vocal cords move. So that's part of biology. So
Okay, vocal
studies-
cords. Okay, but what else all of us did that that you think we were doing science? Just do you think
exploration.
using, just a minute, do you think just using our vocal cords is doing science?
No.
No. So
Yeah,
what
Thinking.
more is that?
body, including our
Discovering
Science
new
is
things.
far beyond our imagination.
ma'am,
We have so much to
exploration. Ma'am,
explore.
exploring. Exploring.
Exploring. So what did we explore just now? What did we explore just now? Yes?
thoughts
What
of a
celebration actually means.
Yes, we looked at celebration, the word celebration or the concept of celebration more minutely, isn't it? Somebody said it is about singing, somebody said it was about positivity, somebody said it is about gupshup, somebody said it is about doing it together, somebody said it is about fireworks. So we were all looking at this concept of celebrating more closely, and we were all doing it together, and we were all giving our ideas, right? So this is what science is, doing minute observation, talking about your ideas and experimenting and doing so much more. So let me share my screen with you, and we will do a lot of activities together, and then you will, after the activity, you will tell me what was scientific about that activity. Agreed? Are you all ready?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes,
Great.
ma'am.
So let me share my screen with you.
All right, ma'am,
Yes,
can I
ma'am.
just request
Okay,
all
ma'am.
students to please switch on their screen? You have
Yes,
ma'am who's interacting with you so beautifully. There's so much to learn, and the least we can do is at least have our videos on.
Yeah, it really inspires me to see your videos on, because
And
children's faces are most inspiring things.
Vijayta ma'am,
Beta,
if
please
children are
see.
not interested in switching on their videos, they can leave. We
Okay,
only
ma'am.
want meaningful interactions happening.
Yes, ma'am. So
And
students,
I want you to speak one at a time. When somebody else is speaking, please don't speak out, because otherwise I will not be able to listen to what you're saying, and I'll not be able to appreciate something beautiful that you're saying, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just sharing my screen with you, and we will, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so
Yes,
now I
ma'am.
have a song for you. Singing is celebrating, so I have a song for you.
Okay.
Hook on the left, Newton on the right, gives you an equation that's really out of sight. Short and sweet, full of hidden delight, and the spring goes up and down and down, and the spring goes up and down. Hooke and Newton were rivals in their day, but partners for eternity is how they have to stay. Minus kx equals ma, and the spring goes up and down and down, and the spring goes up and down. Hooke on the left, Newton on the right, gives you an equation that's really out of sight. Short and sweet, full of hidden delight, and the spring goes up and down and down, and the spring goes up and down.
Well, this question is for junior classes, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Then I will ask the senior classes later. So tell me, when you looked at this video, what do you think? Did you notice the two scientists about whom this song is? Can you name those two scientists?
Isaac Newton.
Pardon?
Isaac
Isaac
Newton.
Newton.
One was
Isaac
Isaac
Newton.
Newton. Who was the other one?
Robert Hooke.
Robert Hooke. Okay. So do you think that in this video, do you think that they were great friends, or do you think they did not like each other? Or
Ma'am, they were rivals.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am,
They're
they were
rivals.
They were
rivals.
okay, they were
rivals.
rivals. So why
Yes,
do you
ma'am.
think they were rivals?
Ma'am,
What
because
brought
like
on the rivalry?
ma'am, like they had like different notions. Like this happens like this. They have like different scientific like rules. So
Good
because
morning,
of
ma'am.
that. Yeah,
Okay,
ma'am.
now let me ask the senior students, why do you think there was rivalry between between Robert Hooke and Isaac Newton?
Ma'am, because
Any idea?
Ma'am, can I tell?
Yes, yes.
Ma'am, because ma'am, Robert Hooke's ideas were different. Both ideas were different. They were not matching, and they both thought to by themselves out.
You see,
They
Robert
invented
Hooke
ideas.
was the one who first proposed how the force of gravitation varies with distance. If we go away from an object, the force of gravitation goes on decreasing, but it decreases with square of the distance. Now, Robert Hooke was the one who really proposed this, and Newton borrowed this idea, but the law of gravitation was later named for Newton. It is now called Newton's law of gravitation, and he did not allow it to be named after Robert Hooke. So there was great rivalry between them. And Robert Hooke, in fact, was such a versatile scientist. He for the first time looked at the cell as in biology through microscope. He drew beautiful drawings. He gave us the law of spring. He gave us the so much detail about properties of elastic objects, and then he talked about force of gravitation. He was a multi-talented person, but Newton did not even allow his portrait to be put up anywhere, even in his lifetime. So much so that after his death, somebody drew it from memory for the first time. So that tells us that scientists are just like you and me. They have their emotions, they have their rivalries, but in spite of that, they do great work. So the point that I want to convey, that our science stands on the shoulders of giants, people who were committed, people but who were like you and me, who were human, who had their weaknesses and their greatnesses. So you and me can also do equally good science. That is the message of science today. Does anybody know any other story of rivalry between scientists on any other pair of scientists? Anybody else can tell me any incident? Yes, Harsh Ashish of
Yes,
class
ma'am.
10. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. So, in Newton's time only, the Newton invented calculus, and he published it later than another scientist who invented calculus after him, but published it first. I forget the name of that scientist. So there was
Leibniz.
Sorry. Yes, I
Leibniz?
think so.
Okay, great. Okay, there is, if you have time after this webinar, please go home and read about Poisson's spot or Arago's spot. And this was somebody who raised a doubt about wave nature of light, but then he was proved incorrect. And to his detriment, this spot was named after Poisson to remind everyone of his mistake. So that was another interesting story that you can read later. Now you said celebrating is doing it together. So I am going to show you a video and you will tell me what do you see in the video. Okay. So be ready. So here is the video. Yes. So I'll keep on playing it and you can unmute yourself and tell me what do you see in the video.
Ma'am, in this video, we see a man cutting a tree.
ma'am, I can say.
A guava has been cut.
A guava is
Yeah.
being cut. What
Mom,
else do
it's
you
being
see?
separated.
Ma'am,
Okay,
I can say.
it is getting separated. Okay, very
Ma'am,
good.
it
Ma'am,
has
I
been
can
cut
say,
from
I
the
can
two
say.
from between.
Beta, one at a time. If you speak, I'll
Excuse
be able to understand what you're saying. Yeah.
So in this video, we can see one piece of a fruit is being cut in half, but one piece of the fruit is being gravity is being acted upon, and other is not being acted on because one is being held by a hand. So hand
Ma'am,
like
your screen is not coming.
reduces the effect of gravity.
Ma'am, one hand cannot cut a guava at a time. It needs another hand too.
Now see, one person said that it needs gravity to fall. Somebody just said. So is that your observation or is that your inference?
That is both.
No, I want you to tell me what you saw, not what you think.
Ma'am, I have a observation.
Saw a man cutting guava into two pieces.
I saw a man
Did you see a man? Just a minute.
Ma'am, we
Did
didn't
you
see a man, his hands.
Did you see a man?
We saw a hand.
Ma'am, we saw someone's hand and
But not even the
and
hand
the
was
man
cutting.
cutted the guava into two halves and the other half separated
I'm
from the.
not even the hand, the knife cutted.
Do you think I can understand anything if you all speak together?
No, ma'am.
Hello.
Just a minute, I have to stop share. I think this is not playing up. Just a minute. Were you able to see the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me play it again. I don't know why it is stopped playing.
Ma'am, don't drag it. You just click once and leave it. It will be done.
Cannot play media. I don't know why.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
When I saw a fruit being cut by two hands using a rusty knife, small rusty knife.
Let me share. How do I share it again? I don't know why it is not playing.
I'm just try once again.
Yeah, I'm trying once again. Yeah. Yeah. So now you can speak up.
Ma'am,
Can I see a person?
Ma'am, may I?
Yes.
Ma'am, may I?
Mama saw that the hand has took the knife and cut the guava into two pieces, and the first piece is separated to the other. Now.
Yes, don't repeat. We have already done this. So tell me something new.
Ma'am, may I?
Yes, please.
One hand cannot cut the guava.
Ma'am, he is cutting the guava with the knife, ma'am.
Other hand to
And it is
hold
cutting in
the
half.
other piece of the guava.
Look, what all we have done already is
Hey,
that
Pragya ma'am.
one
Hi, ma'am.
person
How
is
are you?
holding with
Good
left
morning,
hand
ma'am.
and cutting with knife. The other hand, it gets
अतर
separated
भाई
into
और
two
क्या
parts
और
and
भाई क्या
one
हाल
part
चाल
falls down. This much we have done. Now tell me something new.
Ma'am, I have only said that one hand is cutting and one is holding.
That's true, but don't repeat it. We have already said this. Tell me something new that you observe.
Ma'am, can I? Ma'am,
Yes.
can I?
Yes, please tell me.
Ma'am, Navya Agarwal, can I?
Yes.
Ma'am, in this video, it is showing that the person.
Ma'am, it shows that the knife is sharp enough.
Ma'am, in this video, the person is cutting the. But ma'am, in this, the kebab is cut into two pieces.
Hello, hi, how to do? Why? What is this? Whoa, honey! Oh, no. Why?
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there was a lot of disturbance in between some.
Yes, ma'am. Wrongly, ma'am. We have just removed him. You can go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, so I asked them, I was asking you, why again this media is not playing? I don't know. Has it been disabled?
No, ma'am. No. You can just try again.
Okay. Yeah, beta, what I want is for you not to repeat what has already been said. Tell me something new, what you're observing. I can give you some hints. Did you see an image of the guava? Did you see that the man was wearing a blue colored shirt? Did you see a very small piece of guava flying away? Did you see that the right side of the guava was slided backward along with the knife? Yes or no? Are they able to speak, ma'am?
Again, they can raise their hands and I'll unmute them.
Yeah, quickly raise your hands. 7 people have already raised their hands.
Please raise your hands.
7 have raised their hands, ma'am.
Ma'am, can I?
Yes.
Mama, the guava that is cutted into half is moving along with the knife when it is cutted.
Correct. Now I have already told you that, so you are not going to repeat what I said. You have to tell me something new. Okay, let's
Excuse me,
go
ma'am.
forward. Yeah.
Ma'am, can I tell it?
Yes.
Ma'am, the man who's cutting the guava, he's just being careful with the guava so that he just doesn't cut his finger.
Okay. What else?
And I'm also,
Excuse me,
when he
ma'am.
cuts the guava, he just leaves the knife on the same table, just beside the guava.
Okay. 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 Wonderful. Wonderful observation. Anybody else?
Ma'am, I just want to give a message to all present here. Make sure, beta, your camera should be on. Otherwise, we are removing from the meeting for the security purpose. So all of you, please keep your cameras on. Thank you, ma'am. Please take ahead.
Yeah. So who is going to tell me anything new? Not the same thing. So do you see the man wearing a watch?
Yes, ma'am, that's what I wanted to point out.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wonderful. So you see, this video is just barely 1 minute long, but we have already spent 15 minutes in observing and taking out new and new facts. And this is what science means, that we look around us very, very minutely, and notice certain facts and then reflect about it. So now let me go further. So are we all celebrating science? Are we doing it together? Are we observing it together?
Yes,
Yes or
ma'am.
no? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Now supposing there is a person, alien, who's come to the earth, okay? And the alien happens to meet you in a ground where there is nothing. And he says that I want to go to this place. And you tell me, where is this place? So you say, okay, I'll write it on a piece of paper for you and you can go and look at that place. Then he says, paper? What is paper? What would you tell him? What would you tell him that what is paper? How would you describe it to him so that the alien understands that this is what is paper? You don't have a paper with you. How will you describe it to the alien? So that he picks up, out of many things, he picks up a paper only and not anything else. How will you describe it to him? Ma'am, there are 12 people who have raised their
Yes,
hands.
ma'am.
Can you? Yeah.
So we can say that it's a thin white sheet on which you can write or you can
Okay,
hold.
but then it may be white, may be a cloth also, and a cloth may also be thin and white. Then how will he know which one is the paper and which one is the cloth?
We can say something about the texture, maybe like.
You tell me what do you want to say? You are all getting ideas. Wonderful. So tell me, what would you tell him?
A thin rectangular sheet, whatever.
It
and
may
we
not
would
be
tell him-
rectangular always. Paper may be a tone paper,
Right.
then also it's a paper. Agreed. It need not always be rectangular. Paper can be of any shape. Then how will you describe? Ma'am, you can make other people also. There are 20 people who have raised their hands.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
बताओ बेटा कौन बता रहा है?
Ma'am,
हाँ
ma'am,
बताओ.
thin sheets made of fiber.
Made of fiber. Okay, but the cloth is also made of fiber. Then-
May I? Ma'am,
Yes.
it is basically made from a banyan tree.
Ma'am, I think
Banyan
so.
tree.
Ma'am, I think so, ma'am. A paper is a kind of weightless sheet on which we can write.
Ma'am, it is a rough sheet which is thin white sheet made by
Beta, one at a time. One at a time. Otherwise, I cannot understand anything.
Ma'am, it is a rough sheet which is made from a tree that we can write in it.
From a rough tree.
Rough sheet which is made
Rough
from a
sheet.
tree.
What do we mean by rough sheet? If you touch it, it is rough. Is that what you mean?
Yes,
Mama,
ma'am.
paper is much more rigid than a piece of fabric. So we can tell that it's rigid, it's very thin, and it's white in color.
Do you think paper is rigid? If I put it in a, let us say, in a glass, do you think it doesn't take the shape of the walls of the glass?
Yes, ma'am, it will. But
So
when
how will
compared
you
to a
say that
fabric,
it is rigid? How will the alien understand that it is rigid? It is not rigid. So do we need to look at our definitions or the things around us more minutely, and do we need to have a better look at the words that we use to describe various things? Do we understand their properties so much in detail, and can we describe so that even an alien can understand what is being described? So being specific, going into minutest of details, this is what science is. And this is what we are doing in this gupshup together. We are looking at things more minutely. That is the first thing. And the second thing you might have noticed is the questions that are coming to our mind. So it is looking at things minutely, very much in greater detail, and then looking at the questions that are coming to our mind and using those questions to arrive at greater detail. This is what is science. This is what doing science is. Okay. Now let me go forward. I have certain questions for you. Now look at this. We are going to have fun together. You said no, that celebration means having fun together. So this is psychology. Okay. The science of cycles. Now, if you look at this picture, there are 4 bicycles, A, B, C, and D. So which one do you think is showing the correct frame, correct shape of the bicycle frame? Anybody can answer, junior, senior, there is no bar. So what do you think is which one is the correct frame? Ma'am, 19 people have raised hand. Yes, please. Ma'am, can you unmute?
D1 will run.
Pardon, bete?
Ma'am, D1.
Okay, D. What do others think?
Ma'am, C.
C. What do others think?
Ma'am, I think C only.
What about other people? What do they have to say?
Ma'am,
Ma'am, C.
the first one.
A. Okay, so we have A, we have C, we have D, and is there anybody for B now? Okay. So which one is correct? Majority to C bol rahe hain. So should we go by C or should we? Why do you think C is correct?
Ma'am, I go with option A. I think option A is correct.
Actually, option C is correct. I'm glad that some of you could recognize, but I'm glad that even others are answering. This is what is science, that we tell about our ideas, but then we have to justify those ideas. Hypothesis, we propose an idea, we propose our hypothesis, but then we have to justify it also, right? So let me go forward. Now I'm talking about bicycle paddles. Which one out of all the four do you think is the correct picture? Where the bicycle paddles should be placed?
Ma'am, A.
What about other people? Everybody is okay with the answer A? Okay, agreed. So it is in the middle. This is where you paddle it from. And then look at the bicycle chain. Which one of the four figures is correct? Yes?
Ma'am, C.
Okay, does everybody agree with C? Anybody else? There are 36 people who have raised their hands. Ma'am, allow them to speak, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody agrees with C?
Ma'am, I disagree. I agree with B.
B for Bombay or D for Delhi?
Bombay, ma'am, Bombay.
Okay, what else? So there are two opinions now, B and C.
Ma'am, I
What
think
about-
it's C.
It's C. Okay, what else? Anybody else? तो भाई मेजॉरिटी तो सी की है, लेकिन क्या सी सही है? सी सही नहीं है. It is B which is correct, because in the bicycle you drive the back wheel, and through this frame, the drive comes to the front wheel. So this is again looking at things very minutely, trying to understand what is the structure of a system, and then what is the function of each part of the system. So what are we doing? We are observing carefully, and we are analyzing, and we are evaluating which one is the correct one, which is the better one, and this is how we take decisions. So you see, analyzing and evaluating is another part of doing science, which is very, very important. तो हम लोगों ने fun भी किया, we are celebrating science together or not? Yes or no? कोई बोलता ही नहीं है. Yes or no? Am I audible? अच्छा चलो ये बताओ. You see this picture, and my question is, what if you had magnets for fingers? What if you had magnets for fingers? What do you think will happen? Ma'am, please allow them to speak. There are 29 participants who have raised their hands.
Ma'am, they can unmute themselves and speak.
Yeah, please unmute and speak out. What if you had magnets for your fingers?
Ma'am, we would easily pick up iron.
So would that be good or would that be bad?
Ma'am, if our fingers be magnet, we can do, our bodies will be like a magnet also.
Ma'am?
And we do not know we do not want any compass. We
Excuse me,
automatically
ma'am.
can. Ma'am.
So do you think that having magnetic fingers will make your whole body a magnet?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, may I
Number
say
two, my
something?
question is, wait, my question is that if you had fingers for magnets, would your whole body align with north and south direction automatically, that you're saying we will not need a compass? Do you think that would be so?
Ma'am, actually, our hand
No,
would
ma'am.
just cut off and go in the direction.
Okay, what else? What if you had fingers?
Mom, we would actually feel iron, nickel, and cobalt because if we got the magnets organically, then we would be able to feel them also.
So the cobalt and the iron, they will all stick to your fingers,
Mom,
right?
they will, and we'll also be able to feel them because if we got the magnets organically, of course, we'll be able to feel it. Right?
Ma'am, hand will also get a lot dirty because like there are certain materials in like grass which can stuck onto our hands, and then it is so small that to remove it we need to like rub it with water and then put pressure to remove those
So
small
how will
small
you
metals.
remove it? Because if your hands themselves are magnets, they will get kept getting stuck to your hand. Will you be able
Yes,
to
ma'am.
remove?
We need to take someone else help or the like or like do it from our legs or something.
Okay.
Because it will be
Mom,
pretty
but
much impossible
everyone
to
will have
remove.
magnets in their hands. How will they help us?
No, only if you had magnets for fingers, not everybody.
Ma'am, it could
See,
also be dangerous.
this is another thing I want you to understand. Science means looking at everything very carefully. So if you look at my statement, it does not say if everybody had magnets for fingers. Only you, one individual, had magnets for fingers. So what would happen around you? What would be the implication?
Mom, if we were playing in sand, we would just get iron particles and in our
Yeah,
fingers.
move on. Everybody is saying the same thing, that iron particles or cobalt will get stuck to you or the nickel will get stuck to you. But what else will happen?
Ma'am, we
Ma'am,
could
we
get
cannot
electric
put.
shocks as iron is a good conductor of electricity.
Uh-huh. Okay, so you think that the material with which magnet is made can only be iron?
Mom, it can be any magnetic material.
Any magnetic material, but are they all conductors? Are they all good conductors? Are you sure? Or you only know about iron-based
Mom,
magnet?
nickel and cobalt are conductors.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Ma'am? Accidents will
Ma'am,
Yes.
ma'am, if I had magnet for fingers, ma'am, firstly, ma'am, scientists would be desperate to find out how I got magnets in my finger.
Wonderful. Scientists would be interested in you. They will hijack you away from your family, I'm sure. Wonderful.
would be
And ma'am, whether having magnets for fingers is good or bad will depend on whether I am picking up just some random iron object or the pointy end of a knife.
We will also get dirty as dust is also a magnetic object.
Mom,
Actually, right now our presentations.
Mom,
Mom, it is bad to have it is bad to have magnetic fingers because when we have to open the fridge, it will be stick to the fridge only.
Yeah, the sticking thing we are all talking about. Let me ask the senior students. Let me ask the class 12 students. Now, no youngsters. Let the class 12 students answer this. So what else will happen if you had magnets? Yes, class 12. Tell me, what will happen if you had magnets for fingers? Could you produce electricity just by doing something? Is class 12
I
there,
request
ma'am?
all the grade 12 students to answer.
Do you think if you waved your hand, you will generate electric field? Yes. What about class 12? I think you all finished your class 12 course, isn't it?
Ma'am, what do you answer?
Grade 12 students, please answer. You all are present here. No?
This is a specific question for grade 12.
Come on, grade 12 students, where are you?
So if you waved your hands, do you think you will produce electric field all around you? And things will probably, charged objects will come flying towards you or away from you. What? Do you think that is possible? Grade 12 is not ready to take up the challenge. The juniors were wonderful. They answered so beautifully. What happened to grade 12?
Ankur, are you here?
Unmute करिए sir. Maybe he might not be able to unmute.
Okay, so let me leave it here for class 12. If you can answer later on, I'll welcome that answer.
If your fingers are made of magnets, then if you actually just rotate them, they might be able to produce electricity because of the changing magnetic field around the area. And we know that whenever we have a changing magnetic field, there's a change in flux, and that change in flux induces current. So yeah, it might induce current, but for that we need some closed conductors. And
Wonderful. But supposing you didn't rotate your hand, you just moved it like the way I am moving it on the screen. So what would happen? Would that produce electric field all around or not? Yes.
Can you please do that hand movement again?
Yeah. Can you see me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Just like this. I'm moving it, not rotating, just doing this.
Yes, ma'am. Like whenever you will move your hand from left to right, so there will be like change in magnetic field from those extreme directions, and in those directions there would have some current produced.
Yeah. So you see, this is changing magnetic flux through this space, and therefore, just by waving your hand, you're producing electric field.
Yes, ma'am.
But current will be produced, as you said, only when you have a coil in which you can tap that electric field.
Yes,
so you see how wonderful. We can just create electric field just like that by waving a magnet. Okay. Wonderful thinking by students here. Now let me show you something more. You said that dancing is a way of celebrating. So here is a dance. Okay, so what do you think is being shown here? Yes, you said dancing, singing is part of celebration and we are celebrating science. So tell me, what does this dance depict? Ma'am, allow them to unmute.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, who's speaking out? So what is the dance depicting?
Ma'am, they are mirroring each other by copying each other's dance movements.
So tell me, how do you know that they are mirroring? Is it because it is written here, mirror dance?
Coordination.
It is like magic.
are same, the way they are doing
It
and
is
the way
One by
coordination.
one, one by one, one by one.
yeah, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, the way the frame is kept and the way they are following their steps, that's how it's looking like a mirror.
Wonderful. But what is how they are following their steps so that it tells us that they are mirroring each other?
Ma'am, may I?
Yes.
Ma'am, I think it is completely based on control and coordination.
Fine. But what about control and coordination that tells us that it is a mirror dance? What is so specific about this coordination that it tells us that they are mirror images of each other? Supposing this frame was not there, would you still have been able to see something in their movements which would tell you that they are mirroring each other? They are mirroring.
The other person is dancing in a way that it looks as if the person is laterally inverted.
So how is he dancing? In what way is he dancing? That
Ma'am,
it is a
say
mirror
something,
image?
ma'am.
Ma'am,
Yes,
it is
Beta?
like magic. In the last one, the man showed himself in the mirror.
Ma'am, they have done practice to do this.
That's
Mom,
okay. But
Ma'am,
why
they have
they
to
have
say
practiced
something, ma'am.
one by one? Beta, please. Don't
Ma'am.
speak when somebody else is speaking. I request you, please.
Ma'am, may I?
See
In
how,
this.
wait. You're saying that they have practiced. But why they have practiced in this particular way only? Why not in some other way?
Mom,
Ma'am, to show
Because he is
something
telling about his past, what he had done.
Pardon?
Ma'am, to show something unique.
No, it's not about to show something. They are showing mirror images of each other. But
Yes, ma'am.
how they are able to convey to us that it is about mirror image?
Ma'am, want to say something,
Ma'am, because usually the mirrors have actually these type of borders, and ma'am, plus the move that way they were doing, they were both similar. That's why we thought that it was a mirror image.
But ma'am, it can't, ma'am,
But
because
wait.
the science of
Wait. Let me first finish talking to the other person. If the frame was not there, then would their movements also would have told us something about the mirror image or not?
yes, ma'am. In the
So
mirror.
what was specific about that movement which can tell us that it is mirror image?
Mom, may I?
Yes.
Yes, beta.
Mom, they were using the property of lateral inversion.
Lateral inversion.
Lateral
Wonderful.
inversion.
I applaud this child, whatever her name is or his name is. I am not able to see you. It is the lateral what?
Inversion.
Yes, lateral inversion. If the dancer is lifting the left hand, the other side is also lifting the hand which is on our left. So you see, this is again celebrating the phenomena of lateral inversion. So this dance is celebrating science. So again, we are back to the same thing that we have to look at things very minutely and then question them. And from there, we analyze and then we arrive at some conclusion. And then we have already thought of implications, like in the last activity, what would happen if your fingers were of magnet? So we are talking about implications and consequences. And this is how science enables us to predict things, because science tells us that everything in this universe has a logical relation. Things or events don't just happen. They happen one after the other because there is a logical relationship between things. And that if we know what is that law according to which they are related to each other, it enables us to predict what will happen. So this is what is doing science is. Now let me go forward. Now look at this. Look at this video.
Asian archerfish, it's the biggest that gets the most food.
Look at it very carefully. I'm going to
And
ask you
they
something
have an extraordinary
from
method
here.
of catching prey. They fire a powerful jet of water at their target. The best shoot.
So tell me, where was the fish? Were the fish, where were the eyes of the fish? Let me be more specific. Were they outside water or were they inside water? Let me show you once again.
Young Asian archerfish, it's the biggest that gets the most food. And they have an extraordinary method of catching prey. They fire a powerful jet of water at their target.
Yes. So tell me, where were the eyes of the fish when it looked at that insect? First. 28 people have raised their hands.
Ma'am, may I?
Yes, beta.
Ma'am, the eyes of the fish were still inside the water, as we could see that the vision was quite wavy.
Right. So it was inside the water. So, and where was the insect?
Ma'am, outside the water on land.
Outside the water. So if the fish looked at the insect, which optical phenomena would have happened, and she would have to account for it while shooting her aim?
Ma'am, refraction maybe?
Yes,
Wonderful, refraction. So do you think that this fish is a physicist? Just like you and me?
Ma'am, it's the water which is the material, the medium for refraction.
Right. So the fish would have to understand, no, she would have to make its aim after taking into account the phenomena of refraction. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So you see, there is so much of science in nature. We don't require a lab for it. If we look at the nature around us, we have all the things with which we can observe, experiment, and arrive at conclusions and learn the secrets of nature.
The best.
Right? Vijeta ma'am, do I have 5 more minutes or should I finish here?
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead. We all are enjoying.
Okay, thank you. Now, look at this carefully. What do you think is depicted in this picture?
A man is taking up the stairs, and to see the path clearly, is using a torch.
Okay. So is there anything remarkable about this picture?
Yeah, but this torch is like, it's a bit weird. It has, well, it's shooting light in 2 ways.
Oh, wonderful. It is
Yes.
shooting light in 2 directions. In which directions?
To the right and to the bottom.
Right, in the forward direction as well as backward direction. So what do you think, this is a better torch or a worse torch?
And it's a better.
Why is it
Depends on
better?
your...
Why is it better?
And if someone is behind you, they will be also able to see properly.
Yes, normally when we have normal torches, we can see only forward direction, but we don't know where we are stepping because near our feet there is no light. So do you think this torch has solved a very big problem?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So this torch has been designed by a class 12 student and he got Inspire Award for it. The student studies in Bihar, Begusarai. I think 3-4 years back, he got this award. So you see, this is another thing about science, that science should be for betterment of humanity. Science should be able to solve some problem. So whenever we attend a physics class, we should or a science class, we should ask ourselves that after attending this science class, can we just pass the exam or we can do something more useful? After every class, ask yourself that today after attending this class, will I be able to just pass my exam or will I be able to do something more useful for myself or for humanity? So that is what the science is for. Now, I want to show you something very beautiful. Let me stop this share and you look at my screen. If you can kindly pin my screen, Vijeta ma'am, can somebody pin my screen? I want to show an actual demonstration.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So here I have, what do you see? Can you pin my screen? I cannot see myself.
I have done it, ma'am. You're on the screen.
And you're holding the packet.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, now look at this. Do you see, what do you see in my hand?
A plastic, this thing.
And what is there inside this plastic? Wait, can you see something inside this plastic?
And there are some crystals.
Okay, there are some crystals or beads that are there, right? Now I am lighting one torch. Can you see this torch light? I'm putting it on these beads. Do you see any difference?
The color is changing.
Is it?
Color is changing.
It looks as if the color is changing.
Has it changed?
Yes, ma'am. It looks like.
Look at the color now and after I illuminate and I remove. Is there any change?
Yes, ma'am. Originally it's white, then it turns bluish and then white again.
Is it bluish now?
No.
No, I think it is just the same. See, when I remove the light, it is just the same. Now I will put another light. This is the light. Now I am going to put it here. Okay. And then I'll show you once again. So after use, now you notice and now I've removed. Now see what has happened.
It is purple or pink. It's a little purplish color.
Yes, now the color has changed permanently, or at least it has changed from what it was before.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Can you see this? So have I spoiled my beads? Have I spoiled my beads?
Ma'am, you have changed the color of the white beads.
Now have I changed the color permanently? What do you notice? Has the color remained permanent or no, it is going away?
Ma'am, it is again turning white.
Again turning white. But if I put this light again, now you look at this again.
It again takes
Now
that
see.
color.
Yes. So what do you think is the difference between these two lights? Any idea?
Ma'am, the pink one changes the color and the blue one is just reflection.
Yes. So, but what is that light in this torch? What is that light in this torch? Anyone has any idea?
Ma'am, ma'am, the light which changes the color is actually a UV torch. It's
Yes,
using
it is UV torch, because you must have read about UV torch, that UV torch is able to change the properties of the materials. Do you know that? That UV torch can change the properties of materials. And that is what it has done. It has changed the properties of the UV beads temporarily. And supposing this UV, supposing I take these beads to the sunlight outside, do you think they will change color? Do you think they will change color? Yes or no?
Since the sun has UV rays, it would change during the day. If
So
you
does
expose it to
sunlight have
sunlight.
UV rays or not?
It does.
It does.
It does. So it will change color, right?
Yes.
So do you think that you could do certain experiments with these beads? With what can you, what experiment do you think you can do? What can you change about these beads? Tell me. What is
We can have a
experiment?
set of colorful beads.
Pardon?
We can have a set of colorful beads with us.
So what will you do with them?
Again, passing of the UV light.
So is any colorful bead will work, or these are special beads?
They are special.
They're special beads, right? So how can we use these beads to test something? See, they are UV beads. That means they will change color only when the UV light falls on them. So do you think you could test the effectiveness of something?
Yes.
Using these beads?
And we can check if the light is UV or not.
Yes. So, or you have so many sun creams which are
Yes.
said to block the UV light, right? So maybe you have a paper on which you put that cream, transparent paper on which you put that cream, and then allow the sunlight to pass through it, and below that you keep these beads. Then whether the beads will, if the beads will change color, what does it tell you about the effectiveness of that sun cream? Sun
That
lotion?
is fake.
Pardon?
Not work.
That
It's
sunscreen
not
is fake.
working. It's not working. See, this is how we do experimentation in science. So that is all from my side. I hope that you enjoyed our celebration. I did a lot because the way you all pitched in and together we learned so many things. Great. 3 cheers for GD Goenka students. Wonderful. Thank you, ma'am, so much for making me interact with such lovely and enthusiastic children. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
I think it's not only, the children, of course, are very enthusiastic, but they need the right teacher. And I think it was absolutely wonderful. Not only the children, all of us have been so engrossed and making science so simple. And often, today I wonder, I tell, friends and all, when we sit and discuss, wish we had teachers like you. I think everybody would have loved science and everybody would have loved mathematics. So it's so important to have the right kind of teacher to teach us. Thank you so much. I think all of it is going to go in a long way. I hope the children will start looking at science in everything around you. So science is nothing, that has to be kept on the pedestal. It's a way of life. That's how nature has made it. That's how the creator has made it. It's all around us. We have to only try and understand. And we belong to a country that has a rich heritage. Whatever the West says today, as ma'am was also discussing, I think our rishis and munis knew it thousands and thousands of years back. It's just that we were a very, very close society. We really did not like to share, our own knowledge. And I think a whole lot of knowledge has gone with those people also. But I think as far as science is concerned, astronomy is concerned, medicine is concerned, I think we were way ahead of the world back then. So thank you so much. It's been not only a pleasure, I think it's been enlightening for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I hope all the teachers have learned something from ma'am, and this is how classes should be conducted.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm getting here teachers motivated to convert themselves from different departments to science department. They are very encouraged by your session, ma'am. Pragya, ma'am. Ji.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you so much.
Thank you, Principal Ma'am, for your kind words. Thank you. Thank you, Pragya Ma'am.
So may I leave now with your permission?
Thank you so much, and I'm sure that whenever we would want you to again come and motivate, inspire our children, you will always be there for us.
Thank you so much. Surely I will, because I really enjoyed the way children all participated and they gave their ideas. I loved it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Stay safe, stay healthy, and God.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you,
Bye,
Pragya ma'am.
Jyoti.
Thank you,
Bye.
Principal ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. A big round of applause.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm getting here teachers motivated to convert themselves from different departments. I would like Suryansh and Erin, please take forward the stage.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, everyone. We will now be taking a short break of 30 minutes, and everyone can turn off the videos and audios and get themselves a glass of water. I request everyone to be back by 11:45 max. Thank you.
Thank you, Suryansh. So you all can keep yourself muted and keep your videos off. We'll be meeting at 11:45 for the presentation session from class 6th and 7th. So check all your members. They should be present in the meeting. And if they are not present, call them up and ask them to join the meeting. By 11:45, all the students of grade 6 and 7 should be present in the meeting. Thank you.
एरन और उनको भी
सर आप म्यूट कर। Good afternoon, Gunjan ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Ma'am, we were just having some internet issues.
Okay, ma'am, I'm there.
Ma'am, are the judges here?
Ma'am, they'll be joining us soon. I have dropped a message to them.
Okay, ma'am. Suryan, Sharon, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. I don't know about Suryan. She was having a few more problems.
Public में announce कर। Everyone, there was a major internet issue in our school, and I think in the whole Noida, and we were all facing the issues. So we'll be starting after all the groups are here. You don't have to worry at all. We'll only start when all the members of your groups, and please look into it that all your members are able to join. And if you're having problem, please raise your hands and inform us beforehand that your members are facing some kind of issues. Is it fine? Suryansh, are you there?
Ma'am, he's here. He's not able to unmute.
Okay, I'll do it. We'll make him the co-host. Suryansh and Erin, please make them. I hope you all have joined through the format that Vijeta ma'am gave you yesterday with your names, class and section. Yes? Please raise your hands if you have gotten the message. We have muted you all right now. Okay. If anyone that has not joined with the format, please join with the same format again, because if there is some other name, we'll be putting you in the waiting room. So to avoid that situation, please join with your full names, your class and section.
Ma'am, we have judges with us.
Suryansh and Aaron, you can start now.
Yes, ma'am. Welcome back, everyone. We are so excited and thrilled to announce that this year, our first edition of Sciencify rolls out. We are living in a developing country, and science has a very vital role to play in the development of any country or the world as a whole. Science exhibitions in schools at different levels are one of the easiest ways to enhance students' interest in science and technology. The aim is to increase the curiosity level and give a positive direction to the inquisitiveness of the students and help them dive deep into the ocean of learning. I now hand over the spotlight to Shweta ma'am for the adulation of the judges.
Ma'am, you are not audible. Shweta ma'am.
Okay, is it now? Okay. I shall start again. Good
Yes.
morning, respected principal ma'am, my dear colleagues, and all dear students and parents. I am honored to welcome Chief Guest Miss Taruna Bhella to our Sciencify 2021-22. We are honored to have you here, ma'am. Her education qualifications know no bounds. She has a master's in science, a diploma in management, as well as computer science. She is currently pursuing postgraduate diploma in management and has been in the education field for the past 5 years. We are very grateful to have you here, ma'am. You decided to take precious time out of your busy schedules and grace this event with your presence. We welcome you, ma'am. We are honored to have you here.
Very honored to be here. And all the best to the children.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving ahead to our second judge. We have Dr. Surbhi Anand.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am. Dr. Surbhi is MBBS MD in psychiatry. She is
I think Gunjan ma'am is facing some kind of network issues. We'll wait for 5 minutes for ma'am. Until then, Subhi ma'am, we will like you to say some few words, encouraging words to our students.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, dear students. I'm honored to be a part of the Sciencify initiative, and I'm really looking forward to some innovative and creative science project from these children. And I'm wishing all the best to all of them. And I'm sure you all are going to do wonders. All the very best. And thank you for making me a part of it.
Gunjan ma'am is here. Ma'am, please.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I got disconnected. There was a power cut. I'll begin again. Dr. Surbhi, we have Dr. Surbhi Anand with us. She is MBBS MD in psychiatry. She was ex-junior at Secretary Department at AIMS, Delhi. She also served as ex-senior Secretary Department at St. Stephen's Hospital, Delhi. She also served as ex-senior Secretary Dean Dayal University Hospital, Delhi. She was also resident and consultant psychiatrist at De-Addiction Center and Psychiatric Hospital at Firozpur till April 21. Now she has logged in from Kashmir. Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking out time.
Pleasure is all mine. Thank you for making me a part of this initiative of yours, and I wish all the children very best for their this project.
Data science. He is also UGC JRF qualified and a certified executive in Six Sigma Black Belt. Profession.
I think there is a network issue. Kindly bear with us. Let's wait few minutes for ma'am to join.
Welcome, Ajay sir.
I welcome sir, Mr. Ajay Singh. So please address the gathering, motivate the students, sir, with your kind words, sir.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to interact with the young minds, and I wish all of them a very best for their presentations, projects, and it's a great effort in these mid times of Corona. And I can see some of them on the screen, and they're quite eager to have a go on this. My best wishes to all of them for this, and a big thank you for letting me be a part of this endeavor and to have interaction with these wonderful young souls. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Are you here, ma'am? Gunjan, ma'am? Gunjan, ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you. Am I audible? Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry for the disruption. Now, moving on to the general guidelines about this virtual science exhibition come intra-class competition. So, there will be 3 prizes from each class in this competition. Time of presentation for each team will be 5 to 6 minutes, which would include principle, demonstration, brief description, and application regarding their project. Few teams have also included e-learning tools to create videos showing working of the model. Few teams have also created Google Classroom forms and audience feedback form for the enhancement of their projects. This time is excluded from the time of presentation. Judges, please note that. And decision of the judges will be final. So we'll start from grade 6 and grade 7. Over to Erin and Suryansh.
Thank you, ma'am. I kindly request Principal ma'am to address the gathering.
Our grades and 7th anchors, due to network, ma'am is not able to join. So we'll proceed with
Okay, ma'am. There's no better way to begin today's scientific venture, or should I say Sciencify venture, than witnessing our little scientists from grade 6 with their genius experiments. Therefore, may I now call upon Tejas and Suhana to present their projects for grades 6 Superior and Victoria. Over to Tejas and Suhana.
Yes, Peter, please go ahead. Do not delay. Tejas, is Suhana present here?
Okay.
Ma'am, may you please unmute Sahana also?
Okay. Kindly wait for 10 minutes, all of you. Let's take 10 minutes break. Principal ma'am will be here, then we'll begin the presentation. Okay, all of you. So right now you can ask your friends to be in the meeting. If you have any issue, you're not able to unmute yourself or you're not able to log in, please write in the chat box. We'll communicate and help you out. So let's make our arrangement ready. All of your presentations should be ready. Okay. Focus your phone camera, take 10 minutes, arrange yourself, don't panic, and then we'll begin the meeting with 10 minutes of further break. Okay, all of you?
Understood. Ma'am, just kindly make us co-host that when Nidhi ma'am joins, then we can easily unmute ourselves.
Yes, don't worry, you will be unmuted. We'll unmute you. Don't worry.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, that is for security reason we have muted on. Okay, fine. So you can write in the chat box if you're not able to mute.
Ma'am, it's disabled.
Okay. Okay, you raise your hands. You raise your hands. We'll understand.
And Tejas Beta, she's principal ma'am, not Nidhi ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, beta.
Yes.
So when you address your teacher, so when you address your principal ma'am, she's your principal ma'am and not Nidhi ma'am. Okay, beta, Tejas, fine. This is for everybody. Principal ma'am is principal ma'am. We don't know who's Nidhi ma'am. Is that fine? Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sushma ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome, ma'am. Thank you.
She's in a meeting. The moment she joins, we'll start. हाँ एग्जीबिशन पे रखेंगे यहाँ 28 को जब वो होगा ना प्राइस तो उनको वहाँ डिस्प्ले करेंगे लोग बाग आके देख सकते हैं ठीक है ना इन्हें अभी मीटिंग में ही बोल देंगे
Vijeta ma'am, please unmute yourself. You're on mute.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Students, I request all of you to please join with your name and class with the group name. Okay? Otherwise, we are not allowing you to enter in the meeting. Kindly help with us. Help out in this thing. If I'm muting myself, music is not being heard. नहीं आ रहा है I request all the class teachers, please take care of your students. They should be ready with the presentation. I'm behind. He's having an issue. Just call him and coordinate him. He's raising hand. Class 6, Victoria. नाम से हाँ जी Good afternoon, ma'am. Shall we begin the program, ma'am?
Yes, good afternoon, Vijeta. Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
I think we should apologize for the technical glitch, which was beyond our control. Yeah.
Yes, yes, ma'am. So we highly apologize for the delay in the presentation. There was a network issue. So let's begin the program with a very positive energy, and we motivate all the grade 6 and 7 students to present with full enthusiasm and enlighten the program. So I call upon Suryansh and Erin to invite anchors of grade 6 to begin grade 6 presentation. Yes, Peter, please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, there's no better way to begin today's scientific venture, or should I say, Sciencify venture, than witnessing our little scientists from grade 6 with their genius experiments. Therefore, may I now call upon Tejas and Suhana to present their projects for grade 6 Superior and Victoria. Over to Tejas and Suhana.
Ma'am, can you please unmute Sahana also?
Yes, Beta, I'm doing. Just give me a moment.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Hi, Sahana. Hi, Tejas. Did you know Vijeta ma'am and Shweta ma'am selected us for the as anchors for the science exhibition? Oh, really? I'm so happy. Congrats on being the anchor. Yeah, you too. So, do you know who's coming up first? Maybe someone from Victoria's side? Yes, you're right. There are some people who made their projects very fast and seems like they're curious. Let's give a round of applause to Fast and Curious. Yes, even I'm curious to see their presentation. You may present.
Yes, Beta, you can begin. I'll be pinning you. Keep starting.
Mom, they need to be unmuted.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Our dear judges, respected principal ma'am, respected teacher, and our fellow friends. So our team, Fast and Furious, includes Midhan Churura, Radha Saxena, Khwaish Gupta, Sesha Upreti, Diti Gupta, Vivan Tripathi, and of course, Roshil Gupta. So our team, Fast and Curious, would be presenting a model named as Solar Windmill. Solar Windmill uses solar energy and converts it into electricity. So for more information, I hand over to Diti Gupta.
Thank you, Mithanj. This is my eco-friendly model. I have used wires, motor, solar panel, plastic turbines, plastic stand, paper, and lights to make this model. This is the solar windmill, which converts solar energy into electrical energy. As you can see, when the solar panel absorbs the sunlight and the windmill moves, the light switches on. And when the windmill stops moving and the solar panel doesn't absorb the light switches off. This is a great example of how an eco-friendly house/farm should look like. Growing your own vegetables, having a solar windmill, etc. I know that this is a message that everyone gives about being green, but solar energy not only saves Earth, but saves your money and life. Now, Khwaish, tell me more about solar windmills.
Thank you, Diti, for your wonderful model. I would like to add solar windmill. This technology incorporates both solar and wind energy into a hybrid technology known as solar windmill. It consists of solar panels mounted atop 3 rotating wind turbines. This technology allows for the integration of solar and wind energy into a more efficient, sustainable energy system.
As the free wind stream interacts with the turbine rotor, it transfers a part of the kinetic energy to the rotor, due to which its speed decreases. This difference in kinetic energy is converted into mechanical power. This is the basic wind power plant working principle.
Solar panels are those devices which are used to absorb the sun rays and convert them into electricity or heat. These cells are arranged in a grid-like pattern on the surfaces of solar panels.
Who invented solar windmill? The very first electricity generating wind turbine was built in 1887 in Cleveland, Ohio, by Charles F. Brush. Brush was an inventor and electrician. Historical record says Brush built the very first impressive 85 feet tall windmill in his very own backyard.
Solar cells are attached to the windmill, and when sunlight falls on them, they produce electricity. The windmill moves and it is coupled to the shaft that is further connected to the generator, and hence the electricity is produced. Now, Rushil will...
I am Rushil Gupta showing you the model on energy conversion. I have here solar panel which converts solar energy to electrical energy. Electrical energy can be converted into chemical energy in a battery, which can be used at night in absence of sunlight. Electrical energy they converted to mechanical energy in the pan. Electrical energy is converted to light energy in the LED light.
Rushil has another device where he's showing his model. Can you just spotlight that?
Okay, beta. Can you repeat the name of the student?
It's Rushil Model Class 6 Victoria. This one. Yes.
Done, beta. Done.
Did it pan? Did it battery? Did it light? Did it solar panel?
Thank you, Rochelle, for a wonderful model. Now I would like to share our feedback form with all of you so that you can give your responses and feedback to us. Ma'am, can you disable the chat so that I can put...
Beta, just give few minutes. We'll enable the chat, then you can share the link.
I'm done.
Chat is enabled. You can share the link with it.
Can you unmute Midhanj, Aurora?
Yes, beta.
As we have come to the end of the project, so I thank our judges, teachers, fellow friends, and our principal ma'am. So at the last, I would like to quote Mr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Science is a gift, a beautiful gift to humanity. We should not distort it.
I will remember your words forever, Mithanj. Thank you for that amazing conclusion to our presentation. I just wanted to give a shout out to all of our team members and appreciate them for how much hard work they have done. Everyone, and not only my fellow team members, give yourself a pat on the back. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, beta. Yes, Tejas and Sohana, go ahead with it.
You need to unmute him, I think. That presentation moved too fast and seemed like the presenters were too curious also. Yes, I actually liked their presentation. Good job done, everyone. So, do you know who's coming up next? I don't know, you tell me. There's someone who knows the meaning of marvelous very well. Let's give a round of applause for marvelous experiments. I think we need to unmute them. Excuse me, ma'am. Can you spotlight my another video?
Thank you, ma'am, for unmuting me.
Ma'am, can you spotlight? Just.
So you are on mute. You are not mute. You call to हमारा show जा रहा था सारा.
This is the project presented by Marvelous Experiments. In this project, we displayed how science used in village life and city life together in a view.
Project contains buildings, trees, billboard, village huts, village windmill, village streetlight, factory, and cars.
In these days, village has also started using science. As you can see here, this is a street light. This is the wind. This is the village hut. This is the windmill.
As you can see here, this billboard between the trees tells us that our school, GD Goenka Global School, is 500 meters away.
This is Marvelous Factory. It's the biggest factory of our town. And it's famous because the light on top of the factory gives light to the whole city when it's turned on.
This society caring hand is very small, but it is famous for its round and big windows. Because round and big windows give a good view to the whole society and even outside the society. For example, you can see the cars from the society.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Wow. That was truly a nice presentation. What do you think about that?
I think that these guys taught us the meaning of marvelous. So I guess it's your turn, right?
What do you mean by your? It's our turn. It's our team coming up next. Water and electricity.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Okay. So, hello everyone. I am Sohana Bhatia, and I'm going to basically first give a presentation for rainwater harvesting. So, first I am going to tell you why we need rainwater harvesting. So basically, the reason why we need rainwater harvesting is because water is getting polluted day by day. In Tamil Nadu, people have to purchase water. One, because they have scarcity of water, and two, because they don't have clean water. So in cities which have scarcity of water require this process as a necessity. Even in agriculture processes, rainwater harvesting is very important. It also increases water tables. Can I tell you a fun fact? You know, hot water can also be used to generate electricity. Next, what I'm going to tell you is about water cycle. As you all know, water cycle plays a big role in rainwater harvesting. But what is water cycle? So basically, water gets evaporated from different sources like river, ponds, lakes, etc. The vapors go up and condense in form of clouds. They keep floating until they are too heavy to come down as rain, known as precipitation. The cycle keeps going on, evaporation to condensation and condensation to precipitation. Now, I'm going to give basically the mic to Ojas, my friend, who's going to tell you how rainwater harvesting works. Ma'am, you need to unmute him. Ojas Sharma.
I have asked him, he can unmute himself. Go ahead with it.
Hello everyone, I am here to explain how rainwater harvesting works. There are two types of rainwater harvesting systems. One, the society system, in which the water is prevented from seeping underground and after filtration is stored in overhead tanks. Second, the roof system, for which we have made a simple model. Here, rainwater gets collected in an open tank called collection tank. From here, the water is transferred to the filtration tank and from where the filtered water gets stored in a well or a storage tank. This water is used for future use. So now whenever you drink water from a well, you will know that it comes from a long way back. Thank you.
Yes, beta, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
So now I would like to show you something. Ma'am, just 1 minute. Yes. So basically, this is how rail laying and pipe laying happens. And it's formed. As you can see, this man is basically putting rails and pipes and fitting into the ground. So basically, this is how first the pipes are fit into the ground and then okay. Well, now I hope this helped you understand what is rail laying and pipe laying. Now let's move to again Ojas.
Beta, Ojas will be speaking.
Mom, no, he's just showing how it works.
Okay.
And how this works.
Fine, fine.
I'm now going now. Little bit slow. Here it is.
Otis, you can tell the steps what is happening one after the other when you're performing it. Once you are completed, you can let us know.
Mom, actually we have 2 projects separate.
Okay.
This is just one of them.
Ma'am, the water that I poured was the rainwater, and it went into the filtration tank to get filtered. And ma'am, we put glitter for dust. Ma'am, now it's filtered water in the storage tank.
Good. You can sit down. You can sit down and speak, Ojas. We can see your face.
Ma'am, this is the only thing I prepared.
Good. Very good.
Thank you, Ojas. We now truly know how rainwater harvesting works. So now I would like to give the stage to Anvesh Srivastava, who will tell us about how to make batteries with fruits and vegetables.
Thank you, Ojas and Sohana. Hello everyone, I am Anvesh Srivastava and we will be learning about lemon battery. A lemon battery is a simple battery made using a zinc metal like a galvanized nail and a copper piece like a penny. For educational purposes, these are inserted into a lemon and are connected by wires. The zinc and copper are called electrodes and lemon juice is an electrolyte.
Thank you, Anvesh. Now we will learn how to make a lemon battery. Things you will need: citrus fruits, lemon will be the best, copper wire of 18 gauge or lesser. Even though I would really suggest to use crocodile wires like I have, wire cutter and slash stripper, a zinc piece, small nail, steel clip as an electrical conductor. You can even use anything that is galvanized or coated by zinc. Procedure: strip around 2.5 inches of plastic of the wire and cut that section away from the roll of copper wire you have. This will not be needed for crocodile wires. Rub off any rough spots that are on the conductors. The end of wire must be smooth as you will touch that to your tongue. The lemon needs to be pressed so that its cell walls break down and the
sour juice of lemon is released. For the chemical reaction to take place, the sour juices of lemon should be properly released. Take the copper wire and stick it for about an inch inside the lemon. This can work, but even I suggest that you use penny or anything that is made of pure copper for the electricity to flow nicely. Then also insert your zinc, your positive zinc or anything that you have like galvanized, and insert it too, and wrap it around with copper wires. Then take the free two ends of the copper wire and stick them to your tongue. You will feel the sensation. Now I would like to give the stage over to Tanish Jha.
Tejas, please show your project which you have just described. Beta, where is the project?
Ma'am, it's by the name of project of water and electricity. You can pin that.
Just a minute.
Yeah, ma'am. It's pinned, ma'am, and plus I can even show you that it does conduct electricity.
Okay.
Ma'am, have you spotlighted that? Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, here you can even see on my other screen that it has volts of 2.59. So, ma'am, this volt is enough for doing for charging a lot of things. Ma'am, this is a voltmeter. It's used to do all of these kind of stuff.
Good, Beta. That's good. Okay, let's proceed with Tanish.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Tanish. I am going to tell you about what happens in a lemon battery. When both the ends of conductors touch the tongue of the person, he or she feels a slight tingle, which was a small amount of current generated by the lemon. Your tongue feels the electrons moving through it. Electrons are particles that revolve around the center of an electrode and make up the portion that holds the negative charge. The battery that we created is termed as a voltaic battery. This sort of battery is created out of two varying metals that do the work of electrodes, or points of transfer for electrons. The salt present in your saliva makes it a conductor, and the citric acid present in the sour lemon juice does the same in making electricity easy to flow. Now, how much power can a lemon battery produce? A single lemon battery produces about 7 upon 10 of a volt of electricity. If we connect two such lemons together, then you can power an inexpensive digital watch that uses about 1.5 volts. At this point, all of you may think that only citrus fruit can be used to make lemon battery, but you are wrong. The exception is potato. It's true. This can be demonstrated by the following model.
Ma'am, can you pin that model again?
Yes, Beta. You're already there?
Yeah, ma'am. So, ma'am, here if you see this is in potato. So, ma'am, normally potato, like many of you think only sour juices can be used, but this is the only exception because of the starch it has. It can also produce electricity, ma'am. Ma'am, this is a live example. Again, I'm showing you. This has volts. Yeah, ma'am. Thank you.
That's good.
That was all.
Good, Beta. So let's go ahead.
Yes. Ma'am, please unmute Sahana also.
Yes, thank you. So, Tejas, what do you think about this presentation?
From the viewer's perspective, I think they like it because I have made the project myself. I cannot really comment about it, but yeah.
From a viewer's perspective, I'll say it was a good presentation.
Yeah,
but
me too. But without wasting any more time, let's move to the next presentation. So Tejas, who do you think next is coming up? Is it Priyanka's team?
कोई भी है? Don't let them enter.
It is somebody from the excuse me, sorry, beta, for it.
Is it someone from Priyanka's team? I think it is. You're right, Tejas. It is going to be someone from Priyanka's team. So they have little projects, but they might make big impacts on us. So let's all welcome fun little scientists.
Ma'am, can you unmute all of us?
Yes, beta. Raise your hands who want to get unmuted. Please raise your hands.
Can I be made the co-host?
Yes, beta. मैं बना रही हूँ बस. Yes, beta, go ahead.
Ma'am, 1 minute. Let me make other unmute. Okay. Good afternoon, all of our honorable and respected principal and teachers, and my dear friends. I, a ranger from grade 6 superior, welcome everyone in the science exhibition. It really gives me the immense pleasure to welcome you all in today's event. I would like to thank all the students who have contributed in organizing the exhibition. Now, we will show you a project. It is an hydroelectric power plant. So Priyanka, please explain the hydroelectric power plant.
How hydroelectric power plant model. Electricity is very important in our daily lives. More important in this COVID situation. We are surrounded with electricity, our lights, our laptops, our phones, our fans, etc. This electricity was created by Thomas Alva Edison. So now we are presenting the invention of Thomas Alva Edison. We are showing you how to get electricity from water energy or kinetic energy through hydroelectric power plant model.
Priyanka, beta, just a moment. There is a background noise. Just check from your side. Please mute yourself. Yes, beta. Go ahead, Priyanka.
Yeah. We show you how we get electricity from water energy or kinetic energy through hydroelectric power plant model. Prasha, you can show how we will be doing the procedure.
Prasha is muted.
Okay. I'll just unmute.
Thank you, Priyanka. Our project maker is Priyanka. Here you can see that she made cutouts of cardboard to make the houses. Then she made the dam and the wall. Then she have drawn the road between the houses to make it look formal. She also drew a river as a source of water to present. This water will flow from the river and come to the dam, and it will be stored. When the dam is open, it will help in forming electricity. Also, she made the light poles and attached the bulbs.
Generation of electricity. Now the procedure is over. After joining all the parts, what we will see. The water will come through the river and stored in the dam tank. When the dam door is open, the water will flow from the finstock and create pressure on the turbine, which will make it rotate, and the shaft rotates, and the generator create electricity by the continuous rotation of the motor, for which particles will ionized ionize slowly and generate electricity. This electricity will come to our houses and make appliances. And ma'am, from this we can proceed to our project 2, which is air has mass.
Thank you, Priyanka. Now Suyash and Krasha will explain the Air Has Mass project. So please, Krasha, please tell us the procedure of this project. Sachi, 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 please tell the procedure of this project.
Thank you, Arranger. First, our project maker Suyas make a stand with cardboard and painted it with yellow. Then, to make the wing scale, he created a pole to hang it. He made the parts of the wing scale, the stands, poles, and the top. And he hung the cups on it.
Now Suyash, please explain the summary of this project.
Thank you, Arranger. Summary. When we will place the flatted balloon on one side and a balloon with air filled in it on the another side, the balloon with air filled in it will weigh more than the flatted balloon.
Ma'am, see here you can see the proof, the example in this video.
Good, beta. Go ahead.
So thank you for explaining the projects. But this does the team has not ended explaining yet. We have some questions for the senior students. Can we ask?
Sure, beta. Go ahead.
Question number 1. Why is electricity important for us?
So yes, all the students, you can raise your hands. Who all are interested, please raise your hand. Yes, we have Samagya here. Samagya, you can answer.
It helps run devices, applications, charger, phones, etc.
Okay, it is correct. So we are proceeding to our next question. How does hydroelectric power plant generates electricity?
Yes, please raise your hands quickly. Okay, we will ask Navya. Please answer.
No, please unmute Tejas. I think Navya has I think left because his hand is not able to see.
Okay.
Unmute Tejas.
The minerals in water produce kinetic energy. The kinetic energy through dams can be converted into electricity.
Okay. So the next question is, what are the sources of electricity, and how is it made? Through what it is made? How can we convert it?
Yes, all of you, please participate. Yes, Keshori, you can answer.
Yeah, we can generate energy with solar panels. Some of are used for batteries, and there are so many types of electric generator, like solar panel, battery, and etc.
But what are the natural sources of electricity? Can anyone say?
Okay, Anuradha.
Water and sun. Water, sun.
Correct. Another one is there, air through windmills.
Air too.
Correct. Who discovered electricity and matter? Who discovered electricity and matter?
Okay, Tejas.
Isaac Newton.
and matter?
I just know that.
Okay, Arinjay, you can give the answer and we'll proceed.
It is Leucippus and Democritus.
Very good. Lucifer's and Democritus. Good. So,
okay, so thanks and thanks. It has ended for now, but we have made a feedback system. So can I share it in the chat?
yes, Peter, you can share the link and the audience will be responding there. Let's proceed further. Thank you all. Tejas and Suhana, take it forward quickly, Peter.
Sure, ma'am. Well, I think that was an amazing presentation. Well, I think it was true that their little projects made a big impact on us. What do you think about that, Tejas? Ma'am, I think you have to unmute him. Is he mute? Yes, ma'am, you have to unmute Tejas.
Yeah. I think I'm still shocked to see how good their presentation was, right?
Yes, even I'm scratching my head, but
Okay, I'm sorry for asking the same question again, but who is coming up next?
oh, you don't need to worry about that, Tejas. Next, I want to ask you a question. Have you ever seen so many talented people together in an exhibition?
Not in an exhibition, but yeah, in a music band I have.
Tejas, we are focusing on an exhibition and not a music band. Focus.
Sorry.
Well, it's fine. Let's first give the stage to science talent. Let's all welcome them. Okay. Ma'am, you need to unmute Jessica, Navya, and Dheerya.
Okay, Peter.
Thank you, Tejas and Sahana, for calling us. Good morning, dear Principal Ma'am, teachers, and my beloved friends. I, Navya Galwal, from Class 6 Superior, would like to show our amazing science exhibition. So before starting our exhibition, I would like to call Dheerya and Jessica for their introduction.
Hello, my name is Dharya and I'm the anchor.
Hello everyone, my name is Jessica. The tagline is science is a part of education that always have new interpretation. Hey guys, I have an idea. As per we read the chapter, we will choose the topic.
Jessica, me and Navya were reading chapter 5, separation of substances. So Jessica told us to choose the topic.
I will choose filtration. I will choose filtration
and decantation.
I will choose sieving. But what are we going to do with these topics? I chose sieve, but I was confused that what are we gonna do with these topics? But after that, wait, I won't tell that what happened next. You only see.
Okay, we all choose the topic. So now what we are going to do an experiment.
What type of experiment?
Open your book and on each topic we have experiment to do. But I have a question. Are we gonna say something or not?
We all got the definition of each topic. When we will do the experiment, after that we will say the definition. Okay, now did you both understand?
Okay, all the doubts are clear.
And now we will show our experiment. So ma'am, first Navya will show the experiment.
Peter, you should be fast. Hurry up quickly.
Ma'am, here are two balls.
Lift the balls and you can show.
Ma'am, here are two balls. In one ball there are water and in second ball it is empty. In this ball there are some dal mixed with water. In the higher in the dals which is floating are called sediments, and the downer one which are not floating are called decants. The sediments can be separated by the process of sedimentation. Here is the process. Now you can see that some of the sediments are there in this bowl, which was empty. Ma'am, this was my project.
My experiment. My experiment is that this is tea leaves and this is tea.
Beta, you can lift it up. We are not able to see Jessica. Lift it up. Yes. Acha, you're showing through another camera?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
This is tea leaves and this is tea. The tea is liquid and the tea leaves are solid. Remains in the strainer. The liquid which passes through the strainer is called filtrate, while the solid left behind in the strainer is called the residue. In a laboratory process, the filtration is a little different. A filtration funnel is used in place of strainer, a special kind of paper with tiny pores known as a filter paper. Filter paper is used to make a funnel, and a cone is made with a filter paper and placed inside the glass funnel. The funnel with the filter paper cone inside it makes the filtration funnel. When a mixture is made to pass through the filtration funnel, the liquid component pass through, but the solid component remain behind on the filter paper. For the filtration we use a filter paper, a piece of Muslim cloth which has very fine holes, or a wire mesh commonly known as a strainer. Now there is experiment.
Okay, beta, go ahead.
Ma'am, you need to unmute her.
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. I am showing it from another device.
Reduce the volume of another device, beta. Yes.
We need to, I think he is muted from his laptop. There you just disconnect the audio of your phone.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Dare please tell your name of your another device through which you are connected.
I have joined it from Satvik.
Satvik.
Yes, ma'am. I might fix it back.
Mute one of your device. Dharya, mute one of your device.
Ma'am, done.
Good.
Ma'am, I have fixed the problem.
So audience, kindly bear with us. We are meeting on the virtual environment, and that is the reason we are a little bit delayed in the things. But students have put a lot of efforts in doing their project. Yes, beta, go ahead.
Ma'am, first I am telling the definition of sieving. The method to use to separate the components of a mixture, which offer in particular size.
Yes, beta.
First, I will take some flour. It has some impurities in it. I will do it with. I will sieve it. The little rocks are left behind, and the flour is now separated from the rocks.
Good, beta. Good.
The observation we got from the separation of substance is substances needs to be separated from each other to remove impurities or to get to a most useful product. There are various methods for separating substance such as hand picking, threshing, winnowing, and sieving. It involves simply picking out substance by hand and separating them from others. We got more separating methods. like evaporation, filtration, sedimentation, decantation, loading, and distillation. These all methods are useful for us.
Good, beta. Nice presentation. Yes, Tejas and Sohana, you can go ahead.
I'm just unmute Tejas once.
Yes, beta.
I think it was an immense pleasure doing the anchoring for class 6 science exhibition. I want to personally thank the Sciencify team for giving us this opportunity. What do you think about this, Tejas? Ma'am, he's muted. You need to unmute it.
Just a minute, beta.
Yeah. Also, what do you think about the last presentation? Yes, about that, I think they prove us that how talented they are. Amazing job done, everyone. I guess talent is in their blood. You can say that. Well, thank you all for giving us this opportunity. Tejas and I are very happy and honored to do this. What do you think? Now we hand over the stage to the 7th graders. Yes, please welcome them.
Thank you, Tejas and Sohana. These bright young minds are such an asset for the future.
Thank you, everyone. Now, moving on, I now request Mridul and Samagya, who will be anchoring the presentations of grade 7.
Thank you, Sirashniya. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Samagya Mehrotra.
And myself, Mridul.
And today, we are honored to be the anchor for the science exhibition. We all must have experienced wind, slow or fast. But have you ever thought how wind energy works? I know your curiosity is on top of the world right now. So here comes group 1, or experimental innovators, and with the tagline, "Don't let the wind pass unused." Good morning, everyone. Myself, Samagya Mehrotra, along with my teammates Sonakshi, Shreyansh, Kiana, Sonakshi, Shreyansh, along with my teammates Kiana, Asmi, Sonakshi, and Shreyansh are here to present a simple model of wind turbine. So let me get started. Ma'am, please make me the co-host.
Yes, beta.
Yes, ma'am. Here you can see the.
Samagya, reshare, beta. Reshare it. Due to
Sure.
network issue, it might be lagging.
Just a second, ma'am. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, beta.
Ma'am, I'm entering with my other.
Okay, fine, fine. Beta, you all can start the presentation by the time she's sharing the screen, so we can save our time. Go ahead with your presentation.
It's okay, ma'am. Now I have the live project. Just a second.
Here you can see this is a DC motor and it is connected with the wires behind, and here are the LED lights. The moment the blade moves, the energy is converted and thus resulting in the illumination of the light. Now I pass on the presentation to my teammate Asmi Anand to explain the scientific principle behind the same. Asmi, ma'am, please unmute Asmi.
Yes, ma'am. A wind turbine creates wind energy into electricity using the aerodynamic force from the rotor blade, which work like an aeroplane wing or helicopter rotor blade. When wind flows across the blade, the air pressure on one side of the blade decreases. The difference in the air pressure across the two sides of the blade creates both lift and drag. The force of the lift is stronger than the drag, and this causes the rotor to spin. The rotor connects to the generator either directly or through a shaft and a series of gears that speed up the rotation and allow for a physically smaller generator. The translation of aerodynamic forces to rotation of a generator creates electricity. Now my friend Sonakshi will be telling the applications of wind turbine.
Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be changed from one form to another. I am going to present the daily application of these energies. In our project model, wind energy is converted to electrical energy and then to light energy to turn on the lights inside the house. These energies are used everywhere in our surroundings every day. Wind energy is used to spin the blades of a wind turbine and hence producing electricity from a renewable resource. Wind energy has also helped in travel as sailboats are pushed by wind. Also, for entertainment, flying a kite, paragliding, hang gliding, etc. aren't possible without wind. Electrical energy. From the heights of space to the depths of the ocean, we use electrical energy. The International Space Station uses solar panels to obtain electrical energy. Submarines use electricity to run equipment on board. Nowadays, people's houses contain electrical appliances. Light energy is essential, for without it, we wouldn't be able to see. Plants photosynthesize with the help of light energy and prepare food for themselves. Humans' natural clock, the circadian rhythm, is regulated by light. Light energy is utilized in X-rays, which are used by doctors to diagnose bone-related issues. Now, Shreyansh will present the one-time cost of building a wind turbine in a city and its benefits.
Thank you. Cost of wind turbine. The capital cost is comparable with conventional power plant for a wind farm. The capital cost range between 4.5 crore to 5.5 crore, depending on site and the wind electricity. Generator for installation. And now the benefits of wind turbine are: wind power is the most efficient technology to produce energy in a safe and environmentally sustainable manner. It is zero emission, local, inexhaustible, competitive, and it creates wealth and jobs. Some more benefits are: renewable energy, not pollutant, reduce the use of fossil fuels, which are the origin of greenhouse gases that cause global warming, and reduce energy impacts. Extra. Thank you. Over to Samikya.
Thank you, Shreyansh.
Ma'am, I'm audible, right? Because I was muted. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, beta, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Wind power promises a clean and free source of electricity that will reduce our dependence on imported fossil fuels and the output of greenhouse gases and other pollution. Wind turbines do not release emissions that can pollute the air or water, and they do not require water for cooling. There are over 341,000 turbines on the planet. It's sustainable as a form of energy production, but then it's also fairly sustainable as a form of infrastructure because of how we built it. The amount of energy that goes in the building of wind farm is paid off after 1 year of generation from that wind farm. Kiana, you're not audible.
Now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. There was a problem with my mic. Sorry. Wind is a renewable energy source. Overall, using wind to produce energy has fewer effects on the environment than many other energy sources. With this, we conclude our presentation. Thank you for giving your precious time. Hope you liked our presentation. Also, please fill the quiz and feedback form that will be shared in the chat soon.
Wow, that was wonderful. Now, as you might know, our eyes can sometimes play tricks on us. Group 1 of Wordsworth, that is the hypothesis heroes, are going to present us with one of such examples. Their tagline is experiment, fail, learn, and repeat. So let us see their wonderful project.
Good morning, everyone. We are the Hypothesis Heroes, and today we will be presenting to you our project, The Color Like This.
Yes, ma'am, kindly make me the co-host.
Yeah. Before we begin, I would like you to introduce to our CUES members. Jaya Singh is our demonstrator. Aditya Kumar, Nihal Rasmana, and I, Kanika Jain, are your speakers.
Our project is The Color Like This. It can easily be made at home with a few materials.
To make this, you will need an old CD, an A4 size plain sheet, paints of the color of rainbow, a pencil, a pair of scissors, and glue.
To make this, you first have to use the CD as a stencil and draw a circle on the A4 size sheet. Then you need to cut it out, including the small circle in the center, and mark 6 equally divided parts on the circle since it is not possible to divide it into 7. Paint it according to the order of the colors in a rainbow and paste the painted circle onto the CD aligned and insert a string into the disc, and there you have it.
Our project is based on light and particularly on the principle of light dispersion, that light diverges into 7 colors when passing through a prism. But before we demonstrate our project, I would like to talk about the person who discovered this principle. Yes, as you all know, I am talking about Sir Isaac Newton. Sir Newton was a key figure in the philosophical revolution known as the Enlightenment. Sir Newton's most famous discoveries are the laws of motion, gravitational, the binomial theorem, and the concept of light having 7 colors.
White light is a diversion of 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. When you spin the disc quick enough, you see the colors blending into a partial white. This is due to the converging of light. Since white light diverges into 7 colors, it is not surprising that it can converge back into white light.
When the colors spin fast, the reflection will blend with each other and create the utmost sum, color white to be perceived by human eyes. Now our demonstrator Jaya will demonstrate you our project.
You can see in the video recorded by me converge into white and diverge back into color almost too fast for the human eyes to capture. Hence why it only looks partially colored for a split second, if you can notice. And Kanika?
This whole process is based on the principle of dispersion of light. This also follows a simple concept called
Kanika, you are muted.
This whole process is based on the principle of dispersion of light. This also follows a simple concept called temporal optical mixing. This means when the disk moves fast enough at a certain speed, the stimuli of human eye cannot differentiate between the colors and it looks like it's white.
Our project may not be a working model or any fancy thing, but we made it so that we can explain a natural phenomena that happens in our daily life. Our group attempted to explain how we see things, how can we differentiate between colors, etc.
Thanks for listening to our presentation, and we hope that you enhance your knowledge from this simple activity. We have left a quiz in the chat, which has a couple of questions related to our project. Attempt the quiz and see how much you have learned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, it looks like a magic trick, but it's science. As you know that we are running out of clean water on our earth. So we need ideas for water filtration. So here comes group 2 or futuristic filtration with one such idea with the tagline Safe Water, Safe Earth.
Excuse me, ma'am, please unmute Arav Mishra.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Peter.
Good afternoon, respected principal ma'am, teachers, and my dear friends. Today, me and my team will show our research on filtration. Filtration is the process of separating solids from liquids and vice versa by manually filtering the solution. The leftover is called filtrate. Welcome to my team's project Futuristic Filtration. Here, we shall show you the principle of filtration. Without further ado, here is Athav to explain each state with a demonstration given by Ayush.
Thanks, Arav. Required in the project are impure water, sand, charcoal, and cotton. The process starts when the impure water is filtered by cotton to remove the solid properties, and it goes through sand to get rid of minute solids. Then to remove the smallest particles, we use charcoal. Lastly, we would another vat of cotton to suck up any left impurities. Although the water is not stable for drinking, it is purified to some extent.
In this project, we show the principle of filtration, the process in which solid particles in a liquid or gaseous fluid are removed by the use of a filter medium that permits the fluid to pass through but retains the solid particles. This is called filtration. It helps people in rural areas to drink pure water.
Ma'am, please unmute Pratyush.
Filtration is extremely important to keep things like water, chemicals, and pharmaceuticals clean, pure, and free of contaminants. If it wasn't for filtration, we might not have safe drinking water because it plays a crucial role in eliminating sediment, sand, gravel, carbon, and other suspended particles. Now our teammates Ayush and Lakshya will be presenting some interesting facts about filtration.
In the 1700s, Van Leeuwenhoek applied the first water filters for domestic use. These were made of wool, sponge, and charcoal. In 1984, observing an increase in water contamination across the country, the company tapped into the water purifier segment and introduced AquaGuard, our flagship brand. It was the first water purifier launched in India. This dangerous situation is further highlighted by a World Bank report published, which says that unsafe drinking water is responsible for 21% of communicable diseases. Furthermore, according to WHO, The WHO estimated in 2014 38 million people in India are affected by waterborne diseases every year. Over to you, Lakshay.
According to a survey, merely 107.42 million households in India have access to tap water, and only 78.88 million households are getting treated tap water. Even if a significant amount of tap water is treated in India, there is no assurance of water being free from all types of contaminants. Thank you for giving us your precious time for viewing our project. We have a quiz and a feedback form for everyone, so please attempt it patiently. We hope you have a fantastic rest of your day.
Thank you.
Wow, that was really cool. Now, many of you know that farmers are facing a very huge water problem. So, the wonderful students of Group 2 of Wordsworth have made a solar panel drip irrigation system that, if implied, will save a lot of water and help farmers. Their tagline is Teamwork makes the dream work. So, let's hear from them about this wonderful project. Ma'am, please unmute Adya and make Aditya co-host.
Good morning, dear teachers and my dear friends. I, at the sing of grade 7 words with my fellow teammates, are going to present a solar power working drip irrigation system. In many states of India, agriculture is the main source of income. As we have 118 million farmers in India, one of the main part of agriculture is irrigation. Plants are watered. Now, whether we say the problems related to the irrigation process.
Thank you, Adya. Water management is a very important topic. When the farmers manually irrigate their farms, they waste a lot of water, and it is really inefficient. Our drip irrigation system will increase the efficiency of water dispersal in these farms. Now, Akshi, you can go through the inspiration of this project. Ma'am, please unmute Akshi.
Thank you, Mridul. Now let me tell you about our project's inspiration. Our country's farmers do a year of work non-stop, and we all want to make something that will reduce their work with efficiency. So we made a solar-powered drip irrigation system that will reduce the work of farmers. Now Adya and Mridul will tell us how our drip irrigation system works and the principle behind it.
As we all might know, we are pretty much at our homes in rural use of water, pumps to pumps, underground water to our homes.
So, in a real scenario, farmers can use that water pump to irrigate their farms.
For the water pump, it needs electricity to work. So we added solar panel to make the cost of electricity almost nothing, and it's nature friendly also. Now take a look at iron screen. You can see iron clicked on the switch and water start dispersing from the hole.
Now Aditya will explain how the project works.
Now, look at iron screen. You will see a solar panel connected to a water pump. When the solar panel receives light, it will activate the water pump that will pump water from the storage to the farm. Now, Ayan will explain the principle behind this farm.
Based on the photovoltaic effect of solar energy, our solar panel will convert the solar energy into DC volt electricity, and this will create a free and eco-friendly electricity. Over to you, Aditya. Over to you, Aditya.
Now, Adya will share the form, and here you can give us the feedback.
We have even shared a feedback form in the chat. Please share our reviews about our project, and it's open for everyone to share their reviews with us.
Now allow us to take a leave. Have a very nice day.
Okay. My team members, can you please raise your hands?
Wow, that was amazing. OTTO cycle. I know, it's a new word for many of us. So here comes Group 3 or Science Busters with the tagline Engines Make the World Go to introduce us with the same.
Good morning. Good morning to respected teachers, judges, and my fellow friends. Today, me and my team members have made four-stroke petrol engine. So, what's four-stroke petrol engine is? A four-stroke petrol engine is also known as spark ignition engine. The piston performs four strokes to complete one working cycle. The four different strokes are succession stroke, compression stroke, exhaust stroke, and power stroke. So now I request Rishabh to explain the first stroke.
Rishabh beta, check the audio. You're not audible. Check the audio, bete.
Ma'am, now are you able to hear me?
Yes, bete. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Anj. Suction stroke. During this stroke, input valve opens and exhaust valve remains closed. It starts with the piston moving downwards. Due to the movement of piston, volume of gases increases and pressure decreases. So petrol and air mixture enters in the cylinder. The crankshaft makes half rotation in this stroke. And at the end of this stroke, cylinder is completely filled with mixture of petrol and air. Hence, the input valve gets closed. Now, I would like my friend Ansh to explain the second stroke.
Thank you, Rishabh. So, the second stroke, compression stroke. During this stroke, both input valve and exhaust valve remain closed, and it starts when piston moves up. During this stroke, mixture of petrol and air is compressed so that the temperature of mixture increases. Near the end of the stroke, mixture gets ignited by the spark plug. The combustion of mixture of hot gases, which then pressure increases at constant volume. So now I request Kanav to explain the third stroke.
Thank you, Anj. The third stroke, power stroke. During this stroke, both input valve and exhaust valve remains closed. It starts when piston moving down. The high temperature and high pressure hot gases exert pressure, forces on piston, thus work is done, hence it is called power stroke. During this stroke, the pressure of hot gases gradually decreases and volume increases. Near the end of this stroke, exhaust valve open, which then releases the pressure of hot gases at constant volume. Now my friend Ahana will tell you about the fourth stroke.
Thank you, Kanav. Exhaust stroke. During this stroke, exhaust valve opens and input valve remains closed. It starts when the piston moves upwards. Due to this motion, piston pushes the exhaust gases out of the cylinder at constant pressure. Again, input valve opens and a new cycle starts. Now, I would like to demonstrate this whole project with a video. Ma'am, if you can make me the co-host, please.
Yes, bete. Just give me a moment.
Anna, you may proceed.
Streetlight factory. I got.
Ma'am, if you can give me 1 minute, please. Yes.
now share a feedback form with all of you on the chat. Please fill it out. Thank you for spending your time viewing our PPT. Hope you have a great and fruitful day ahead.
Wow, never knew
Thanks.
science was that interesting. Many of you have probably seen your parents ordering a product from the internet. And when the product arrives, it is probably sealed in a cardboard box. Most of the time, these products are manufactured in large quantities in a factory of some sort. These factories use a special machine called a conveyor belt to help manufacture these products. So the curious minds of Group 3 of Wordsworth have made a material handling system. Here it is.
Can you please unmute Arnav also?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Today, we are presenting you Conveyor Belt Project, a project by curious minds from Grade 7 Wordsworth.
Aim to show motion and electrical energy to mechanical energy, transfer of energy.
Materials: broad ribbon, all parts of the car, toothpick, motor, battery holder, wood blocks, and button.
Function: conveyor belt can transport luggage either in a straight direction or through directional changes, and also elevation. The purpose of the belt is to provide controlled movement of the luggage. Belts are designed in different sizes. Systems used to run the belts operate in different speed ranges.
Daily life uses. Conveyor belt is a goods transporter which helps airport authorities to save time and human efforts. It transports luggage from the airplane's luggage area to the airport to deliver the desired.
In principle, in short, we want to show that how conveyor belt works in airport and how it builds keys to deliver luggage to passengers. We will also consider a working project of this project.
Thank you all for joining us today. In this project, we showed aim to show motion and electric energy. We also described materials we used for this model, and we explained functions and daily life use along with the principle of this model. Working.
Now it's working. This is a luggage. It goes continuously. Thank you.
Wow, that's so innovative. We all have heard about solar panel, but have you ever gone in detail? Do you know how it works? Do you know what energy it uses? Well, here comes Group 4 or Science Champions to give you a detailed explanation about the same with the tagline Save Electricity, Save Earth.
Good morning, my dear teachers and my friends. Me and my group, Keats Group 4, are going to present in front of you our demonstrating our science project. Our topic is solar energy power using solar panels. Now, I hand over to Yashraj. He will tell some what is solar panel. Ma'am, please unmute Yash. And ma'am, make me co-host.
As you all are familiar with my name, so do you know what is solar panel? Solar panels are those devices which are used to absorb the sun's rays and convert them into electricity or heat. A solar panel is actually a collection of solar cells which can be used to generate electricity through photovoltaic effect. And now few of you are thinking what is photovoltaic effect? So the photovoltaic effect is the generation of voltage and electric current in a material upon exposure to light. And you know it is a physical and chemical phenomenon.
Thank you, Yashash. Now, I'm going to show my project. You can see I placed the solar panel here and a bulb. Ma'am, it works. Just a second. Ma'am, just a second. It was open where it is. Yeah.
By the time Kishori is sharing, other members please proceed.
Yeah, ma'am, look.
Yeah, thank you.
When I just place the flashlight, the bulb responding. Now I will hand over to Shweta Jha. She will tell the material used to make project.
Good afternoon, my respected teachers and my dear friends. I am telling about the materials used in the projects. The name of the materials are cardboard, glue, tape, solar panel, bulb, and wires.
Thank you, Shweta. Now I hand over again to Yasha. He will tell how solar panel works. Ma'am, please unmute. Yes. Excuse me, ma'am, please unmute Yash. Yes.
The photovoltaic effect occurs when individual cells absorb photons from the sun, resulting in the generation of an electric current in the cell. A solar panel generates direct current, which is converted to alternating current via an inverter. In short, a solar panel generates DC, which is converted to AC via an inverter.
Thank you, Yashraj. Now I will hand over to Yog. He will tell some amazing facts about solar panel. Ma'am, please unmute you.
Solar power is the conversion of energy from sunlight into electricity, either directly using photovoltaics, indirectly using concentrated solar power, or a combination concentrated solar tracking system to focus a large area of sunlight into a small beam. Thank you.
Thank you, Yog. Now, have a nice day ahead.
Such a marvelous project. Sometimes mirrors can play tricks on us. Sometimes mirror can do wonderful things. Now group 4 with their 4 mirror project will present a trick that a mirror can do.
Ma'am, please wait. Nayak? Ma'am, please wait. Good morning to all. Today we will be presenting our science project on theme of kaleidoscope and its color. The kaleidoscope is a popular children's toy consisting of many colorful geometric shapes which change when turned. Sorry.
Our teammate, our teammate Vinayak will be demonstrating the kaleidoscope he made while we explain the principle of it. It worked due to the principle of multiple mirrors. The multiple mirrors reflect the colorful glass inside, creating a beautiful symmetrical pattern.
The mirrors work because of reflections. Reflections occur when light bounces off a polished surface, such as a plane mirror in this instance. On a smooth surface, such as on a smooth surface, reflected rays travel in the same direction. This phenomenon is known as specular reflection.
An important factor in reflection is light. The term refers to electromagnetic radiation that is able to be detected by the human eye. It can be also defined as a stream of photons, massless packets of energy, each traveling with wake-like properties at the speed of 299, 792, 458 milliseconds. The use of multiple mirror is with the parallel mirror in a salon. It helps the barber to see the hair and cut with more precision. Other interesting instrument which operate on reflection is periscope. A periscope is used to observe areas while remaining undercover. This is commonly used in warfield, submarines, etc.
Now we are going to send a quick quiz on Google Form to test how you retained much you retained from this presentation.
Ma'am, please mute Gurv. The noises are coming from Gurv. Wow, it creates such beautiful patterns. Electricity has now become a necessity for pretty much all of us. But the way most of the electricity is generated is by burning fossil fuels, which is harmful to the environment. So Group 5 or the Aqua Electra have made a project that, if implied, will remove the common, harmful method with a clean, harmless method of generating electricity. So let's become a power saver. Grant our next generation a big favor. Open your mindful spectra and welcome Team Aqua Electra.
Yeah, ma'am, can you please make me the host?
Navya, Anushka?
Ma'am, Navya
Yes,
Chopra.
ma'am. Okay.
A very good afternoon to respected principal ma'am, teachers, and all my dear friends. Today, our group Aqua Electra consists of myself, Nushka, Prachi, and Vaishnavi are going to demonstrate the working and importance of a water wheel. So, firstly, we would like to explain what a water wheel is. A water wheel is a simple turbine, a device with buckets, paddles, or blades that is rotated by moving water, converting the kinetic energy of water into electricity. Water wheels can be either horizontal or vertical with the respect to flow of water. Horizontal water wheels are simpler but need high water velocity to work. They are first made by the ancient Greeks over 3,000 years ago. It is one of the earliest sources of mechanical energy to replace humans or animals. The two main functions of the water were historically water lifting for irrigation purposes and miling, particularly of graining and fueling cloth. In the present times, the hydroelectric power plants use this principle to generate electricity, but with the help of huge and more complex turbines. Now, my friend Prachi will explain you about our project.
Thanks, Navya. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I am gonna explain you about our project. Our objective today is to construct a miniature water wheel and show how it works. For the same, we shall require the following items: 6 to 8 bottle caps, big plastic lid with a hole in the center, hard plastic straw, normal plastic straw, empty plastic bottle with a hole about 10 centimeters from the bottom, big plastic container, hot glue gun, scissors, building blocks, water, rubber bands, and sharpener. So let's construct it. We will first prepare a wheel by taking the big lid and making a hole in the center so that a hard plastic straw can pass. And now we shall place the bottle caps at equal distance around the lid with the help of hot glue. Take the wheel on the one edge of the straw and secure it with rubber bands or a sharpener. Fix the straw on a Lego structure. Place an empty container below the wheel to avoid any water spilling outside. Now we will take the bottle and insert a normal plastic straw in the hole at the bottom. Secure it with hot glue gun to avoid any leakage. Now my friend Nushka is ready to demonstrate it.
Thanks, Prachi. So, as you can see, I have placed the bottle higher than the water wheel and kept its lids closed to stop the water from flowing out through the straw. Let me show you how the wheel looks and how we have placed everything. Now, let's begin by removing the cap. As you can see that the water starts flowing immediately from the straw that we place on the bottom and falls directly on the water wheel, making it move continuously. The axle of the wheel is connected to a generator that turns kinetic energy into electricity. But since we have only focused on the water wheel, we shall emphasize on its rotation and movement. To ensure an abundant supply of water, we have today used this huge mason jar for our demonstration. The quantity and the force of water that will fall on the turbine, that will decide the speed at which the wheel will move and generate the desired electricity output. That's why all the hydro power plants are built on or near water sources like rivers, waterfalls, etc. For example, the Bhakra Nangal plant is situated in Himachal Pradesh on the river Satluj. The turbines used in power plants are huge and very heavy. These turbines attached to generators convert the energy of fast falling water into mechanical energy and produce electricity for the entire state or country. For more information and understanding on how turbines have and are being used, let's ask our expert Vaishnavi.
Thanks, Nushka. Let's start with an astonishing fact. Our country is ranked 5th globally for installed hydroelectric power capacity. There are 197 hydropower plants in India, and they contribute to only 22% of total electricity production. You all must be aware that thermal power plants produce most of the electricity generated in our country by burning coals and releasing carbon monoxide and other toxic gases into our environment. Therefore, we must choose and switch to an alternative, cleanest, and renewable form of producing electricity. Water wheels can be easily built in rural and underdeveloped areas near a water source, as water is a renewable, environment friendly, and sustainable form of energy. They can drastically increase the efficiency and output production. Water wheels with metal cup shaped blades have been successfully used as cereal grinders, paddy hullers, oil expellers, sawmills, and to generate electricity when coupled with an electric generator. As a matter of fact, micro hydropower systems usually generate up to 100 kilowatts of electricity and are mostly used by homeowners and small business owners, including farmers and ranchers. We hope that you learned something new from our presentation, and to test your knowledge, we have the quiz link in the chat. You all may feel free to attempt the quiz. Thank you and have a great day ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, with that, allow me to conclude this wonderful session. It was truly a great time. Over to Arun and Suryansh now.
Thank you so much, Samagya and Mridul, and all the students who presented their experiments. You definitely raised the bar. Now we will be taking a short break of just 10 minutes. So I request everyone to be back by 2 o'clock, and then we'll start with our grade 8th. Thank you.
Thank you, Bete. Yes, good afternoon all. I request grade 8 and grade 9 students get ready with your presentation. Within few minutes, we'll be starting the program. So please get ready with your project and check all your members should be present in the meeting. All of you quickly check, all your members should be present in the meeting, grade 8 and 9. We'll take 2 more minutes and we'll begin. Good afternoon, Principal Ma'am, and good afternoon, judges. We'll be beginning in 2 minutes. Ma'am, by the time students are getting ready, Principal Ma'am, we would like to hear few feedback lines from you, ma'am, for grade 7 and 8.
Good afternoon, everyone. Grade 7 and 8 app, it's so heartening to see the young scientists. And not only do I feel proud, but I'm also kind of, if I may use the word, amazed to see the curiosity. And science is only about curiosity, right? Who will tell me the definition, the word meaning of science? What does the dictionary say that science means?
Please raise your hands. Whoever want to answer, raise your hand. We'll unmute you.
Yes, ma'am. Anyone? What is science? You all study science. Have you ever asked yourself, what does it mean? Or was it just given a name? I'm sure just the way all of you have a name and that name has a meaning and there's a reason why you were named what you are.
Ma'am,
similarly, science was given this word. What does it mean?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, Vijayata ma'am, who wants to answer?
I'm Jaya from 7 Words.
Yes, Jaya, tell me.
Ma'am, I think any phenomenon that occurs is just science because everything has science behind it.
All right. Any phenomena occurring in nature is science. And all these children who are not happy to show us their faces can take a holiday.
Yeah, we'll be putting you in the waiting room.
They can all go take a nap. I'm sure it's afternoon siesta time for all of you. So you may go. Only the ones who are interested will be here. Because in science, you need 100% attention. Yes, Jaya. Anybody else? Anybody would like to add to what Jaya just said? Good, Jaya. Very good. No one? So this question never came to your mind. And science is all about questioning. The how, the why, the what, where. And once you have those questions in your mind, and this is the age where you have to train your mind to be a questioning mind, because in another few years from now, your brain will be almost 90% developed, and then you wouldn't like to add anything to it. So get into the habit of questioning anything that comes your way. The first question should be why, or how, or what. And then please either seek answers, because today you have your Google uncle to help you, and otherwise all the teachers are there. All right. Science actually means anything that can be proven to be correct. All right. Something that has a substantial proof. So whether it is a phenomena, whether it is studying about something which can be proven, is science. And earlier history, geography, and the other things were called social studies, studying about society. But some time back, even that was changed to social sciences, because everything that you study, whether it's history or whether it's political science or geography or sociology, everything that a concept or a fact that is status has a proof. And history is his story, something that the story of man. So you have a proof to prove, and only then you study that. All right. So any form in phenomena, any concept that can be proven is science. Have you understood this? So if we talk about Newton's laws, they can all be proven. And you heard you were not there, we heard a very interesting story about whether the Newton's law actually, Newton could take the claim to fame, but well, that for another day. So eagerly waiting, and I would like to thank all the judges once again for having taken out time and bearing with us. Today of all the days, we've had this technical glitch. We've had major issues with the internet. It's not specific to the school. The entire area has had a problem with Airtel, and that's what technology is all about. So it may make things simple for us, but at times it can actually leave you in a tough spot. Yes, Vijay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your kind words. Let's go ahead. Suryansh and Erin, please invite the anchors of grade 8 to begin their presentation.
Moving forward, I request Asmi and Anuradha to take to the stage and anchor the presentations for grade 8 Mercury and Venus. Over to Anuradha and Asmi.
It is not one who has right answers. It is the one who has right questions. Good morning to one and all present here. I, Asmi Jain,
and I, Anuradha Kaushik,
are with immense pleasure welcoming you all to our first virtual science exhibition today. Students are learners who absorb knowledge. Students are observers who observe their surroundings, but they are also innovators who think, create, and attempt to make this world a better place. Am I right, Anuradha?
Well said, Asmi. This exhibition serves as a platform for students to share their ideas and think about how they can solve the world's problems. After all, every person who brought a change into this world was a student sitting in a school, right? So, everyone, now let's hear what the students of grade 8 have to say on some of the world's most common problems.
Imagine, innovate, inspire. I think this line completely defines our first showcase today. The bright minds from Group 1 or Team 4 Eagles, as they liked to be called, have come up with an ideal way to utilize renewable energy. They have used the world's most abundant source, that is, seawater, to power a cottage. So, everyone, let us hear what our soaring eagles have to say on how humans utilize the world's energy.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have made a house because an attempt at using the most abundant source, seawater, to provide humankind with one of our key assets, electricity. To make the bulb glow, we will have to connect the anode or the negatively charged end of the wire to the bulb. Then we take the negatively end of the bulb and the cathode or the positively charged end of the wire together and put it in the beaker with salt water. In this way, the bulb will glow.
In this project, we have used the concept of conductivity in water to generate electricity for house shown. Since water is a weak conductor of the electricity, we have been strengthened its conductor by adding salt to it. What molecules pull the sodium and chlorine parts so they are floating freely, increasing the conductivity. These ions are what carry electricity through the water in an electric current. Salt water can produce electricity.
Why have we made this project, you might ask? Since villages near the coastline are nearing to blackout crises due to excessive coal demand, we have shown a way in which we can power the villages through renewable energy sources. Since salt water is in abundance, we thought it would be best to use it for the coastal villages' electrical supply. India is the fourth largest coal producing nation, and yet 52% of our coal supply is imported. Coal prices are getting inflated, and the power companies are in 20,000 crores of debt. Moreover, coal is not an instant fuel. Mining, transportation, and conversion into electricity takes time, and we might not have enough.
and it being a dirty fuel only adds fuel to the fire.
Which is used as a tool to identify environmental and economic effects of a project that is prior to decision making, project planning, and design. It was first introduced by the United Nations in the 1960s, with it being implemented in India in 1994. Officially, although it was first done in India and was started in 1976, when the Planning Commission asked the Department of Science and Technology to examine the river valley projects from the environmental angle. It happens at project sectoral and regional level. The EIA predicts environmental impacts at an early stage as it finds way to reduce adverse impacts and predictions of the project. As the EIA policies have already been weakened, this project will help decrease our carbon footprint by using a renewable source of energy instead of a carbon allotrope like coal.
Thank you for your time and patience, and have a great day.
So we have shared a feedback form in the chat. You may please fill that.
Good. Thank you, Bete. So Asmi and Anuradha, take forward the presentation, Bete.
Ma'am, please remove Anna's spotlight.
Thank you, Group 1. It was state-of-the-art idea with tremendous presentation.
Humans are not owned, ideas are not owned, so the implementation shouldn't be owned either. I think Group 2 lives on this line. Our solar revolutionaries have made a street light, but wait for it. It is powered by the only source of energy which is not owned, solar energy. So let's give it up for our revolutionaries and see how they brighten up our minds.
Good morning, everyone. Good day, please begin.
Yes. The street light out of my house shines on tonight, and I'm watching like it could give me a vision. Good morning to one and all present over here. Today, our group Solar Revolutionaries will be presenting a solar plant model. But do you know how we thought of making this? Well, it's a very long story. Let me tell you about it from the starting and take you to the past. It happened on one chilly night. Three of my friends and I were taking a walk in a park and talking to each other.
Did you know Tesla has taken the initiative to power up the Kauai Island of Hawaii through the solar power plant only? Tesla is providing its industrial battery packs to store the energy of sun to be used at night. They're ensuring that they can light up the entire island without sunshine for as long as 3 days and get it all recharged back in just 7 hours of sunlight. Isn't that amazing?
Really?
But why do you know that when they already have the normal electricity?
They decided to do so because knowing the fact that fossil fuels are not going to last forever, solar power generation seems to be leading the path in clean and renewable energy generation among all other renewable sources of energy production today.
Oh yes, electrical energy can be harvested from solar power by means of photovoltaic, which directly converts solar energy into electricity. They work on the principle of photovoltaic effects. When certain materials are exposed to light, they absorb photons and release free electrons. This phenomenon is called photoelectric effect. Photovoltaic effect is the method of producing direct current electricity based on the principles of photoelectric effect. Solar cells or photovoltaic cells convert sunlight into direct current electricity But a single photovoltaic cell does not produce enough amount of electricity. Therefore, a number of photovoltaic cells are mounted on the supporting frame and are electrically connected to each other to form a solar panel. It is the heart of the solar power plant. Exposure to sunlight creates electrical charge that moves in response to an internal electrical field in the cell, causing the electricity to flow.
Wow, you turned out to be smarter than I thought.
Hey guys, what are you talking about?
Nothing much. We were just talking about the solar energy and how much better it is than traditional electricity.
Oh, wait a minute. Even I also heard about the working of a solar power plant yesterday. As sunlight falls over the solar cells, it creates electrical charges that move in response to an internal electrical field in the cell, which causes the electricity to flow. The solar cell converts solar energy to electrical energy. Further, the diode is reverse biased to increase the electric field. That's how current starts flowing in the circuit for an individual solar cell. We combine the current of all the solar cells of a solar panel to get a significant output. Then, the solar power plant has a large number of solar panels connected to each other to get a large voltage output. The electrical energy coming from the combined effort of solar panels is stored in the batteries, which can be used anytime later and as when required.
Oh, that's something interesting. But how is it even useful?
Ah, yes. My mother recently told me about their usage. It's time for me to tell you all about it, and trust me, you will be amazed. Solar power plant is powering cities in the most effective manner. Solar panels could be used to generate electricity individually for each house, specifically in remote areas too. Solar streetlight is worth it the money in comparison to traditional streetlight because it saves corporation, business, and municipality more money over time. Amazed? I told you so.
Guess what? You won't need to replace the LED fixtures as often. You save a lot of money on drenching and don't need to worry about buying expensive permits. The credit goes to the conservation of energy and less dependency on the grid. Solar lights can be the best solution where ample sunlight is available. Communities can use natural light sources to illuminate parks, streets, gardens, and any other public areas.
Oh, and did you all know how advantageous this is?
Oh, really? Tell me then.
Okay, so the advantages are, so as you all know, traditional electricity could cause a lot of pollution, but the electricity produced from solar panels is completely non-pollutive. It provides electricity at low cost as sunlight is free, of course. In fact, it's the cheapest form of energy. It is a sustainable and economical form. It reduces the carbon footprint. Solar streetlights require much less maintenance compared to conventional streetlights, as maintenance is not required. Since all the external wires are eliminated, risks of accidents are minimized, and surprisingly, they are water resistant and weatherproof and have a low glare and low insect attrition rate. Also, solar power is available in abundance and it's endless. With new research in this sector, we now have a good power storage solution.
Wow, that's just so awesome.
I know, right?
So that's how it all happened, and we thought of making a real-life simulation of solar power plant to enlighten others with our knowledge about this.
And it was so much fun and a truly memorable experience for all of us.
And we didn't even spend much money on it. We used the cardboards in our home to make the base, my sister's old LEDs, some connecting wires, straws to make the stand for the light, and Manya's brother's old toy cars. The only thing we brought were the 6V solar panels.
Oh, and I just remember something. Thomas Edison once said, "We are like the tenants, farmers chopping down the fence around our house for fuel when we should be using nature's inexhaustible source of energy: sun, wind, and tide. I'll put my money on the sun and solar energy. What a solar source of power. We hope we did not have to wait until oil and charcoal run before energy. What a source of power. I hope that we Today, I'd like to say I totally agree with that. I strongly believe in saying that solar power is our sole power. With that, I'd like to rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your kind patience, and thank you, respected teachers and esteemed judges, for giving us this chance to expand our knowledge and work together.
Now we would like to show you the working of the model with presenting the short video. Can you please make me the co-host? And don't forget to take the quiz and fill the feedback form. The links will be shared shortly in the chat. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Bete. So let's go ahead, Anuradha and Asmi.
Thank you, Group 2. It was an excellent presentation, and it really brightened our day as much as the sun.
The scope invented by William Gilbert in the 17th century is an instrument which is not only useful but affordable too. It shows us that how opposite charges attract and same charges repel. Well, I guess this instrument is so within our means that you can easily make it at home. Well, that's the case for our curious minds. So let's welcome our group 3 and see how they charge up our minds.
Good morning, everyone. Judges, teachers, and my fellow friends. Today, we Group 3 Curious Minds will present you an activity called Electroso. So, here we go.
Ma'am, can you make me the host?
Ma'am, please make Arham the co-host.
Yes, Bete. Just wait.
Curious Mind Selectroscope.
Curl one end of the wire and make a small hook on the other end. Flatten the pieces of foil and slide them onto the hook.
principles of electroscope?
Yes, Shinjini, of course I know. An electroscope is a scientific device that is used to detect the presence of an electric charge on a body. In year 1600, British physician William Gilbert invented the first electroscope with pivoted needle called versorium. Electroscope detects charge based on Coulomb electrostatic force, which causes the motion of test charge. Electroscope can be regarded as a crude voltmeter, as the electric charge of an object is equal to its capacitance. An instrument that is used to measure the charge quantitatively is known as an electrometer. Ankit, do you know what is the principles of electroscope?
Yes, Aram, I know. Electroscope is a simple device which is used to test the presence of charge in an object. When the brass disc of the electroscope is touched with a charged object, electric charge gets transferred to the gold leaf through the rod. This results in the gold leaf moving away from each other. Now my friend Vanisha will tell you about positive charge and negative charge.
When the charge is positive, electrons in the metal of the electroscope are attracted to the charge and move upward out of the leaf. This results in the leaves to have a temporary positive charge, and because like charge repel, the leaves separate when the charge is removed. The electrons return to their original position and the leaves relax. When the charge is negative, the electrons in the metal of the electroscope repel and move towards the leaf on the bottom. This causes the leaf to gain a temporary negative charge, and because like charge repels, the leaf again separates then when the charge is removed. Krishna, do you know what are the uses of electroscope?
Yes, of course I do know the uses of electroscope. It is used to find out whether a substance is a conductor or an insulator. It is also used to detect whether a body is charged or uncharged. Also, it is used to detect the kind of change on the body. Now, my friend Bhaishya will conduct a quiz regarding electroscope.
Thank you, Krishna. So my first question for you all is, what is the use of an electroscope? Those who knows the answer, please raise your hands. Yes, Anuradha, do you know the answer?
Yes, it is used to find out whether an object or a substance is a conductor or an insulator.
Yes, right. So my second question is, what is an electroscope made up of? Please raise your hand. Who knows the answer?
Yes, I believe we should get a lot of answers from grade 12 students. You are already having this in your course. And students, I will motivate you to give this model to us when we'll be taking classes. We can take your model and help our students understand it well. Very nicely done. Yes, students, please participate. Yes,
It's made out of a metallic rod, and at the foot of the metallic rod there is two metallic leaves attached to it, and it is held by an insulating plug, which it's in a transparent case to prevent the leaves from any air drops.
Yes, Beta, go ahead.
Yes, right. So my last question for you all is, how can you charge an electroscope negatively?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, of course. My question is, how can you charge an electroscope by negatively? Anybody knows the answer?
Very good question been put across. Children, please answer.
Grade 12 students, please answer. How can you acquire negative charge on the leaves? Yes, Shambhavi?
Yes, ma'am. It must be touched by a charged body too.
Which charged body, positive or negative?
From the body which needs to be negatively charged should have excess of electrons, and you can get excess of electrons through various methods, maybe by friction, and also by rubbing each other. Well, that's only friction, but you can also get it by placing it near a neutral body. So it will basically just create the body polarized, and the electrons will be able to transfer to the positive body.
Yes, good. Okay, beta, go ahead.
It was an outstanding presentation for such a feasible instrument.
Thank you, everyone.
Radha, please continue.
Let the future tell the truth and evaluate each one according to his work and accomplishments. The present is theirs. The future, for which I've really worked, is mine. Asmi, does this quote ring a bell in your mind?
Let me think. Was it said by Nikola Tesla, who made a book Colorado Springs?
Yes, and I guess Tesla's mind has resurfaced here as well. Here we have our group 4 or the Teslas who present a coil which will show wireless power transmission.
Every brilliant experiment, like every great work of art, starts with an act of imagination. Hi, I am Devansh and I'll be telling you about two friends who met a ghost. However, the ghost wasn't scary but was a famous scientist. Do you want to know who it was? Well, come on, I'll tell you the story. It all started when the teacher announced that there is a science exhibition.
Hey, Monica, I was thinking we could create a Tesla coil.
What is that?
It's basically an oscillator that transfers power wirelessly.
Okay, let us make it.
The two gathered in the basement of Janvi's house and started working on the Tesla coil.
Oh, this is not working.
Have patience.
Can't we just ask for help? Or you know what? Let us do this fast. It's already nighttime and I'm really scared.
Then they heard thunder and suddenly a man was standing in front of them.
Who are you?
I'm here to help you. Don't you recognize me?
The friends shake their heads saying no.
My name is not important. Now here, let me show you my Tesla coil.
Wow, that is so. Wow, that is so cool.
You must be a scientist.
I was one. Do any of you know how a Tesla coil works?
I guess I should have searched about that.
Well, I know. A Tesla coil consists of two parts, a primary coil and a secondary coil, each with its own capacitor. The two coils and capacitors are connected by a spark gap. An outside source hooked up to the transformer powers the entire system. The Tesla coil is two open electric circuits connected to a spark gap. Easy.
Yes, and you know Tesla coil is one of the ways to prove that power can be transmitted wirelessly.
You're right. And wireless transmission works on the principle of electromagnetic induction, according to which, when a conductor is placed under a varying magnetic field, a small current will be induced inside the conductor.
Wow, you're so smart. I didn't even know that.
Don't worry, you know more than you think. Come on, tell me about some applications of wireless transmission.
Oh, I know. We learned about it in class. Some real life applications of wireless power transmission are seen in satellite communication, microwaves, fuel free electric vehicles, airplanes, rockets, and moving robots.
That's right, you must really love science.
We do. Well, who are you?
I am Nikola Tesla.
And with that, the ghost disappeared.
Whoa.
Janvi, Nikola Tesla is dead.
Are you telling me a ghost just helped us? No way.
I
The
think so.
next day,
Well, anyways, let us complete our work.
the girls were presenting their project in the exhibition.
Among his many inventions, Nikola Tesla dreamt of creating a way to supply power to the world without stringing wires across the globe. Wireless power transfer makes it possible to supply power through an air gap without the need for current carrying wires.
The technology of wireless power transmission helps by eliminating the use of wires and batteries, thus increasing its viability, convenience, and safety of an electronic device for all users. In the nearby future, we will all be surrounded with wireless electricity, and the dream of Nikola Tesla will have come true.
And just like that, the girls won first place in the exhibition. I still cannot believe the ghost of Nikola Tesla himself helped the girls. Wish I could meet him. Anyways, we have all learned something about wireless power transmission through the story. I know, because I have. Well, now I got to go, but hope you enjoyed. Thank you and see you later.
Thank you, Group 4. Seeing your presentation, looks like Nikola Tesla will be proud.
Did you know that water is made up of gas?
Wait, what?
Yes, water is made up of two gases. Don't you believe me?
No, I think you have lost your mind.
Okay, well, I guess then our nomads will give you a new perspective.
Good afternoon, Principal Ma'am, and to one and all present here. We are going to show you a simple demonstration of the electrolysis of water. Before that, we would like to tell the main motive behind the project. Now Shakshi will tell the
The
main.
main motive of our project is electrolysis can be used to separate a substance into its original components, elements, and it was through the process that some elements have been discovered and are still produced today in today's industry. Now, Parthu would tell us what is electrolysis of water.
You would be wondering what is electrolysis of water. Let me explain it to you. Electrolysis of water is basically the process by which water is decomposed into oxygen and hydrogen gas. When an electric current is passed through it, when we pass an electric current to it, the ions move to oppositely charged electrodes and are liberated as gases at different electrodes. This chemical change is called electrolysis. So Devan should tell us what were the materials required for making the model.
Materials required for the making of the model. First, we need beaker and water. Then we need first one 9-volt batteries, then two graphite pencils, connecting wires, and some salt. Now, Guruvansh will tell the how to make the model.
How to make it? First, we will keep two pencils. Make sure the pencils are not crossed in the beaker, and then we will connect both the connecting wires with the pencils, as graphite is a good conductor. And we would join the terminals of the batteries with the connecting wires. we would see the bubbles coming out. So in this way, we can pass current and break water into hydrogen and oxygen.
I would like to explain the model. As you can see, I have two pencils, a 9-volt battery, connecting wires, a glass with water. Water is already a good conductor of electricity, but if you want to make it more better, we would add some salt in it. And there are two graphite pencils here because they can be used as electrodes. So if I connect this with a positive terminal, as you can see, and a negative terminal like this, negative terminal, it will become cathode. The oxidation takes place at anode and reduction takes place at cathode. And we will see that if we pass electric current through water, the water would break out into hydrogen and oxygen. And it will undergo reduction, so it will be collected at cathode. And hydrogen gets collected at anode and it undergoes oxidation. Soon the water would start boiling because of the electricity. Thank you. Have a great day ahead. We will share the feedback forms soon.
Group 5, from your presentation, we really learned not to judge a book by its cover. And Anuradha, now you think
Asmi, now since you have told me the dubious side of water, I'll tell you something even more astounding. Did you know that you can make fuel out of garbage?
Radha, what are you saying? That is bogus.
Well, contrary to popular belief, it is true. Why don't I call our lab rats to show you?
Good morning, everyone. We are the lab rats presenting a project, the ultimate biogas plant. The motive of a project is to provide the type of gas that is a real friend, and that is the biogas. Biogas is the most amiable gas that is available in the market. Though it is produced on large scale and takes time, it is the only gas free of any toxins. Biogas making requires thousands of steps and chemical reactions, but today our group will be showing you the simplest way of making the gas.
Materials required: kitchen waste like banana peel, fish shells, rotten grapes, etc., and cow dung, noticeably to improve the overall cooking environment of the biogas digester. A plastic bottle, a sharp IV drip capable of slitting throats.
Everything requires a principle, especially the things done by the lab rats. So the principle of our project is based on anaerobic fermentation. A biogas plant is used to produce gases like methane and other side products like carbon dioxide, etc., by decomposing the biomass in the absence of air and in the presence of water.
Again, we don't need a tank for this because it's portable biogas plant. Ma'am, can you unmute Akashi?
Description. Now, biogas is made in a digester, which is a tank filled with bacteria that eat organic waste and give our ultimate flammable gas, that is the biogas. The bacteria in the tank is to be taken care of well, and proper food is to be given to it. The bacteria then convert organic matter into methane gas that through anaerobic respiration.
Again, we don't need a tank for this because it's a portable biogas plant. And to make it, we first need to fill the bottom of bottle with our kitchen waste. In our case, we use the banana peel and rotten grapes and fill the top of it with cow dung. And yes, during this process, we use gloves. Then we shut the bottle and attach the IV drip such that the bottle needle points us. Now for fermentation, it needs sunlight or really humid room for about 7 days.
Coming to its application, biogas at home scale is not typically converted to electricity but used directly as a cooking fuel. Biogas is nearly identical to fossil fuel based natural gases and can be used in household applications like furnaces, water heaters, stoves, and ovens.
Ma'am, can you unmute Vaishnavi?
Thanks everyone for being patient while we demonstrated our project. It was a great experience creating this project with our team. Don't forget to fill the feedback form and also try the quiz to see how much we have learned.
I'll be sharing the links for the feedback form and questions chat.
Thank you, Group 6. You really proved that nothing is impossible.
Rightly said that you can have brilliant ideas, but if you can't get them across, your ideas won't get you anywhere. This exhibition has served its purpose to provide a space where our young geniuses have been able to express their ideas in hopes for a better and a more sustainable future for our planet. Having said that, I, Asmi Jain,
And I, Anuradha Kaushik,
are signing off in hopes for a better future for the world. Thank you and have a great day. Now let's hear what our seniors have to say.
Thank you, Asmi and Anuradha. Kudos to all the students who participated. You all did a great job.
Thank you, Aaron. Nothing in life is to be feared. It is only to be understood. Now is the time to understand more so that we may fear less. With this beautiful quote by the famous physicist and chemist Marie Curie, I may now call upon Swarnika and Samriti, who will be moderating the presentations of grade 9th. Samriti and Swarnika, you guys can take over.
Swarnika, are you able to unmute yourself? Please raise your hand. Yes, Vita. Yeah, just.
I hope my voice is clear.
Yes, Vita, you're very much audible.
As we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them.
I'm grateful to Erin and Suryansh for their contribution to today's anchoring. Now we would like to take over the podium. Science is simply common sense at its best.
So, I, Swarnika,
and I, Samriddhi,
from grade 9 Pacific, warmly welcome all of you in our Sciencify 2022. We will be the anchors for the presentation of the models by the students of grade 9 Pacific.
So now, without any further ado, let's get started.
If you cannot do great things, do small things in a great way. So now, let us welcome the very first group, Warriors, with the team member Karthik, Vibhanshu, and Avik to present their models.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, me and my group are going to explain about how COVID-19 affects a human body, especially the respiratory system and the circulatory system. What is COVID-19? COVID-19 was emerged in December 2019 and it is the largest category of RNA virus.
Avik and
Scientists
Karthik, beta, please keep your cameras on. Keep your cameras on. Yes, go ahead.
Ma'am, can
Vibhanshu,
you
keep
hear
your
me?
cameras on. Ha. Go
Ma'am, there
ahead.
was a network problem. I just joined scientists call
Now
it
only.
Go
scientists call
ahead.
it zoonotic because it gets transferred from animals to human and one person to another. There are many varieties of COVID: alpha, beta, gamma, delta, and omicron. Till the date, there have been more than 305 million cases in total. Now my friend Karthik will be explaining you how COVID-19 affects respiratory system.
Good morning, everyone. I have made it a model on respiratory system and I will explain that how coronavirus affects our respiratory system. So this is my respiratory system project. When you breathe air, it flows in through your mouth and nose. It passes through the throat, also known as larynx, the voice box, then to trachea, and then branches out lungs by the help of branchiae and bronchioles, and then it reaches to the alveoli or the alveolar sac. These alveolar sacs surrounded by blood vessels. When the COVID-19 or the coronavirus enters through the nose or mouth, it takes the same path and then uh, affects the cell of these organs present in this path. These airways, along with the cell membrane, hatch ACE2. ACE2 acts as a door to the virus so that virus can get inside them. This virus starts replicating itself. The virus then damages the sacs, causing lung damage. Due to this, exchange of gases became difficult and blood oxygen level starts experiencing the shortness of breath. Due to this, in case patients are required to be put on ventilator and other support may be needed. And this I have marked all the things. This is the outer part of the lungs and this is the inner part. This is larynx, trachea, bronchi, uh, the sacs, alveoli, and bronchioles. Now my friend Vibhanshu will tell about the circulatory system.
Yes, Vibhanshu, go ahead.
So today, 1 minute, ma'am. So today I will tell about how COVID-19 affects our circulatory system. So a heart is a muscle that pumps rich oxygenated blood to whole parts of the body to for function for their function. Then if the COVID-19 affects our body, then from human nose it goes to the lungs, and by the rich oxygenated blood it comes to the heart. And you can see the red light. It is COVID-19. How it goes to the heart, and it starts create a blockage, and it not gets rich oxygenated blood properly, and heart starts pumping very fastly for that, and means pumps very fast and very hard for the spreading blood to our full whole body. By this, human gets kinds of various kinds of heart diseases and start feeling very weak and very means कैसा बताऊं weak and feels very weakness. Thank you. Then from now, Kushal will explain. Karthik will explain.
Ma'am, we have also made a feedback form for our presentation. Can you allow me to display that in the chat?
Yes, you can share the link in the chat box. So Samriddhi and Swarnika beta, please take ahead.
No beauty shines brighter than a healthy heart.
Thank you for increasing our knowledge, and we really appreciate your models.
And thank you for being on the stage.
Purity is not a luxury, but a necessity. So let us welcome Team Swachh Jal Vibhag, who are addressing a very important issue with the team members Ayan, Savigya, Ojal, David, and Rohan to present their models.
Can you unmute David?
Priya, a little child in kindergarten, is curious why she cannot drink raw tap water. It's cheaper and more efficient. Now, let's follow a conversation between Ria and her mother, addressing her newfound curiosity.
Ma'am, Ojal is muted.
Ojal, unmute yourself, Pete. No, Ojal, check the audio. Check the audio, Pete. No, you're not audible. You're not audible.
Ma'am, I will speak Ojal's part.
Yes, go ahead.
Ria, that's because the water in our RO goes through a long process of purification and the tap water may contain some harmful particles.
Harmful particles?
Remember the germs you see on television in the Dettol ad? They are similar to that, but they are not visible by naked eyes. And when they enter our body from your mouth and then go down to your gut line, they may cause diseases like diarrhea.
Oh, what's the process of filtration?
We will come to know that soon. Good morning, everyone. Today Ma'am Ojal cannot speak this part. So today Ojal Bisla.
I, Savigya Mehrotra. I, David Kirk.
I, Ayan Sen.
And I, Rohan Tripathi, from grade 9. We, the Fast and Curious, will be presenting our project on water filtration system. Purity is not a luxury, but a necessity. Many of you must be curious like we are. So let's begin.
Morning everyone. My name is Ayan Sen. I'm from Group Fast and Curious, and today I'll be representing our project on water filtration. Sedimentation is the first step to remove the concentrated heavy suspended particles in the first tank. Then the water is allowed to pass through the filter. The filter is used to remove small particles. Those are small enough to remain in the colloidal suspension and cannot be removed through sedimentation. After sedimentation and filtration, maximum impurities can be removed. The final step is to treat water with chlorine. This process is used to kill bacteria and viruses and other microbes in the water.
Our model is centered around the ubiquitous water filtration system used throughout the continent. You can create a similar experience by using 3 containers, 2 filers, 3 aluminum foil strips of dimension 6 to 7 centimeter, and using pebbles and sand as layers of filter. The contaminated water is made to go through different tank size, each one filtering out different impurities based on their sizes. The water is extracted directly from the river, is made to pass through the sedimentation tank first. Here, the solid impurities settle down on the base from the gravity force acting on it, and the remaining water moves to the filtration tank, leaving behind the waste. The water present in the filtration tank mostly contains impurities and suspended particles. It is based on the process in which solid particles in the liquid are removed by the use of a filter medium, which permits the fluid to pass through but retains the solid particles. We have used pebbles as a filter medium in our model. At this stage, almost all the physical impurities are removed. Nevertheless, harmful pathogens such as bacteria and viruses are still present. A disinfectant, commonly chlorine, is used to put an end to the leftover pathogens. Finally, the pure and safe drinking water is collected in a container and is supplied to us from our taps.
The wastewater from people's sinks, toilets, and drainage system goes through the sewers. It is called sewage. It goes through a system of pipes in which the sewage is pumped into a water treatment facility. In this facility, water waste is stored in a tank before it goes through a bar screen. The screen filters out all the waste household materials big enough to get stuck in the bar screen, like cans, brushes, plastic bags, etc. After that, the water goes to the grit and sand removal tank, where grit, sand, and pebbles are settled. This process is called sedimentation. In this process, heavy objects settle down on the base and the less dense objects remain afloat. The objects which settle down are known as sediment. Then the water goes to the large settling tank where the settlement of sludge takes place. Sludge is a mixture of human waste like feces. The settled sludge is then removed by a scraper. The clarified water then goes through a process called chlorification, where chlorine is added to the water to kill the microorganisms living in it. The chlorine reacts chemically with the microorganisms and stops their biological functions, effectively killing them and rendering the water safe for use. The filtered water then moves to a storage tank. A lab at the facility ensures that the water is safe to be used or discharged in a local water body by checking whether it has any harmful substances or whether it has been properly sterilized.
Some of the applications of water filtration are to provide accessible drinking water, agriculture irrigation, use in public and private aquariums, stormwater and wastewater applications, safe use of ponds and swimming pools, uses in industrial manufacturing, power plants, food and beverage production facilities.
I hope you all came to know a lot of new words that you might have never heard about. As it is said, prevention is better than cure. So there are a number of things that you need to do to keep yourself healthy. Wash your hands, brush your teeth, maintain personal hygiene, get vaccinated, have safe food and drinking water. In short,
Germs live everywhere. Some are bad and some are good.
some roam in the air, some grow on your food.
Some can make you sick, some can make you cough.
If you wash your hands, you can get the germs off.
Your opinion on this experience is greatly valued. Kindly spare a few minutes of your time to answer a couple of questions for us to better understand our approach the next time. Thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you, Vite. I want Samriddhi and Swarnika to take ahead the project. Swarnika and Samriddhi, beta, take ahead.
Clean water is not an expenditure of federal funds. Clean water is an investment in the future of our country.
You made this easy for us to understand, and you made some great points today. So young, they knew nothing about aerodynamics, except how the heart can live and lift. Before starting with our presentation, we would like to tell you about Sir George Cayley, who introduced us to aerodynamics.
He established the modern configuration of an airplane as a fixed-wing flying machine with separate systems, lift, population, and control. So now let us welcome Team Galactic Squads with team members Swarnika, Vaishnavi, Vishalakshi, and Ananya to present their model.
Hello, everyone. When we all were children, we always had a dream, an aspiration to be something. Someone to be a doctor or maybe a dancer. But I always aspired to become a pilot. So today, we Galactic Squads are presenting you our project on the topic aircrafts. So this is the model that I have prepared on behalf of my team. I have used plastic bottles for the structure cardboard, for the wings, and the ring of small tapes to make the wheel. Now, let us take a look on the very parts of the aircraft. So, as seen in the sketch, the very main part of an aircraft is the cockpit from where the pilot can control the whole plane. Then all the other parts come, such as fuselage, turbine, spoiler, aileron, flaps, control pitch, vertical stabilizer, winglet, and wings. Ma'am, can you please unmute Vishalakshi?
I have asked her, and again asked. Vishlakshi, can you unmute yourself?
Now I will be telling how a plane flies. A plane flies with four principles that are thrust, lift up, drag, air pressure, and so thrust is the force that moves an aircraft in the direction of the motion. It is created with a propeller, jet engine, or rocket. Air is pulled in and then pushed out in the opposite direction. One example can be a household fan. Drag is a force that acts opposite the direction of motion and it tends to slow an object. Drag is caused by friction and differences in air pressure. Weight is the force that is caused by gravity. Lift is the force that holds an airplane or aircraft in the air. The wings create most of the lift used by airplanes. The way the four forces act on the airplanes make the plane do different things. Each force has an opposite force that works against it. Lift works opposite of weight, thrust works opposite of drag. When the forces are balanced, a plane flies in level direction. The plane goes up if the forces of lift and thrust are more than gravity and drag. If gravity and drag are bigger than lift and thrust, the plane goes down. Just as drag holds something back as a response to the wind flow, lift pushes something up. The air pressure is higher on the bottom side of a wing, so it is pushed upward.
But what about the engines? Well, let me explain it to you. A jet engine is a type of reaction engine discharging a fast-moving jet that generates thrust by jet propulsion. While this broad definition can include rocket, water jet, and hybrid propulsion, the term jet engine typically refer to an internal combustion air-breathing jet engines such as turbojet, turbofan, ramjet, or pulse jet. In general, jet engines are internal combustion engines. Aircraft engine move the airplane forward with a great force produced by tremendous thrust, which causes the plane to fly very fast. The technology behind how this works is nothing short of extraordinary. All the jet engines, which are also called as gas turbines, work on the same principle. The engine sucks air in through the front with a fan. Once inside, a compressor raises the pressure of the air. The compressor is made up of fans with many blades and attached to a shaft. Once the blade compress the compressed air is then sprayed with fuel and an electric spark light the mixture. The burning gases expand and blast out through the nozzle at the back of the engine. As the jet of gas shoot out, the engine and the aircraft are thrust forward.
But what about the wings? Well, let me explain. A wing is a form of fin that generates lift as it travels through air or another fluid. As a result, wings feature streamlined cross sections that act as airfoils and are subject to aerodynamic forces. The lift to drag ratio is measure of a wing's aerodynamic efficiency. At a given speed and angle of attack, the lift generated by a wing can be 1 or 2 orders of magnitude larger than the total drag on the wing. To push the wings through the air at sufficient lift, a high lift to drag ratio necessitates a much smaller thrust. Some of the following can be found on the aircraft wings. A cross section with a rounded leading edge, a cross section with a sharp trailing edge, slats, slots, and extensions are examples of cutting edge technology. Flaps or flaperons are trailing edge devices to prevent wingtip vortices from increasing drag and lowering lift. Winglets are used. Rolling the airplane clockwise or counterclockwise along its long axis using ailerons. Spoilers on the upper surface to break lift and provide the aircraft that has recently landed but is still moving more traction.
But is there not a controlling panel through which the pilot can control the aircraft?
I got your point. Well, there is a cockpit at the very start of the plane. The cockpit of the plane is where the plane is controlled. The two main functions of the cockpit are to provide the pilot with a good angle and to make all control mechanisms accessible to them. All data is transmitted to the pilot and co-pilot with the help of panels within the section to ensure that the aircraft can fly stably. The cockpit glass is approximately 6 centimeters thick and is reinforced with various chemicals. These glasses consist of several layers and can withstand temperatures ranging from minus 60 degrees to 40 degrees Celsius. It can crack in very extreme situations, but cracks only occur in the first layer. The glass can't crack completely under normal conditions. The doors have a security system managed from the pilot panel and are opened only with a password. The cockpit is the area at the front of the fuselage from which a pilot operates the plane. The cockpit contains the panel, flight controls, pilot seats, rudder paddles, overhead panel, and side consoles. Each of these parts of an aeroplane are critical in different phases of flight.
So, an aircraft has a very complex structure.
Yes, it has.
So, I think I'm gonna drop the idea of becoming a pilot, maybe?
Your wish. So here, we come to an end of our presentation and we hope that we could explain you the basic principle of how an aircraft fly.
We have shared a feedback form and a quiz in the chat box. It will be a pleasure if you fill it. Thank you.
Swarnika, you haven't showed your plane model which you have prepared, the 3D model.
I showed it. I think it was not pinned.
Okay.
I now turned the camera off.
Okay. So you can tell me which camera you have focused. I'll pin it. At least you have to show to the judges your work. You're muted.
Ma'am, video is not on.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute. It is again with the name of Swarnika only.
Okay. So the video is the another one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Shall we continue?
You can just explain your 3D model.
This model, or I can continue with the anchoring.
You can continue with your anchor. I'll remove this.
If you examine a butterfly According to the laws of aerodynamics, it should not be able to fly, but the butterfly does not know, so it flies.
You did an terrific job presenting your model.
Hey, do you know who introduced us to atoms?
Yeah, I know, but there were three great scientists who introduced us to the forms of matter.
Can you name them for our lovely audience?
Sure, they were Sir John Dalton, Sir Ernest Rutherford, and Sir Neil Bohr.
So now, let us welcome the third group, Chemistry Crackhead, with the motto, Let's Crack It, with the team members, Yash, Agastya, Viraj, Shaurya, Devanshi, and Srishti.
Yes, beta. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, respected teachers and our fellow friends. Today, our team, Chemistry Crackheads, will present our versions of Sir Thomson's, Sir Rutherford's, and Sir Bohr's models of atoms.
So let's see something about Ernest Rutherford and the scientists who introduced us to the atoms. So Ernest Rutherford was born on 30th August 1871, 19 October to 1937 in New Zealand. As time passed, he came to be known as the father of nuclear physics. Encyclopedia Britannia consider him to be the greatest experimentalist since Michael Faraday. Apart from his work in his homeland, he spent a substantial amount of his career abroad in Canada and the United Kingdom. Now, I'll let you know something about William Thomson. He proposed an atomic model in which the interior of the atom was uniformly positive charged with negatively charged electrons spread throughout it. The came to be known as called the plumbing pudding model, and it was also supported by J.J. Thomson. Now, I'll let you know about the Neil Bohr and his model, or Rutherford Bohr model, presented by Neil Bohr and Ernest Rutherford in 1913, is a system of consisting of a small, dense nucleus surrounded by orbiting electrons, similar to the structure of solar system, but with the attraction provided by electrostatic forces in a place of gravity. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yash Goel, and here is a model made by Ernest Rutherford. He made this model to show us how the atom works. According to him, an atom has a tiny massive core called the nucleus. The nucleus has a positive charge. Electrons orbit the nucleus. The empty space between the nucleus and the electrons takes up most of the volume of the atom. Rutherford's model shows that an atom is mostly empty space, with electrons orbiting a fixed positively charged nucleus in set predictable paths. This model of an atom was developed by Ernest Rutherford, a New Zealand native working at University of Manchester in England in the early 1900s.
Ma'am, can you make me the co-host?
Yes, just a Go ahead, Shrishti.
Yes.
This model represents the Thomson's model of atom. The Thomson's model of atom was proposed by William Thomson in the year 1900. This model explained the description of an inner structure of the atom theoretically. Thomson assumed that an electron is 2000 times lighter than a proton and believed that an atom is made up of thousands of electrons. Thomson's atomic model failed to explain how the positive charge holds on the electrons inside the atom. It also failed to explain an atom's stability, and the theory did not mention anything about the nucleus of an atom. Characteristic, uh, characteristic features of Thomson's model of an atom are: an atom consists of a positively charged sphere and the electrons are embedded in it. The negative and positive charge are equal in magnitude, so the atom as a whole is electrically neutral.
Yes, Vijay. Agastya, proceed
Yes.
further.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you should unmute Shaurya.
Good afternoon, Principal Ma'am, teachers, esteemed guests, and all my dear friends. My name is Shorbharana, and today I'll be briefing on the Bohr model. It was represented by Niels Bohr in 1913 as a system of small, dense nucleus surrounded by orbiting electrons. They are the only moving part, how the planets evolve around the sun. But in this case, if we compare the massive bodies of an electron and a planet, well, that difference will be too much. Also, the attraction would be with electrostatic forces instead of sun's gravity. In the model shown, we can see color-coded parts of an atom. The yellow section in the center is the nucleus, in which the stationary bodies, neutron and proton reside. Since this is an atom of carbon, there are 6 neutrons which are blue and 6 protons which are pink. As the atomic mass of carbon is 12, the orange section is the area between the k orbital, and the nucleus, and the red section is the area between the l orbital and the k orbital. The first orbit has 2 electrons, and the 2 orbit has 4 according to the distribution. Niels Henrik David Bohr was a Danish physicist who made great contribution towards atomic science and received a Nobel Prize for it in 1922. The Bohr's model postulates that electrons orbit the nucleus at a fixed energy level. Orbits further from nucleus exist at higher energy level. When electrons return to a low energy level, they emit radiation in the form of light. I hope this helped the audience understand the atomic structure better, or at least rejuvenated your memory of what you have already learned in your school times. Thank you.
Sure, this topic was the most common and basic one. Yet, it is one of the most important topics that get to the crux of everything around us. Atoms exist everywhere, except in a vacuum. It's a must we should know this. As a conclusion, I, Devanshi Sharma, will differentiate between the three models. The main difference between the Bohr's model and Rutherford's model is that in the Rutherford's model, electrons can revolve in any orbit around the nucleus, whereas in Bohr's model, electrons can revolve in a definite shell. The Rutherford model does not explain that energy levels in an atom, whereas Bohr model explains the energy levels in an atom. The key difference between the Thomson and the Rutherford model of atom is that the Thomson model of atom does not contain any details about nucleus, whereas Rutherford model of atom explains the nucleus. According to Thomson model of atom, electrons are embedded in a solid material. Thomson is known as the plum pudding model, a positively charged blob with negative electrons stuck throughout, where all the mass of the atom is concentrated. Rutherford model, electrons are located around the nucleus, while according to the Rutherford's model of atom, the mass of an atom is concentrated in the nucleus of the atom. Remarkably, all explain the same thing, yet have so many differences.
Thank you. We have also prepared a short quiz with a feedback question at the end of it. We would highly appreciate if you participate in it.
Our virtues and our failure are inspirable, like force and matter. When they separate, man is no more.
I swear, you really cracked it.
And you guys have done a really good job too.
Two most abundant forms of power on Earth are solar and wind, and are getting cheaper and cheaper. So now, let us call the group which is trying their best to pass this test with the team name Test of the Best, with the team members Samriddhi, Amira, Rajlakshmi, Anushka, Uday, and Prachi.
Good afternoon to my dear friends. Today I, Samriddhi, with my team Test of the Best is going to present a smart city. Now let us now take a look at a model.
Yes, Rajlakshmi, unmute yourself.
Ma'am, can you please unmute Amira too?
Yes, I'll do it. Yes, Amira, go ahead.
Good afternoon, respected principal ma'am, judges, teachers, and my dear friends. I'm going to talk about solar panels. Sun is the largest source of energy. The Earth intercepts a lot of solar panel, 173,000 terawatts. That's 10,000 times more power than the planet's population uses. So why don't we bring it to a good use? Solar panels produce electricity in an eco-friendly manner, and solar energy is renewable. So let us see how solar panels work. Solar panels are made up of smaller units called solar cells. They are further made up of silicon. Solar cell crystalline silicon is sandwiched between two conductive layers. Each silicon atom is connected to other four bonds, which keeps the electrons in place. A solar silicon cell uses two different layers of silicon: an N-type silicon, which has extra electrons, and P-type silicon, which has extra spaces for electrons called holes. When the two types of silicon meet, electrons can wander across the p-n junction, leaving a positive charge on one side and creating a negative charge on the other. When the light strikes the silicon cell with enough energy, it can knock an electron from its bond, leaving a hole. The negatively charged electron and location of the positively charged hole are now free to move around. But because of the electric field of the p-n junction, they will only go one way. The electron is drawn to the N side while the hole is drawn to the P side. The mobile electrons are collected by thin metal fingers at the top of the cell. From there, they flow through an external circuit doing the electrical work like powering a light bulb, before returning through the conductive aluminum sheet on the back. Electrons are the only moving part in a solar cell. They all go back where they came from, so nothing gets worn out or used up. But we are not taking the advantage of solar energy. Instead, we mostly rely on sources like coal, natural gas, and oil, which are non renewable and will eventually run out. So, why don't we rely on solar panels for making electricity and really build a smart city? I will now withdraw my case and let my next team proceed. Thank you.
Today, I, Udaraj, will be talking about on the topic solar train. Solar train is an electric train that obtains the energy required for its movement from photovoltaic cells located on the roof or next to the railway lines. Solar panels have been fitted to the roof of each carriage to collect and generate solar powers to charge the train batteries. When it's sunny, the train can run 4 to 5 times a day only on solar power received by the panel. In a bad weather, renewable energy is charged with the help of local retail companies in order to operate the trains. Advantages of solar trains. Solar power is pollution free and causes no greenhouse gases to emitted after installation. Reduce dependence on region oil and fossil fuels. Renewable clean power that is available every day of the year, even cloudy days produce some power. Renewable clean power is the ability. Now I will withdraw my case and let my next teammate proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. I, Rajlakshmi Kumar, will be talking about hydroelectricity. Water stored in dams is made to fall from heights. The falling water flows through pipes inside the dam over turbine blades placed at the bottom of the dam. The moving blades then turn the generator to produce electricity, which is called hydroelectricity. It is produced by utilizing the gravitational force of falling water. To this end, the hydropower plant requires a dam. This dam is placed on a source of water, preferably a river. The dam is a massive wall that blocks the flow of the river, therefore, a lot of water collects behind the dam. Near the bottom of the dam, there is an intake from which the water is let into the dam. This intake leads to a drop through the penstock inside the dam. The device used to obtain energy from the falling water here is a turbine. It is connected by a shaft to the generator. When the water rotates the turbine, electrical energy is generated. The advantage of generating hydroelectricity is that the flowing water does not produce any environmental pollution and it is a renewable source of electric energy which will never get exhausted. I'll now withdraw my case and let my next teammate proceed.
Yes. Good afternoon to all. I will be presenting on windmills on the behalf of my teammate. A windmill is a structure that converts wind power into rotational energy by means of wheels called sails or blades. It is a type of working engine. Wind turbines operate on a simple principle. The wind turns 2 or 3 propeller-like blades around a rotor. The rotor is connected to the main shaft, which spins the generator to create electricity. A wind farm is a group of wind turbines in the same location used to produce electricity. It is usually located on the top of a mountain or in an otherwise windy location in order to take advantage of wind. The Guangzhou Wind Farm in China is the largest wind farm in the world with a large target capacity of 20,000 megawatt by the year 2020. Thank you. I will now withdraw my case and let my next team proceed.
Good afternoon. Today, I, Prachi, will be talking about electric cars. Electric cars functioning by plugging into a charge point and taking electricity from the grid. They store the electricity in rechargeable batteries that power an electric motor, which turns the wheels. Electric cars accelerate faster than vehicles with traditional fuel engines, so they feel lighter to drive. Advantages of an electric car. An electric car can be a great way for you as a consumer to save a lot of money on gas. However, there are so many different reasons why you should invest in an electric car in the modern day of technology. We all know that gas and petrol are reusable sources and also polluting. On the other side, electric cars are entirely charged by the electricity, which does not pollute the environment. So using electric cars is a better option than using cars fueled by gas or petrol. And electricity is cheaper than gas and petrol. So if we use electric cars, mean you don't need to buy any gas ever again. Driving fuel based cars can burn a hole in your pocket as prices of fuel have gone all time high. Thank you.
I would put my money on the sun and solar energy. What a source of power. I hope we don't have to wait until oil and coal run out before we tackle that.
I think you really did your best to pass this test. And I must say, you and your team have motivated all of us and made us aware of what we are really about to use.
Now let us welcome the last but not the least group, Electrics, with a tour with a modern world, with teammates Vedika, Nitya, Papiha, Arhan, and Vinita.
Good afternoon, Honorable Principal Ma'am, judges, and dear friends. I, Nita, and my team, the Electrics, in tune to the modern world, is glad to present our project based on a modern village. One struggling to get basic electricity like the most villages in India, Dharnai has now changed its fate and become the first village in India to completely run on solar power. Some like this, through our project, we have tried to enlighten the advantage of the solar energy provided by our inexhaustible source, sun. The radiant light and heat provided by the sun can be turned into electrical energy by the use of solar panels. Here, in our project, we have tried to power a light through the help of the electricity provided by the solar panel. Solar power is the last energy resource that isn't owned yet. Nobody taxes the sun yet. Moving forward, I would like to call Papiha for telling description about our project.
Good afternoon, respected judges, principal ma'am, teachers, and everyone else. I would like to tell the description of our project. As Nitya has given us a brief idea, I would give the details. So, in our project, we are trying to resolve the problem of people who live in far areas from the mainland, where electric connections might be hard to get. Now, to resolve that problem, we can use solar panels. The solar panels are a one-time investment, while the electricity that we use, we have to pay for it monthly. So it should be beneficial for the villagers. So the light energy is getting converted into electric energy, which is the photovoltaic effect, which will be explained by Vedika briefly. During the daytime, the solar panels stores the light, and at night, the stored energy is used. As solar panels are waterproof, in the case of monsoon season, there will be no problem. Not only does the solar panel powers the house, but also can be used for irrigation of the villagers' field. Basically, the solar panel can also power a motor, which is used to pump the water from the underground and then is brought up to a tank from where the water can be used for irrigation. And to think about it, the underground water will not be wasted as it's going back to the ground. So this is what we are trying to show by our model. Thank you. And now I would like Vedika to apprise us about the principle of our project.
Good morning, Principal Ma'am, jury members, teachers, and my dear friends. Needless of saying that the sun is the biggest source of renewable energy for the earth. The fact is that even though the earth receives only a part of energy generated by the sun, this part of solar energy is also tremendously huge. The earth receives solar energy in form of light and heat. But in today's but in today's world, the word power and energy are learned more towards energy. How does a solar panel work? Electrical energy can be harvested from solar power by means of either photovoltaics or concentrated solar power system. Photovoltaics. Photovoltaics directly convert solar energy into electricity. They work on principle of photovoltaics effect. When certain materials are exposed to light, they absorb protons and release free electrons. This phenomenon is also called photoelectric effect. photovoltaics effect is method of producing direct current electricity based on principle of photoelectric effect. Based on principle of photovoltaic effect, solar energy or photovoltaic cells are made. They convert sunlight into direct current, DC, electricity. But a single photovoltaic cell does not produce enough amount of electricity. Therefore, a number of photovoltaic cells are mounted on a supporting frame and are electrically connected to each other to form a photovoltaic module or solar panel. Commonly available solar panels ranges from several hundred watts up to few kilowatts. They are available in different sizes. Solar panels or modules are designed to supply electric power at a certain voltage, but the current they produce is directly dependent on the inclined light. As of now, it is clear that photovoltaic module produce DC electricity. My friend Vinita is going to demonstrate the project and I would like to screen share it.
Beta, your video is not audible. Change your computer setting, same as the system, and then share it. Increase the volume.
As my teammates have told you all about solar panels, we have made a working model in reference to our topic, so we can make it more understandable.
Make it more louder.
You know the numbers.
System volume. Check the system volume.
It is also highest.
Okay.
The advantage of solar energy, the biggest one of all is production of electricity. Through solar panels, we can create electricity in a great way, which is healthy for us in the long run. We've made a project where we have tried to portray a bulb lighting through solar energy. But just not the light bulb. That'd be too simple. We have also tried to show that we can use electricity generated by solar panels to make a pump valve, which will push the groundwater upwards, which will be then used for agricultural irrigation. These small steps towards development is what makes us closer to a smart village.
Now, I would like Arhan to apprise us about the application of our project.
Good afternoon, respected principal ma'am, jury members, teachers, and all my dear friends. I am Arhan and I will be enlightening the applications of solar panels. Solar panels, as said by Vedika, converts the inexhaustible source of energy, sunlight, to electricity, which we can use in our day-to-day life. Some uses of solar panels are solar electricity generation in houses by solar panels, which can be used in many ways, such as powering TVs, ACs, fans, etc. Solar water heating is heating water by sunlight using a solar thermal collector. Solar cooking by a solar cooker, which uses direct sunlight to heat or cook the food. These were some uses of solar panel. But here in our project, we have used it in the solar panel to light the house by a small LED. Going on to the irrigation. The irrigation, as we all know, is the agricultural process of applying controlled amounts of water to land to assist the production of crops. It also helps in maintaining landscape, revegetate disturbed soils in dry areas, and during periods of less than average rainfall. Irrigation systems are also used for cooling livestock, dust suppression, etc. But in our project, we have used it to water small plants. This was it for the applications of our project. Now I would like you all to fill our questionnaire given in the chat box by Papiya. Thank you.
You have the best combination of talent and skills that has added up to your presentation.
That was indeed excellent.
Now, we have come to an end of the presentation of the models by Grade 9 Pacific for Sciencify 2022. It was a pleasure watching and understanding your models, and we are grateful for that to our educators.
The studio is a laboratory, not a factory. An exhibition is a result of your experiment, but the process is never ending.
Now, I would like to hand over the podium to Aiden and Suryansh. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Swarnika and Samriddhi, and all the students who presented the experiments. With this, now we will be taking a short break for just 10 minutes. I request everyone to be back by 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Yes, now grade 10 and grade 11 and 12, be ready with your presentation. So we all will be meeting at 3:57. Most probably at 4, we'll start the presentation. Get ready. Thank you all. Good evening, all of you. I request all of you to come back. Good evening, Principal Ma'am. Good evening, judges. I request Gunjan Ma'am to invite our judges.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, Principal Ma'am. Good evening to all the respectable judges. Pleasure to have you with us. Dr. Surbhi is there with us. Mr. Ajay Singh Pathania is there with us. And Taruna ma'am is there with us.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am.
Very good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Principal ma'am. And good afternoon to all teachers and my dear students. Today I am very pleased to interact with the children, mostly connect with the children. Really, I am very happy to see them, but really I appreciate their efforts. I think network. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you're very much audible.
Okay, fine. Really, they are the future scientists and very good to see them. They are very progressive and talented children, and all the best for their future.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking out valuable time for us. Pleasure to have you with us, ma'am. Dr. Surbhi, are you there?
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, ma'am. Yeah. So it's really enlightening to see so many children doing great effort, putting their all the best of efforts, and coming forward with their innovations and their creations. I am mesmerized to see all their efforts, and I really wish them all the best. Judging them is so difficult, and I would say that talent can't be judged that way. So they are so intellectual, and everybody, only one or two places where I felt that something needs to be taken care of. Otherwise, they are so crisp and clear in their communication, in their directions, in their explanations, that it is very difficult to judge them. But still, that keeps them motivated, that keeps them encouraging, that competition is there, so they'll keep on working harder. So I really appreciate, and it's really a pleasure to be a part of this. Great. All the best to all of them.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Please give your valuable suggestions to our children so
Definitely.
that next time we come up to
I'm sure.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ajay sir?
It has been a very inspiring experience. So it took me back to my school days. In fact, all of them are so sharp and so well versed, and they are so bright with everything they have prepared. And what I liked was that they are so passionate about their work. So they have worked so diligently, and it's actually very refreshing, very inspiring, as I said before, to interact with these young minds, because they are the future of our society, our country, and the way they are shaping up. It is just, I must say, that is just a reflection of where our country is heading and where our society is heading. It has been a wonderful experience till now for all the projects and for all the presentations, and I'm sure that rest of the presentations will be equally sharp, crisp, and full of knowledge. It has been an honor to be here with these young minds.
Pleasure to have you, sir. Pleasure to have each one of you.
Thank you so much.
We look forward for your suggestion for our children.
Sure.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Over to Erin and Sriyansh.
Thank you, Gunjan ma'am. Erin and Sriyansh, Shweta, you can take forward.
Welcome back, everyone. As Sciencify commences, I request Siddharth and Divyanshi to take over the stage and anchor their presentations for grade 10. Over to Siddharth and Divyanshi. Thank you.
Smoothly हो गया सब कुछ.
Thank you, Erin. Science of today is the technology of tomorrow. Good afternoon, respected principal ma'am, honorable judges, teachers, and my dear schoolmates. I am Siddharth Jha.
Divyanshi, are you able to
Hello,
unmute
ma'am.
yourself? Yes, Vita. Go
Yes,
ahead.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. There was some interruption in between.
No problem.
Um,
Go ahead, Vita.
um, and I am Divyanshi Singh. Students of grade 10 Taurus feel very happy to host the Sciencify 2022 of our grade. Firstly, we would like to thank our principal ma'am, Miss Nidhi Sirohi, and our teachers for giving us this wonderful opportunity to address all of you on this stage.
Secondly, I am filled with great pride that our school is going on to host such events. However, organizing such events is not easy. It takes the effort of the entire school to host such programs flawlessly. Our administrations, students, and of course our teachers have been working relentlessly in order to ensure a smooth run of events. There are a total of 6 groups from class 10th, that is, from Aries and from Taurus.
Before starting, let us have some look this at the rules of this exhibition.
Making of PowerPoint presentations is discouraged.
Time of presentation will be 5 to 6 to 7 minutes, which should include principle, demonstration, description, and application of the experiment.
The teams have to advocate the ideas in detail.
Teams may include e-learning tools to create quiz or feedback forms for the future enhancement.
The decision of judges will be final. Well, Divyanshi, I think we should not keep the audience in suspense anymore.
Yes, Siddharth. Presenting the first group from Aries, the experimentals, and their members are Harashish Arora, Ishan Jha, Rachita Joshi, and Shriya Kakkar. And their motto is the experiment never stops. Neither do the experimentals. Over to you, experimentals.
Thank you, Divyanshi and Siddharth. Oh God, did my laptop just turn into gold? Just kidding. I am not Midas, but humanity is. It has found a way to create nothing short of magic. This magic has ruined our world, and we, the experimentals, are here to fix it. Good evening, Honorable Principal Ma'am, esteemed judges, and respected teachers. I, Rachita Joshi, along with Harashish Arora, Ishan Jha, and Shriya Kakkad, are here to help protect this planet and the rich diversity of life it supports.
When the gods granted King Midas one wish, he wished that everything he touched would turn to gold. Midas was delighted. Trees, rocks, buildings, all gold. But soon he found in horror that his food turned into gold as well. When he hugged his daughter to soothe his pain, he realized his mistake too late. The richest man in existence was starving, heartbroken, and alone because of the misuse of his power.
Humanity got a similar gift when they learned to turn a smelly brown liquid called petroleum into energy to power their spacious homes and fancy cars. But using that gift, we have turned our Mother Earth into a toxic wasteland.
We are the brainiacs called the experimentals for having weird and out-of-the-box ideas. The ones who make the future a better place than it is today. Moving on, before we seem too self-absorbed in our experimental name, we would like to brief you about the problems our project helps solve.
Instead of us just telling you about the sunshines and the rainbows of our world, I would like to tell you about some major issues. Environmental degradation has been a global problem for a long time. An estimated 8 million tons of plastic enters the oceans every year, killing over 1 million seabirds and 1 lakh marine animals. Single-use plastic accounts for 50% of plastic produced every year, and by 2050, it is estimated that there will be more plastic in the oceans than fish. Making plastic causes another problem of carbon dioxide emissions. Based on research, the global average atmospheric carbon dioxide in 2020 was 412.5 particles per million, where it should have been between 280 to 350 particles per million. Since the year 2000, the global atmospheric carbon dioxide has grown by 43.5 particles per million, an annual increase of 12%. This is devastating to hear about. Now, we would like to tell you about our new innovation that can solve these problems to a certain extent.
Expecto Patronum! Just kidding. We are no magicians for making electricity appear out of thin air. It is a little subject we call science. We did not want this to be a mere science competition, but wanted to do something that will help our environment.
Herb, I know what we're gonna do today.
So, after a lot of brainstorming, we came up with our project Aurora Ventus. Artificial trees with blades instead of leaves, acting as small turbines which can gain momentum from the slowest of wind speeds while simultaneously creating electricity. They do not create dirty electricity like fossil fuels do, mind you, and they are simple and economical to produce. There is an added bonus, we recycle plastic for this.
Wind is everywhere. I mean, just look around you. But putting wind turbines in a city is pretty unfeasible. So what our invention does, it just sort of scales it down to a sort of mini-sized invention, you can say, or propeller, and uses the concept of trees. According to the laws of thermodynamics, energy can neither be created nor destroyed. Our invention uses this concept to generate electricity. It transfers power from wind to the generator, and numbers of these small generators connected in parallel can charge a rechargeable battery underground. We believe that this will be pretty useful and, if used properly, can go a small way in contributing to India's goal of a carbon zero nation by 2070.
The idea, if implemented, will ease the switch to electric cars. Set up charging stations, charge the car, and you are done. Also, by building enough of such artificial trees, we can light the freeways without using fossil fuels that are not only economically unreasonable but also harmful to the environment. Moreover, these trees don't have to stay confined to roads. In fact, you can put them anywhere, connect to a power outlet, and voila, we will use cheap electricity without harming the environment. Since we are the experimentals, we love to add our own spices and ingredients that make the dish worth it. So here is our innovation. The frame of the wind trees is made from plastic collected from landfills, resulting in a reduction of about 70% carbon emissions. These artificial trees, alternatively clubbed with natural ones, control pollution. To add another feather to its hat, this idea can be modified by adding solar panels to provide solar energy. Also, we can connect the battery to the city's power grid, which will act as a power source for the same.
And now we will present you the live demonstration of our project.
The world has finally run out of fossil fuel. It's dark. It's black. Is this a dystopian world? Definitely not. Our wind trees are powering the world now. Plastic pollution has greatly reduced. CO2 emissions have gone down. This is the world of our future, all right. As you can see in our model, here are the wind trees. For the sake of simplicity, we've only kept one coreless motor per tree, and the blades on it depict a pair of leaves on the tree. And we've made them larger as well, but in reality, these will be shaped like actual trees. and made out of recycled plastic. The wind turns these propellers and generates electricity. As you can see, these are powering the lights on our landscape. And we've even kept a small tunnel and it's powering the light inside that tunnel as well.
With this, we come to an end of our presentation. We hope our presentation has inspired others and will help the society at large. Thank you.
Divyanshi, you are not audible. Divyanshi, you are not audible at all.
Ma'am, am I audible
Ah,
now?
yeah, now you are audible. Now you are audible.
Yes, ma'am. Now, shall I continue, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Well, I must say, experimental, you have chosen a very crucial topic and you have explained it marvelously.
I totally agree with you, Divyanshi.
Let's proceed with the first group from Taurus also, presenting the thunderous environmentalists. And their members are Anshika Soni, Arush Aryan, Siddharth Jha, Tisya Thakur, Yash Tiwari, and Yashasvi Sinha. Their motto is One Notion, Clean Oceans.
It's the 31st century. The entire world is a huge landfill. Plastic covers every inch of the Earth's surface, be it land or ocean. Trees are so unfamiliar to humans that they've been omitted from dictionaries. Whoa, let's slow down. That appears to be a nightmare. And that is quite likely to become a reality if we continue on our current path.
Good afternoon, respected principal ma'am, esteemed judges and teachers. Today, Anshika Soni, Arush Aryan, Tisya Thakur, Yash Tiwari, Yashasvi Sinha and I, or the thunderous environmentalists, will demonstrate the working of the Great Bubble Barrier. This topic was chosen after several hundred meetings. No joke, we left no stone unturned to find an out-of-the-box idea. That is when we came across the Great Bubble Barrier.
Bubbles. We've all played with them as kids. Almost all of us have made them using dishwashing liquid or soap and water. But who would have thought they'd become a part of a smart solution for reducing plastic pollution in rivers? That sounds insane, right? But the bubble barrier is a great fusion of present-day technology and futuristic thinking. The Great Bubble Barrier is a simple yet genius way of cleaning the water bodies in our country and making them plastic-free. And today, we bring to you our version of this barrier, the mini bubble barrier.
Tisya, we cannot hear the sound, beta. Check the sound, same as the system. Great.
Three friends, Saskia Studer, Frances Soot, and Anne Marika Evelyns, were just having dinner when their conversation about plastic pollution made Anne look at the bubbles in her drink a little differently. And that was Anne's eureka moment, which led to the invention of the Great Bubble Barrier. Polluted water bodies, dying animals, sick corals. Plastic is a bane in a boon's disguise. And every year, 8 million tons of this plastic escapes into our oceans, impacting the Earth's ecosystem, human health, and marine life. Plastics break down to form microplastics, ingested by aquatic animals and further by human beings. It is our responsibility as global citizens to deal with this issue. The European Union too has been pondering the matter, urging policymakers, industry, and consumers to shift to a circular plastics economy. Maelstrom, an EU-funded project, brings together 14 partners from 8 different countries and is a fusion of science, technology, stakeholder engagement, and citizen awareness. Saskia, Francis, and Anne, along with Philippe Erhorn, have founded The Barrier, a simple yet revolutionary project to eliminate plastic contamination from our water bodies.
This Dutch invention uses bubbles to trap plastic trash in the rivers. And the bubbles form a wall in the water that brings trash to the surface and diverts it to the side, where a small container traps it. In tests, the Great Bubble Barrier caught 86% of trash out of the rivers.
Now I'll be explaining to you our mini bubble barrier. So the mini bubble barrier has two components. One is the barrier consisting of the air compressor and the perforated tube. And the second is the conveyor belt. The conveyor belt here is simulating the plastic that is thrown into our rivers and canals. Now I'll explain to you how it works. So this is our air compressor. It consists of a 12-volt DC motor, as you can see over here, and a syringe. When the motor starts working, the plunger is rapidly moving inside the syringe, and the compressed air moves in the perforated tube. As you can see over here, the tube has holes, and it moves through the tube, creating a barrier, a bubble barrier in the rivers. So this barrier stops the plastic. There are some stray plastic pieces over here. It stops the plastic and it causes it to move towards a catchment area. Now in our project we could not make an exact catchment area, but we have tried to simulate that by showing you the location to which the plastic will be moving. Now I'll show you the working. As you can see, the motor is working, the plunger is moving, and this bubble barrier is created and the plastic is moving towards a certain position. So this is the second component of our bubble barrier, which is the conveyor belt. The conveyor belt, as I said earlier, is simulating the plastic that is being thrown, the trash that is being thrown into the rivers, and I'll show you how it works as well. As you can see, it is throwing the plastic trash in the river. So that was our model, our working model of the mini bubble barrier. Thank you.
Wow, I must say that project was really thunderous one. It actually deserves a round of applause.
Divyanshi.
Sorry?
Divyanshi, just give us a moment.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, Vita, go ahead.
Please unmute Anshika.
Yes. Please note that in a bubble barrier, the water in the water tank is still and not flowing, unlike in the rivers. Now, I would like to tell some uses of the Great Bubble Barrier. The Great Bubble Barrier aims to stop plastic pollution in rivers and canals before it reaches our ocean. We aim to achieve this through 4 pillars. Clean up plastic pollution in rivers and canals with our bubble barriers to prevent it from flowing towards the ocean. Investigate and monitor plastic pollution in rivers to collect data about the plastic debris and the source. Increase public awareness about plastic pollution in order to prevent plastic waste and litter. Build towards a circular plastic chain to create a shift from a linear to a circular economy, in which plastic never becomes a waste.
Remember that scenario we were talking about? The one that was too terrifying to imagine? After looking at our project, I think we can avoid this scenario. Of course, each one of us has to do our bit, contributing towards a brighter and a cleaner future.
An investment in knowledge pays the best interest. Indeed, and this one was worthwhile investment. We thank our teachers and our esteemed principal ma'am for giving us the opportunity to become a part of this exhibition and make our bubble barrier. It was quite a roller coaster ride, thrilling but tiring. And yet we enjoyed every second. We learned quite a lot, and I hope you learned something new from our presentation too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, I must say that project was really thunderous one. It actually deserves a round of applause for the idea they have brought.
Now we proceed with the second group from Aries. They are the Boson Science Group, and their team members are Kanika Joshi, Ananya Verma, Chahat Rathi, Samir Pawa, and Ishani Kumar. Their motto is embrace science and resist ignorance.
Ma'am, can you please unmute Ishani?
Yes, Betty.
Thank you, Mom. So, as you heard, our motto is resist science and resist ignorance. So, science is in everything, not just complex devices, but the smallest and simplest inventions as well. Have you ever been very excited to eat your favorite food that you start gobbling it up as soon as you see it? And, well, choke. Very warm greetings to everyone present here. Our group, the Boson Science Club, consists of I, Ishani, Ananya Verma, Chahat Rathi, Kanika Joshi, and Samir Pawa. We are here to present to you a DIY anti-choke device and how to use it. I'd like Samir to share his screen now.
Is my screen visible now?
Yes.
Okay.
Better check the sound system. Check the sound system, Samir. Audio is not visible or audible.
1 second, miss.
Change the setting of your Zoom.
Done.
This is a simple device which works on suction pressure created by the syringe. Suction applies negative pressure, which is any pressure less than atmospheric pressure, to allow for the movement of fluids or substances. The half-cut bottle is placed on the mouth as a mask, and the syringe on the other side creates a vacuum on its handle being pulled. If the person becomes unable to cough, talk or breathe and starts turning blue, then backslaps and the Heimlich maneuver are in order. The Heimlich maneuver is a fancy name for abdominal thrusts. These thrusts lift the diaphragm and expel air from the lungs, causing the foreign object to be expelled. The idea is simple, but this is a special consideration for those who are infants, unconscious, pregnant, infirm, or disabled.
We are presenting an anti-choke device. We have made this device with the help of three things that are a plastic bottle, a syringe and a pin. First we have cut the bottle into two pieces. Then we took the upper part of the bottle. We make a small hole with the help of a pin. Then we have put a 60 ml syringe in the hole. Syringe over here is used for creating gravity. Then our anti-choke device is ready.
The science behind such a life-saving device is rather simple. The life hack works on the Boyle's law. Consider a syringe like the one that was shown in our model. Now, if you pull the syringe, the pressure is going to be low in the syringe because the volume has increased. The volume of the syringe has increased. Hence, we can say that pressure and volume have an inversely proportional relationship. This is how the life hack works. Now this was our first prototype. This was the first prototype, as you can see. Now when the life vac is placed on the mouth and vacuum, and there is a source of creating vacuum at the back, then the volume is going to be increased here, so the pressure will decrease, and a type of partial vacuum is going to be created here. And to occupy that vacuum, the food that was stuck in the throat is going to come up. That is how the this device can help a person get unchoked. The best example of this is the straw. So consider the straw and our mouth as the life vac, and the liquid or the water as the food that is choked. Now, when we are applying vacuum, when we are pulling air out of the straw, vacuum is being created. That is why the drink comes up. So, this is how the life hack works.
The application of the anti-choke device is mainly in the hospitals when the first aid protocols does not work. It is supposed to suck up the substance which is causing the person to choke. It is one of the safest ways to stop a person from choking. It is most commonly used for infants. As a result, a lot of lives have been saved. Not just hospitals, but we can keep it at home because who knows when what happens, right? So it has a very high success rate. That's all for today. Thank you and have a wonderful day ahead.
Wow.
Ocean Science Group. That was a fantastic presentation and a very nice DIY model. Now comes the second group from Taurus, the Igniters. And the members are Arya Thapar, Avni Arora, Divyanshi Singh, Iya Joshi, Linesha Rai, and Sayyid Ali. Their motto is Science Magic That Works.
Thank you, Siddharth. I would request the audience to please share your reactions on Zoom. That will motivate all the participants. Please show a lot of energy. They have put a lot of their energy. Please motivate them. Thank you.
I'm so tired today by doing science experiments all day in the lab. Chemistry is so boring.
Who said, Avni, who said chemistry is boring? In fact, chemistry is so fun. You can do so many fun experiments, like create a lava lamp.
What's lava lamp?
Well, that's a good question. Let's understand this in detail. We, the Igniter team, will help you understand this beautiful experiment. Good afternoon, respected Principal Ma'am, esteemed judges, teachers, and all my dear friends. Did you know that oil and vinegar are not of same density? That is why oil and vinegar don't mix. However, they add up something even more special and fun. Yes, it's a lava lamp. Now, I would like Arya to take over.
Thank you, Vivanshi. To make the lava lamp, all you need is some baking soda, vinegar, vegetable oil, and food coloring of your choice. Add 2 to 3 tablespoons of baking soda into the jar, then fill the glass with vegetable oil. Take another glass and add 1/5 vinegar to it. Now add the food coloring in the glass with the help of a dropper. Lastly, pour this mixture into the jar And to create a better effect, place the jar on top of a flashlight and watch the magic happen.
Ma'am, can you please unmute Lenisha?
Now I would request Linisha to take over.
Thank you, Arya. You all must be wondering that how did this reaction take place? How did this experiment work? So let's try to understand the experiment now. In this experiment, density of the substances used play an important role. But the question is, what is density of a substance? The density of a substance is its mass per unit volume, or in simpler words, D equals to M divided by V, where D is the density of the substance, M is its mass, and V stands for volume. We can see in the experiment that oil and water do not mix, and that is because of density. Since baking soda and vinegar are denser than oil, they sink in the bottom, whereas oil stays on the top. There is another science behind it. Let me explain. As you all saw in the experiment, we have used baking soda, also known as sodium bicarbonate, a chemical compound which is a base, and vinegar here is an acid. When an acid and a base are combined, a chemical reaction occurs. During a chemical reaction, chemical bonds in a substance are either destroyed or created. When sodium bicarbonate and vinegar are mixed, they react and produce a gas we breathe out, carbon dioxide, which you see bubble up as soon as the vinegar droplets come into contact with the baking soda. These bubbles attach themselves to the colored vinegar and cause them to float on the surface. When these bubbles pop, the color sinks back to the bottom of the bottle. Lastly, if the reaction starts to stop, you can simply add some more baking soda, which will kickstart the reaction all over again. Now Hia will tell us some gripping facts about the lava lamp.
Thank you, Lenisha. Now you've understood the scientific aspect of lava lamp experiment. Let us now look at few facts which should be considered. A lava lamp is an ornamental accessory that consists of two liquids of different density that is illuminated to create a glow and an ambience in a room. Lava lamp are also known as liquid motion lamp, bubble lamp, astro lamp, and lava light lamp. The main elements of lava lamp are typically a wax solution or an oil solution suspended in vinegar in a glass container, and then by adding baking soda to it, it gets activated. The appearance of lava lamp comes from the colorful blobs or the wax solution in the lava lamp, rising and falling. The lava lamp also comes in wide varieties of color and stereotypically have a futuristic shape. Lava lamps function by the wax mixture expands as it's heat up, resulting it to have a reduced density that causes rinsing. And when the mixture rises, it moves from colder zone, causing the blobs or the bubbles to contract and sink. Lastly, care should be taken while handling or transporting lava lamps when they are warm, as the liquid in the lamp can combine together if disturbed, causing it to become cloudy. Now I would like Syed to pursue our experiment.
Lava lamp is a decorative lamp invented in 1963 by British entrepreneur Edward Craven Walker. The lamps are designed in a variety of styles and colors. As light fixtures go, the lamps are peculiar in that they don't cast much light. They appeal to people at ease in darkness. Rather than illumination, the purpose of lava lamps is to create mood, says Stephen Horner, who teaches lighting design at Pratt Institute in Brooklyn, New York. The lava lamp was originally called an astro globe, then became known as lava light after the company who bought the US manufacturing rights before being known by the name it is known by now. Now, Arya, may I request you to conclude the exhibition?
Thank you, Sayed. To sum up, we observe that a lava lamp is an example of a convection current. Convection currents cause gases and liquids to rise and fall because of changes in their density. And we see that in the lava lamp experiment, the density of oil is much lower than that of vinegar. And the heat caused by the lamp causes the denser liquid to float on top and creates the lava lamp effect. As soon as we add baking soda, small bubbles appear. These bubbles are less dense than oil, hence it makes them float to the top where they burst and sink back down. The bubbles disappear as soon as the reaction stops. We can keep the lava lamp actively working by adding more baking soda from time to time.
So, Agni, do you still think that chemistry is boring?
Absolutely not. I think this wonderful experiment has changed my opinion about chemistry.
That's great. I am glad to know that you liked it. And the Igniter team hopes that everyone had a good time. And with this, we have come to our end of our experiment. And we sincerely appreciate your attention. Thank you. And one more thing, don't forget the quiz. I request here to put quiz in the chat box and you're requested to fill that. Thank you very much. Now I would like Siddharth to take over. Hello, are you able to hear me, Siddharth?
Siddharth, we
Yes.
can't hear you, beta, Siddharth.
Ma'am, actually, I was muted.
Yeah, okay, fine. No problems, no problems, beta.
Wow. Igniters, the model definitely defines how fun chemistry is.
Beta, again, you are muted, Siddharth.
Now we come to the last group from Aries,
Okay.
the Trailblazers. And the team members are Anya Khanna, Aryan Bhawan, Altamash Khan, Arshpreet Singh, Daksh Soni, and Pranatarya. Their
And
motto
then
is innovation is the key to everything the future can be.
Thank you, Siddharth. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Innovation is the key to everything the future can be. Good afternoon, respected principal ma'am, honorable judges, teachers, and fellow audience. We are the Trailblazers, and today we are here to present our model in front of you, an earthquake detector.
E-alarms or earthquake alarm systems can provide warning of ground shaking during an earthquake. The objective is to rapidly detect the initiation of an earthquake, estimate the level of ground shaking to be expected, and issue a warning before significant ground shaking occurs.
The basic principle of work and warning earthquake detector with a vibration sensor. This is when an earthquake occurs or when the dynamo is started. The resulting vibrations cause movement of the pendulum.
Ma'am, can you unmute Anya?
This pendulum movement is what will trigger the sound of the bell. When the pendulum movement causes the pendulum in contact with a wire copper ring, then the electricity will flow toward the bell.
When electricity flows into the bell, it will arise in the membrane vibration in the bell. A vibrating membrane will produce resonance, which will then lead to a wave. The wave is what produces the sound on the buzzer.
In this model, we have used a battery, sensor, two transmitters, three capacitors,
and resistors. There is a voltage regulator which maintains a fixed output voltage. It is needed to keep voltage within the prescribed range that can be tolerated by the electrical equipment using that voltage.
A capacitor is a device that stores electrical energy in an electric field. Capacitors also have functions to keep the voltage at a certain level.
Seismometer is an instrument used to detect and record seismic waves. Seismic waves are propagating vibration that carry energy from the source of an earthquake outward in all directions.
The circuit simulates a seismic sensor to detect vibration. It is really sensitive and may detect vibration due to the motion of animal or human beings.
So it could be utilized to monitor protected locations to restrict entry of undesirable individuals or animals. The circuit applies the readily available electronic parts, and the circuit design is quite simple. Ma'am, can you unmute Altamash?
Ma'am, can you unmute Altamash?
A common piezo sensor is applied to detect vibrations because of pressure variations. The piezo element acts as a small capacitor which has a capacitance of just a few nanofarads.
Ma'am, can you please unmute Ashvi?
Now, let us look at the working model.
Daksh, can you please show the model?
As you can see, a small-scale earthquake alarm. Let me show you how it works. When the ball comes in contact with the ring, the sensor gets the signal and make a sound, which therefore alerts the citizens around. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Wow, trailblazers. I must say that this model was extraordinary.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, Pete, go ahead.
Now we come to the last group of our science exhibition of class 10, presenting you the bioanalytical scientists. And these scientists are Ayush Singh, Daksh Seth, Manvi Bisla, and Sahil Khan. Their motto is, "We light up ideas."
Good morning, Honorable Principal Ma'am, respected judges, valuable teachers, and my dear friends. We, the bioanalytical scientists, are here to present our model in front of you, a windmill and electric circuit.
Ma'am, actually, I cannot screen share. I have to screen share.
Daksh, you are joined from two devices. Which device you want to make me the co-host?
Ma'am, this one. This one only.
The same which you are now. Go ahead, Pete.
Thank you, ma'am. How did we make the windmill? We made this windmill using battery, connecting wires, switch, DC motor, propeller, cardboard box, and cardboard strips. First, we took a cardboard box and placed a battery inside. Then we connected two wires from the battery to the switch and the motor, which is placed at the top. Then we connected one wire to the switch and the motor and placed the motor on a cardboard pillar and connected a propeller.
What is a windmill?
A windmill is a structure that converts windmill power into rotational energy by means of vanes called sail or blades, especially to mill grain, but the term is also extended to wind pumps, wind turbines, and other applications. The term wind engine is sometimes used to describe such devices. What is electric circuit? Electric circuit part of transmitting electric current. An electric circuit include a device that give energy to the charged particles constituting the current, such as a battery or a generator devices that use current such as lamp, electric motors or computers and the connecting wires or transmission lines.
There are mainly five types of electric circuits: closed circuit, open circuit, short circuit, series circuit, and parallel circuit.
How an electric circuit works. An introduction simple electrical circuit. The battery pushes the electricity along the wires from the positive terminal through the bulb and back to the negative terminal. This creates a circuit. To turn out the light, the circuit needs to be broken by adding a switch.
We made the project with the use of battery, black tape connector, switch, connecting wire, LED bulb. First took a battery and put the connector in it and connect it with the black wire to one side of the switch. Connect the connecting wire to the other side of the switch. Then connect the battery from the LED bulb and the other wire coming out connected from the switch. Your project will be ready.
What are the principles of electric circuit? The basic principle in two circuits of equal voltage, the current will be proportionately greater in the circuit of lower resistance. In circuits of equal resistance, the current flowing will be directly proportional to the voltage applied. Current is directly proportional to voltage, inversely proportional to resistance.
At the end of the presentation, we have made our topic. Thank you.
Wow, bioanalytical scientist. That was a very nice model presented by you.
We have studied about these models, but after this, we surely understood this in a practical way. Don't you think that, Devyanshi?
I totally agree with you, Siddharth. This exhibition has given us the opportunity to understand and learn new facts about these models.
These models made by the students of class 10th definitely shows how creative and how deep their imagination is. We hope that you would have got to learn something new and something which we don't find in our books.
Now, I would like to call Erin and Suryansh to proceed with the rest of the exhibition. Thank you very much for your attention today. Thank you.
Thank you, Devyanshi and Siddharth. I must say, what a great variety of brilliant experiments. Over to Suryansh.
Thank you, Aaron. Now, as we move on to our last set of experiments for today, I now invite Rohan and Komal, who will be anchoring the presentations for grade 11 and 12. Rohan and Komal, you can take over.
Thank you, Suryansh. A very good afternoon, everyone present here, respected principal ma'am, teachers, and my dear friends. And of course, I won't miss out the opportunity to welcome and thank our honorable guests who graced us with their presence and made this event so very special.
Today, as we have gathered here for the science exhibition, an event that not only appreciates the ideas of these creative heads, but also motivates their real-life application. I, Rohan, from grade 11 science stream,
and I, Komal, from grade 12 science stream,
feel an immense pleasure to address you all for the same. So as we proceed, I hope to see all the spirits high because now we have the 11th and the 12th graders with their projects on the floor. So without any further delay, Komal, shall we begin?
Yes, Rohan, of course. I am so excited to see the concepts I saw in book being presented by these creative youngsters here. So Rohan, before we begin, I was wondering that how do the doors in the supermarket open up when somebody is near it?
Well, Komal, that's an interesting question. Well, it's the sensors that make it possible. A similar project had been made by me and my team, the Curious Quacks, from grade 11. It's a radar detector because no one does it well like a radar detector.
So here we have the Curious Quacks.
Thank you, Rohan and Komal, for the kind introduction. Fade is like radar. It sees through the fog and the reality of the thing at distance that human eyes cannot see. Now, we will like to present you a video that familiarizes you to our project.
Vijeta ma'am, if you could please make Divyansh and me the host. We have to share our screens.
Okay, beta, just give me a minute.
So thank you, ma'am.
From the camera, you would be liking to be a co-host? Which device, Rohan?
And the other one, the PC one.
Also me.
Yes, Divyansh. Go ahead.
It used to be that you could only warn one person about a tornado after it had already blown down someone else's barn.
Now, on average, we're able to issue a tornado warning 15 minutes before the tornado's even there, and that wouldn't be happening without Doppler radar.
The term radar is an acronym that stands for Radio Detection and Ranging. That tells us we're using radio waves to detect objects in the world around us, and range or determine how far away they are. Now, we can't see radio waves, so to demonstrate this concept, let's use something we can see, tennis balls. Imagine that I'm a radar, and this tennis ball is a pulse of electromagnetic energy. It's a radio signal. As a radar, I'll detect objects, which we'll refer to as targets, by using an antenna to transmit this signal in a specific direction. There's a target over there that's reflective to those radio waves. It'll bounce some of that energy back towards me, and I'll receive an echo in response. I don't seem to be getting anything back from that direction, so that must mean there's not anything to detect that way within range.
Perhaps it's about time for you to understand it by seeing a radar. Thanks, Patrick.
So this is my and my team's project, and it's basically an Arduino Uno radar detector. So this is the Arduino Uno board, which converts the input, that are the codes as you can see in the image, into the output. This right here is the ultrasonic sensor. So what it does is basically, with the help of microwaves, it can detect if any object is near it, the range of it, and also the speed of it. This right here is the servo motor, and this can be rotated into a particular angle. So let me give you a quick demo of my project. So the green lines on my screen represent that there is no object near the radar. And as soon as I'll bring this object near the radar, it will show red lines, which means that it is able to detect that there is an object near it. I would like to show the ending part. Actually, it was not recorded, so here.
Rohan, does it have sound? We cannot hear.
No, ma'am, there was no sound. There was just a video.
Okay, fine.
So this was our project, and hang on to know more about it.
A radar, as Patrick told us, that a radar stands for radio detection and ranging. It generates, transmits, reflects, and detects radio wave. A radar is good for isolated targets against a relatively featureless background. The Arduino Uno is a microcontroller board based on the Atmega 328. This Arduino radar project aims to achieve a radar system prototype based on the Arduino board that detects stationary and moving objects. The radar system has different performance specifications. It is also available in a variety of sizes. It contains everything needed to support the microcontroller. Simply connect it to your computer or with a USB cable, or you can even power it with an AC to DC adapter or battery. The Arduino microcontroller makes electronics more disciplined. The components needed to make an Arduino Uno radar are soldering iron, 90 servo motor, Arduino Uno microcontroller, and a wire.
So what is SG90 servo motor? A servo motor is a rotatory actuator that allows for precise control of angular position, velocity, and acceleration. It consists of suitable motor coupled to a sensor for a position feedback. Servo motor are used in applications such as robotics and CNC machines. It weighs 9 gram. Its dimension is 22.2 into 11.8 into 31 millimeter approximately. Its operating speed and voltage is 0.1 second, 60 degree, and 4.8 velocity respectively. Its temperature range is 0 degrees Celsius to 55 degrees Celsius.
Ultrasonic sensor HCSR04. Ultrasonic ranging module HCSR04 provides 2 cm to 400 cm non-contact measurement function. The ranging accuracy can reach to 3 millimeters. The modules include ultrasonic transmitters, receiver, and control circuit. The basic principle of work of this ultrasonic sensor includes IO trigger 10 US high-level signal. The module automatically sends 840 kilohertz and detects whether there is a pulse signal. If there is one, through high-level time of high input IO duration, the ultrasonic sensor is returned. The test distance is measured by high-level time into velocity of sound.
Programming Arduino Uno and processing tool for radar screen visual. Arduino Uno microcontroller board was connected with PC or laptop via standard USB cable. The program codes were written in C compiler-based Arduino IDE. Sensor and motors input and output are assigned into the program. Serial output data of Arduino contains present status of rotation angle and measure distance by 2 sensors in centimeter. These 2 serial output parameters were transferred to the processing environment software. With the help of JavaScript or Python, coding a visual interface was developed and using these serial OP parameters from Arduino. Real-time visualization of the dual radar was developed. Well, had it been made on a large scale, it also has some major applications, such as it can be used in military, remote sensing, air traffic control, highway security, navigation, ship security, and of course, space in satellites.
The advantages of radar. Radar provides superior penetration capability through any type of weather condition and can be used in the day or night time. Radar uses radio wave that does not require a medium, so it can be used in space and air. Radar can be long range and the wave propagates at the speed of light rather than sound, like with sonar. It's very flexible and can be used in a number of ways. Number 1, stationary mode. Number 2, moving mode. The beam can spread to many targets and can often select the fastest target or the best reflection. It's still very reliable and very advanced.
Are you done, everyone?
There is some issue in Anjali's net. Anjali, are you able to unmute yourself? Wait.
Now are you?
Yes, ma'am. So in conclusion, radar is used to find velocity, range, and position of the object. Advantage of radar is that it provides superior penetration capability through any type of weather condition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Wonderfully done, grade 11. Thank you for polishing our knowledge on radars.
Now, moving on, it's time to welcome the creators from top of the pyramid, the 12th graders, who are coming to show you the big picture of their ideas. Komal, have you heard about a generator?
Well, yes, I do. I do remember one from the school times whenever there used to be a power cut and everybody used to shout like, please turn on the generator, yaar.
Well, Komal, you're almost there. But aren't you curious to know more about it? So now let's welcome the dynamos to tell us about the generator they have made themselves, because they know
Rohan,
it's a science
is there a
thing.
problem?
No, ma'am, he's audible. Vijeta,
Sorry,
ma'am. Vijeta, ma'am, he's audible. Rohan, can you repeat what you just said?
Yeah,
After
sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Please. Okay, thank you.
So now let's welcome the dynamos to tell us about the generator they have made themselves, because they know it's a science thing. So here we welcome the dynamos.
Good evening, respected principal ma'am, honorable judges, parents, teachers, and dear students. I, Yivam Kumar. Ma'am, can you please unmute Doreen and everyone else in my team?
And I, Doreen Gulati.
Ma'am, Vansh and Janendra are also left. They cannot unmute themselves.
Hi, Jinendra Jain.
Vansh Sharma.
And I, Aviral Shrey.
Welcome all of you in today's presentation of our project. Today, our project is about a homemade DC generator that can easily be made at home. So without wasting any time, I and Janendra will begin with the presentation.
A DC generator, or a direct current generator, is a machine which is used to convert mechanical energy into direct current electricity. It works on the principle of electromotive force. The model we have made is a small-scale model made with common parts available at home and hardware shops. I would like all of you to please see you on screen now. Materials required to make this homemade DIY generator include a makeshift pulley, wooden boards, some nuts and bolts, a DC motor, zip ties, big rubber band, foam, LEDs, straws, connecting wires, and a rubber washer. One may also require a paper cutter, transparent tape, and a screwdriver. When the DC motor is connected to the pulley and the pulley is rotated, the arm inside the motor spins between the magnetic poles, which therefore produces current in the armature. When the LED is connected to the contact points of the motor, the current will start flowing through the wires connected to the LED, and light will be emitted, as you can see on UVM screen. This is a very small scale generator model which is operated manually and hence is not as efficient as a normal DC generator, which are very, very reliable and if made properly can achieve up to 95% efficiency. A point to be noted is that no DC motor can achieve a perfect 100% efficiency due to reasons such as eddy current losses or hysteresis. Now, I would like to hand over the mic to Aviral to shed some light on the working theory of the motor. I request everyone to please listen to it carefully. Thank you, Janendra. A generator is a device that converts mechanical energy into electrical power for use in an external circuit. Sources of mechanical energy include steam turbines, gas turbines, water turbines, internal combustion engines, wind turbines, and even hand cranks. The first electromagnetic generator, the Faraday disk, was invented in 1831 by Michael Faraday. Electromagnetic generators fall into one of two broad categories, dynamos and alternators.
Dynamos generate pulsing direct current through the use of a commutator. Alternators generate alternating current. Mechanically, a generator consists of a rotating part and a stationary part. Rotor being the rotating part and stator being the stationary part in the electric machine which surrounds the rotor. Permanent magnets are the magnetic field producing component of a generator. The armature is a square shaped coil which rotates between these permanent magnets and generate electricity through it. Now, I would like to call Doreen to tell you about a brief history of generator. Thank you.
Thank you, Aviral. So, electrostatic generators were first invented and operated on electrostatic principles by using moving electrically charged belts, plates, and discs. The generators generated very high voltage but low current. Because of their inefficiency, they were never used for generation of current or electricity in significant quantities for commercial utilization. Faraday disk generator was a disk generator made by Michael Faraday in 1831 and was based on Faraday's law. A horseshoe-shaped magnet created a magnetic field through a disk which, when rotated, would create electricity in the spring, which then in turn would transfer it to an external circuit using an axle. Now, I would like to call upon Vansh to shed some light on direct current generators.
Thank you, Doreen. Direct current generators. A coil of wire rotating in a magnetic field produces a current which changes direction with each 180-degree rotation, an alternating current. However, many early uses of electricity required of direct current. In the first practical electric generators, the AC was converted into DC with a commutator. The commutator reversed the connection of the armature, creating a pulsing DC current. The dynamo was the first electrical generator capable of delivering power for the industry. The modern dynamo, fit for use in the industrial application, was invented by Sir Charles Brush. The use of electromagnets rather than permanent magnets greatly increased the power output of a dynamo and enabled high power generation for the first time. The invention led greatly for the first major industrial uses of electricity. Now, Yuvam is going to tell us about the common uses of DC generator.
Common uses of a DC generator. A power station. A power station or generating plant is an industrial facility for the generation of electric power. Most power stations contain one or more generators. Rotating machine that converts mechanical power into electric power. Most power stations in the world burn fossil fuels such as coal, oil, atomic energy, and natural gas to generate electricity. The next common use of a DC generator is a genset. An engine generator, which is the combination of an electric generator and an engine mounted together to form a single piece of self-contained equipment. One more use of a DC generator is a human-powered electric generators. Human-powered electric generators are commercially available and have been the project of some DIY enthusiasts. Now, I call Janendra Jain to give the conclusion.
This brings us to the end of our segment of the conversation. Thank you so much to everyone who has taken the time to hear about our project and expressed an interest in it. We'd also like everyone to fill out this feedback form, which is now available in the chat box, and tell us how you feel about the project. Thank you very much once again. Dynamos signing off.
That was an amazing presentation by the Dynamos.
Rohan, do you remember about the smart classes?
Well, I do, but I also wondered how did the words float over just a white screen just like that?
The augmenters told that it's the projector.
The augmenters?
Yes, the augmenters, our next team, who are ready with the projector model. Because for them, it's the projector fizz that does the business. So here we welcome the augmenters.
Thank you so much, Rohan and Komal. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Again, thank you everybody for coming. Today, my augmenters group will discuss holography science with you. We'll start with Jayendra Bharti, who will demonstrate a model that we have all been working on for the past few days. Then we'll move on to Muhammad Aman, who will present some intriguing aspects of the incredible technology. And finally, Siddharth Sethi will present what this technology holds for us in the future. But hold on a second. When I utter the word holograph, what comes to mind in your head, mine, or everyone else's? Let's first break down this word. Appropriately enough, the word hologram comes from Greek words holos and graphic, which means whole and writing or drawing, which together means drawing a whole image. Basically, it is a method of producing a three-dimensional impression or photographic image of an object. The recording and the image it brings to life are each referred to as holograms. Let's try to understand this with an analogy. You must have used a voice recording software at some point. So what exactly that voice recording software accomplish? It just saves your sound waves in digital format, which you may listen to wherever and anywhere you like to. But what if you could save the light emitted by any object, because we know it's a wave made up of electric and magnetic fields, and play it back whenever and wherever you want to? That's precisely what holography allows you to do. And what you're saving is known as hologram. We have images recorded by cameras. These cameras simply record the intensity of light reflected from an item approaching the lens and form a two-dimensional image. It doesn't provide you much in the way of depth or numerous viewpoints on the thing. However, holography's ability to record not just the intensity, but also direction of the light allows us to build a three-dimensional image of an object that has what 2D photos lack: depth and perspective. Now, my friend Jayant Bharti will be introducing a model based on this concept. Over to you, Jayant.
Thank you, Ankur. Now I will be showing all of you how you can make a simple 3D hologram model at your home. You can do it by yourself using a CD, which obviously no one uses nowadays. And the plus point is you will be recycling these CDs, and it's a really simple model to make. Anyone can do this on their own. So what you're going to do is you're going to take a waste CD that it's just lying around in your house and it's easily available. And first sharing the dimension of the pieces where you have to cut later on. And first you have to make a 1 centimeter line near the center of the CD, 0.5 centimeter each side of the diameter, and you have to also make a chord of 6 centimeter, 3 centimeter each side of the CD. And then you have to cut this trapezium shape out, and the curved shape doesn't mind us, so we'll leave it like that. And when you cut one piece, it's really easy to cut 3 more pieces. And when you've cut 4 of these pieces, you'll get something like this. But the problem is we need transparent pieces, and these CDs have stickers, so it's not really transparent. So I prefer to use shiny and silver coated CDs because the paint is really easy to remove. So how we remove this paint? We take tape strips and we paste it over the sticker side where the sticker is, or the glitter is, and we remove it gently, and the sticker easily comes out. And when you're done that, you get pieces like this. It's translucent or transparent in some cases. So what you're going to do is you can take tape strips and thin tape strips and join them together to form a funnel like shape or a pyramid like shape. And after you've done that, you'll get a final product like this. This looks like a funnel and also pyramid. And this works pretty nicely. It's obviously not like the holograms we see in the movies, but it looks pretty nice. Now I would request my friend Aman to show its practical use. Let's make a video.
Ma'am, I would like to screen share.
Go ahead, beta.
Yes, ma'am.
Vijayata, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody is so silent all of a sudden. What
Yes,
happened?
yes. That's what even I want to ask. Aman, Siddharth.
I think Jain, the
Jain, they're
connection is
disconnected.
lagging.
Okay.
Mama, I'll just take his part. So, since now you have seen the cool and the intriguing working of our model, now I'll hand over to Aman, who will actually tell you about the cool and intriguing aspects of this technology. Hands over to you, Aman.
Thank you, Uncle. Some of the applications of
You
holograms
can move
are
ahead,
as
Aman.
follows. Pepper's Ghost. It is an illusion technique used in cinema, theater, amusement park, museum, television, and concerts. In the 2010, the technique has been used to make dead or visual artists appear on stage in the live concert, with example including Michael Jackson. Physical hologram. It's an hologram that we can feel, touch, engage with as freely as we would with any individual. Inform. An intangible, informed, dynamic shape displayed developed by MIT researcher can portray the shape of people and things on 2D surface. It accomplishes this by utilizing up to 9,000 motorized columns in a small space, capable of sculpting shapes in real time. Now, I would like to invite Siddharth, who will tell us about the future use of hologram.
Thank you, Aman. Now, these are only a few examples of what we can do with the current technology, but technology is only going to improve in the future. Some examples of future holographic technology are: it is widely used in medical industries as current systems like magnetic resonance imaging (MRI) and ultrasound scans generate complex data using advanced imaging technology. This technology has the capability to produce full color computer generated 3D holograms. This is also used in designing industry, as holograms can be used in the design of buildings, houses, and other structures. At the moment, we use blueprints to design any construction site, which are merely a 2D image of the structure. But in the near future, we will be able to utilize hologram to design, which will give us a 3D output and allow us to see a final product, how it will look like. For example, the movie Iron Man, in which he constructs his suit using hologram technology. So this tech is going to change the view, like how we look at it today. Thank you. You can give us the feedback by clicking on the shared link, and if you have some questions about it, you may ask.
Thank you, the augmenters. It was so wonderful to see a handmade projector. Well, Komal, have you ever seen an elevator?
Yes, of course, Rohan. But why are you asking that? Haven't you seen one?
Well, yes, I did. But what if I tell you that the McLevins have made a handmade elevator?
Rohan, it's not Meglevans, it's Meglavlians. The Meglavlians.
Well, I think that I'll learn that soon. Before that, let's welcome our next team with their project on a maglev elevator, with the basic principle that when attraction fails, repulsion prevails.
Good evening, respected principal ma'am, esteemed judges, and the enthusiastic audience.
Our group name is Maglevlia, and we are the Maglevlians.
Ma'am, can you please let Mariam to unmute?
Ma'am, Mariam is not able to unmute herself.
I cannot find that option. Is she joined with the audio, Mariam?
Ma'am, she's connected. She joined with another device for audio.
Okay. Yes, go ahead with it.
I, Mariam Asif.
Ma'am, you have muted.
Ma'am.
I, Gauri Mohit.
Mahek Raval. Ma'am, you have muted Aisha now.
I, Aisha Khan.
I, Komal Sharma.
And Adin Firoz are going to introduce you the maglev elevators.
So maglev. What exactly is maglev? Well, maglev, short for magnetic levitation, is a system of transportation that uses two sets of magnets, one set to repel and push the object off the track, and another set to move the elevated object ahead, taking advantage of the lack of friction. It's a method by which an object is suspended by no support other than a magnetic field. The magnetic force is used to counteract the effects of gravitational and other forces. There are two primary types of maglev technology: electromagnetic suspension, EMS, and electrodynamic suspension, EDS.
The EMS is a magnetic levitation of an object achieved by constantly altering the strength of a magnetic field produced by electromagnets. And on the other hand, EDS is a form of magnetic levitation in which there are conductors which are exposed to time-varying magnetic fields. This includes eddy currents in the conductors that creates a repulsive magnetic field, which holds the two objects apart. Our maglev elevator is based on EMS.
Wait up, Mahek and Gauri. Let's rewind a bit. If we go back into the history of magnetic levitation, for the last 2,500 years, the concept of elevators has completely evolved in mechanics, while still maintaining the key core concept of a lift. It's just a simple idea that was derived years ago. In addition to elevators, the maglev technology has been applied to trains, magnetic bearings, and more.
But Mariam, did you know the first beginnings of magnetic levitation go back to Jean Michel in 1750, where he noticed two magnets repelling when the same pole of each magnet was put together. Later, in 2006, Chinese developed unveiled the world's first full permanent magnetic levitation maglev, wind power generator at the Wind Power Asia exhibition held on June 28, 2006 in Beijing. Recently, in 2019, a German company named ThyssenKrupp evolutionized elevators using magnetic levitation. Now, as a all about maglev elevators, let's learn more about it from Mehak.
Our normal elevators that we use on a daily basis are based on these concepts. The concept of a conventional elevator relies heavily on gears, motors, high tension cables, and electromagnets. The purpose is to coordinate all components to either raise or lower the elevator that is attached to it.
The gears act as screws, do not move but only rotate on their axis. The motors either use alternating or direct current, which propel the gears to function either in a negative or positive direction. The tension cables pull the elevator up or down.
Well, the speed of normal elevators can't exceed 10 meters per second, and it hurts our ears due to atmospheric pressure. So, Adin, do we have a solution for this?
Yes, we do. It's the maglev elevators. They have pressurized cabins that maintain the atmospheric pressure and hence not hurting our ears. They function without weights and cables. The cabin sits on a kind of slide that travels along to guide the rails.
The rails essentially do the same a cabin does in conventional lifts. Power generates a mobile magnetic field that propels the cabin in planned direction. The cabin can also travel sideways through what's called the exchanger that sets it on the horizontal track.
Okay, so now we are familiar with both types of elevators. Let me explain some of the key differences between them. In contrast to a mechanical elevator, a maglev elevator is driven by electromagnetic suspension. The magnetic repulsion cancels out gravity's influence, suspending the elevator.
The principle of the motion is that there will be bar magnets on the undercarriage of the elevator and also at the bottom of the framework. They're kept in a way that helps in culminating motion.
Over here, we have kept few bar magnets at the bottom of the framework and one bar magnet in the undercarriage of the elevator. The light poles of the bar magnet are kept together, causing repulsion and thus levitating the elevator.
Now, to demonstrate the changing of floors, an axial is attached to the set of magnets. Gauri, as you can see, is demonstrating it with her hand. As the axial is mechanically moved, the elevator platform also subsequently moves with the help of repulsion forces, thereby levitating it.
Now here arises a very interesting question. Will Earth's magnetism affect the maglev technology? Mariam, can you explain this to us?
Don't worry, the Earth's magnetism will not affect our maglev as it is very weak, as the Earth's magnetism is about 0.305 into 10 to the power minus 4 Tesla, which won't be able to create any disturbance.
Now, let us explain some of the advantages of our maglev elevator. Maglev elevators are more convenient to move people around buildings compared to normal elevators. These elevators can go horizontally as well as vertically. It can move people up, down, left, or right. This concept of the maglev elevator is called multi.
It is cheaper, faster, safer, quieter, and has a much longer service life. The elevator also has buffer zones at the bottom and the top, which have a very high perpetual repelling magnetic fields, thus ensuring the safety of the elevator.
There is less friction due to no contact between the pulley and the suspension rope. Therefore, higher speeds can be attained, which is very useful in tall skyscrapers. It is very energy efficient and it consumes electricity. So when they consume electricity, there is no carbon dioxide emitted. Also, the power required for the elevator would be reduced with the assistance of magnetic levitation.
Also, the safety system using electric buffers will be a fail-safe. Such a design would be better suited to the electrical 21st century than a mechanical elevator.
In conclusion, we have shown how a lift can be operated on the concept of magnetic levitation. We appreciate all of you for giving us the time and opportunity to present our project. A link has been sent in the chat box for a quiz on this. Thank you from the Maglevians.
An amazing presentation by the McLavians. Oh, I pronounced it right this time.
Oh, well, Rohan, yes, you did. Moving on. Rohan, do you know something about the next team?
Well, yes, I do. But first, let me ask you a question. Do you know what light is?
Yes, of course I do. I have 24 LED lights in my house and they all shine so bright.
I guess they do. But do you know why do we see that light? And how does your LED light work? Well, we will get all the answers once we have the waivers on the stage, who are all in the AWE of the vision and will surely make you too, with the young slits model. So here we welcome the waivers.
Good evening, everyone, and respected judges. Today, we bring before you one of the greatest discoveries in the field of optics that enable us to understand a lot about the light that we see around us today. So, before the 1800s, it was a matter of great discussion as to whether light is a particle or is it of the wave nature. And today, we know that it is actually both, and that is really an interesting thing. So in 1800s, there was this young and brilliant scientist named Thomas Young, who demonstrated a very simple experiment to prove that light is of the wave nature and it is subject to the superposition principle. To conduct this experiment, he made two slits and passed sunlight through them and obtained the rays that came from the slits on a screen. Now, if the rules of geometrical optics hold, then those two slits should have produced just two bright fringes on the screen with a dark fringe of light in between them, like how I'll show you over here. We have this plastic piece with very wide slits, and they are separated very far apart from each other. And if we put it in front of a light source and obtain the effect on a screen, we can see the fringes, but these fringes that are there are equal to the number of slits that we made on the plastic piece. So this doesn't prove that the light is of the wave nature. The problem here arises that the slits that we make have to be very thin. Their width should be very thin and they should be placed very near to each other, so that the waves that are coming from those two slits can interact with each other and produce a pattern that we call as the interference pattern on the screen, like how I tried to do it over here. I made a lot of slits, and if you can see, they are very, like this one, they are very close to each other. And here I have a laser light. I'll tell you why I used a laser light over here. So I shine the light and I'm passing the light through this slit. And where we go over there, way over here, we see a pattern of light with dark and bright fringes. It's not really clear on the screen right now, but there are bright fringes and in between them, there are dark fringes. This happens because of two reasons, that is constructive and destructive interference. Now, constructive interference is something that when the two rays, they interact, the path difference between them, that is the difference between the distance between the screen and the slit that we have, it should be an integral multiple of lambda, that is the wavelength, like 0 or lambda or 2 lambda. And that basically means that the crusts of the wave are obtaining simultaneously on the screen. Now I'll pass on to Himanshu to explain to you how we see the dark fringes on the screen.
So, as Kuhu said about the bright fringes and about the constructive interference, I will talk about the destructive interference. Basically, destructive interference is are related to the dark fringes, where the intensity of light is too less compared to the intensity of light that you found in the bright fringes. And about the wavelength of in the destructive interference is half integral multiple of the wavelength of light, which is half of lambda, or 3 by 2 or 3 by 2 lambda. You guys might be wondering that are there real life applications of Young's double slit experiment? So the thoughts of yours are true. There are many technological applications of interference effects in light. One of them is quite usually common anti-reflection coatings on cameras lenses, which are of thin lens with thicknesses and indices of refraction chosen to produce destructive interference in reflection for visible light. There are more specialized coatings consisting of multiple layers of thin fibers which are designed to transmit light only within a narrow range of wavelength, and thus they act as a wavelength filter.
Now, to obtain the perfect example of a perfect result of the interference pattern, it's a really difficult thing to be done in real life. That is mainly because of two things: that the light sources we see around us usually, they produce a range of wavelengths. So each type of wavelength, they have their own interference pattern, and all those patterns overlap on the screen. Like most probably that we saw over there, it was not such pronounced that it should have been. And the other thing is that the light sources, that the two rays that are coming out of the slits, they should be coherent to each other. Now, coherent light sources means that the frequency of the wavelengths and the phase difference between them, they should be equal. Now, I obtained a nice result at school, and this is how I saw the fringes with equally spaced bright and dark fringes. Thank you all. We come to an end of our presentation. Hope you all liked it.
And in the end, I would like to drop down a feedback form for you all to give us a comment. So please check the comment box.
Wow, that was mind blowing for sure.
Hey Rohan, well, it was a tiring day. Let's go on a drive in my car, maybe.
No, Komal. Do you even know how much pollution is caused by the fuels used in these cars?
Well, yes, I do. But what if I tell you that you don't need to worry about that anymore?
And why should I not worry?
Because we have the biodiesel team with us. With the name comes the solution. So here we welcome the showstoppers of the science exhibition, the biodiesel team.
Manit, you're not audible. Just check your audio.
Hello, hello. Ma'am, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Ma'am, can we all get co-host, please?
Yeah.
Okay, so good evening, respected principal ma'am, teachers, and all the honorable judges. My name is Manit Kageti.
My name is Aryaman Chopra.
And my name is Tigan Pandey, and together we constitute the biodiesel team. Before we explain our project, the audience must be wondering why we simply named ourselves the biodiesel team. It's because we don't need a flashy name, we let our work speak for itself.
Okay, so now getting on to the main topic. The process of making biodiesel is extremely easy. Only 3 reactants are required for the production of biodiesel. One can make like hundreds of liters of worth of biodiesel in less than 24 hours.
I will be speaking on how to prepare biodiesel. I won't be getting too technical with it, don't worry. I'll keep it short and simple. As my partner Manit mentioned, only 3 reactants are required to make biodiesel. Used of fresh cooking oil, methanol, and potassium hydroxide. So we first prepared a solution of methanol and potassium hydroxide and we brought it to a boil. Next, we poured the solution into the cooking oil and let it sit for a day to let the layers of glycerine and diesel separate. And that's it. It's so easy to make and has such a huge environmental impact.
The fuel is produced by transesterification, a process that converts fats and oils into biodiesel and glycerin, that is a co-product. Oils and fats are reacted with short-chain alcohol, methanol, and a catalyst, that is potassium hydroxide. Animal and plant fats and oils are composed of triglycerides, which are esters formed by the reactions of three free fatty acids and trihydric alcohol, that is glycerol. In the transesterification process, the added alcohol is deprotonated with the base to make it a stronger nucleophile. As can be seen, the reaction has no other input than the triglyceride and the alcohol. Under normal conditions, this reaction will proceed either exceedingly slowly or not at all. So heat as well as catalysts are used to speed the reaction. So this is the biodiesel that we have made. This is some of the sample that I've got from the lab to my home. One should take precautions while attempting this experiment because this can result in fatal injuries as well as fatal diseases. They should wear proper lab equipment and not inhale the methanol vapors.
Okay, so we used fresh cooking oil, but one can use used cooking oil as well. They just have to filter it. Biodiesel is better than fossil fuel derived diesel in every shape and form. Biodiesel is produced from renewable resources. It repurposes used cooking oil and produces glycerine as well, which is used extensively in dermatology. It has less emission, has better fuel economy, a high calorific value, and has an overall positive environmental impact. There are many more advantages, and I can go on and on.
So speaking about the topic, just speaking about the topic is becoming quite monotonous and boring. So my team has prepared a video for us to see, and I'll just be sharing that.
First, we measure the cooking oil that we have taken. Now we are measuring the other reactants that have been used in the process. While heating methanol, we need to constantly stir it so it can be consistent throughout. Now we will be mixing the reactant so that the reaction can take place.
One can see the layers separate almost immediately.
Now we will let it set. After 20 hours, we revisited our school lab. So as you can see, both the layers are separated, and you can see some formation of solids that was due to the cold weather. The liquid has solidified. Now we will be separating using normal, just using a funnel and separating it. What we are obtaining in the new vessel is the biodiesel that I have in my hand right now. Now we test the fuel. What we obtained was a perfect blue flame, which you can just imagine the level of calorific value that fuel has, that we made with three easy to get reactants. It was making pop sounds, and I even added the audio to the video, but due to some errors, I think the audio cannot reach everyone right now. Must be something with Zoom. So that's it.
You're done?
We were planning to light a bonfire live and show the audience the spontaneity and efficiency of our biodiesel. But unfortunately, our teachers advised against it. It was probably for the better, as I might have burned something down. Who knows?
So no good science exhibition has gone without audience participation. Our group is sending a link for the quiz and a survey, but it isn't just any quiz or survey. The audience member with the highest score will receive a cash prize of 2,000 rupees. So I'll advise all of you to fill it out for a chance to win free money.
It is now the time we conclude a project. Working on this
Wait.
project.
So like we will be closing the answers in like 1.5 minutes. So please just take part in the quiz as soon as you can.
Yeah, okay.
So we'll be closing the quiz now. Srihan, you may conclude our project. It seems to be Srihan has left. Oh, he's back.
Yeah, so it is now time we conclude a project. Working on this project was an experience to say the least. It was creative, fun, has real life applications, and is economically viable. We hope we lived up to your expectations and ended the science exhibition on a great note.
Armin, can you like just
Yes,
conclude the
so we've
event with
received
announcing the winner?
around 10 to 15 responses. And looking at the scores to announce the winner of the quiz, drum roll, please. So Ankur Vats, congratulations for winning 2,000 rupees. You may message me on my personal number to claim your prize.
Thank you so much, Ariman and team. It was so much pleasure.
Thank you so much for
bring this
having us,
prize.
everyone.
Thank you.
Oh my
you.
God, Rohan, I am so amazed. These innovative people have just taken my heart. They indeed did a marvelous job.
Yes, Komal, even I enjoyed it. But now it's over. I wish I could see more.
Well, don't be sad and remember, a good event never ends. It only takes a pause and keeps us awaiting for the other. With this note, I, Komal from grade 12 science stream.
And I, Rohan, from grade 11 science stream.
Take your leave for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Now I hand over the stage to Arun and Suryansh for the further proceedings. Thank you.
That was indeed spectacular. Thank you, Rohan and Komal. May I now request our honorable judges to kindly share their valuable feedback with us.
We request Ajay sir, please share the feedback, sir. And thank you for your patience, sir, throughout the day with us.
Yeah, a big thank you to all of you for giving me this privilege to be a part of this endeavor of these young minds. And it has been a wonderful experience. I said earlier before that it just refreshed my memories that I felt like going back to school again to be part of this endeavor. And it has been a really good experience. And maybe you never stop learning in your life. And this day has been full of great learnings, that how the young generation is shaping themselves, their minds, and maybe our country also. So all the very best to them, and all of you have done a very wonderful job for gathering so many students, bright young minds, and hosting a flawless presentation. And some of them have been extremely good with their ideas, extremely innovative with their ideas, and very original with their ideas. And I really love to be part of this entire exercise. A big thank you to all of you and the respected principal ma'am for allowing us to be here, to be part of this journey of learning with these young bright minds and their teachers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We call upon Dr. Subi ma'am. Please share your valuable feedbacks with us.
Good evening, Principal Ma'am. Good evening, Ma'am, and all the students. Thanks again. Thanks again for making me a judge, and considering me worthy of judging these students who are so full of knowledge and creativity. Really, the 6 to 8, the first part, that judging students of 6th standard to 8th standard was different. Yes, I don't remember if I was this capable or creative when I was in 6th standard or 8th standard. So really, I have no words actually. I was surprised and awed by their intelligence and creativity and their hard work which they have put in, and the zeal and enthusiasm with which they have presented their projects. Then now 9th, yes, they are more learned, they are more read, which is so evident in their resultant projects and their resultant experiments, and they're more practical, I should say, and very crisp. This is one thing I want to tell each and every student, that they are so thorough with their subject, they're so thorough with their knowledge, and which is very good, and I'm sure this is going to help them a lot in their future endeavors. And really, it was difficult to judge them. I hope I have done justice in whatever I have done, and wishing them all the very best, which they reach sky high, and do best in whatever they want to achieve, and achieve whatever they want. Thank you so much again for making me a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your motivational words. Let's move to Taruna, ma'am. Ma'am, we would like to hear from you also, please.
Yeah. Good evening, Principal Ma'am. Good evening to all teachers and my dear students. Really a big thank you that you make us part of this event. And really, I appreciate the children. They had made such efforts. Really, it is unexpected. But like they study like that, there is no tomorrow. I would suggest the children that study like that, as Principal Ma'am was saying. Really good teamwork ensures the victory. So there is no question about we have to do our job. So we judge nothing. So, but the children are really 9th, 10th children are matured, and but 6, 7 students are a little bit gaining the knowledge. So it is not easy for us, and it is not easy for you people to manage all the things. But congratulations, ma'am. You've done it very well, very well. A big applause. And I am greatly honored, as I know Nidhi ma'am was a principal at that time. My daughter was a student. So I really appreciate ma'am, Nidhi Suri ma'am.
Oh, thank you so much. What was your daughter's name?
Sara Bhalla ma'am.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow, great.
You are good to hear that she's doing a job now in IDFC Bank as a sales manager.
Oh, fantastic.
So you are ideal for me also and her also.
Thank you. That's so kind of you. But it always feels great to see your students, they're your own children,
Yes,
do well in life.
teachers
And I
are
think
next
that's
to
what we
God.
all are striving for.
Yes, ma'am. I believe that teachers are next to God.
Absolutely.
So a big thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'm very thankful to you all.
Thank you, Taruna, ma'am. Thank you, all the judges. Principal, ma'am, we would also like to hear from you, ma'am. Your feedback and motivational words, ma'am.
A very good evening to everyone. So first and foremost, all the judges, I understand all of them with the accomplishment that they come with. They are very, very busy personalities, and to take out time, and not only time, it was the entire day, and with that kind of concentration and attention, and still they have the enthusiasm to judge the children to the last minute. It's highly, highly commendable, and we express, on behalf of the entire team, I express my gratitude for that. Thank you so much, because having role models and role models like you, it's extremely important for the children of this age. So as you mentioned, that different age groups, they had their own level of understanding, of experimenting and enthusiasm. So whether it was grade 6 and 7, they're young little ones out in the world to explore for themselves, and having been given this opportunity, especially because these children, these 2 years have not been very, very kind to most of us, and especially children when they have to be confined to their homes. There is no physical interaction with the teachers, with their peers, to be in a surrounding where there is a lot of development happening, and that development is not only physical, emotional, it is social as well, which is extremely important. And to develop social skills is one of the most important skills for the 21st century, because these children would have to interact, and it's all about team building, unlike what happened probably in our time. So, keeping all that in mind, to be having this kind of a social interaction, even though it may be through a virtual medium, will go a long way. And it will boost their own confidence. And self-confidence is another very, very important attribute and virtue that these children have to grow up with. Because when you're confident of what you are saying, have the best of knowledge, but if you're not confident enough to express it in front of an audience, then things may not be as easy for you. So, when any such activity happens, it's not only that one aspect is being looked after. I think it's the holistic development of the children that happens. So today, I'm sure after the end of this entire program, they've been working hard for a long time. They will sleep today with far more confident children, with more ideas that will come to them, because when you're encouraged for one experiment or one new thing that you love to do many more. I think not only children, even adults. So if I were given a little pat on my back for doing anything, I would like to do it even better the next time. So I think all the judges, you contribute a lot to that. And of course, the children, as Sir and Ma'am just said, it is all about learning. And I believe, and statistics prove that a successful life is when you are doing what you are best at and you love doing. So if that translates into your livelihood, anything I'm passionate about, it may be my hobby, it may be my scientific temper, it may be a talent, it can be a visual art, performing art, whatever. But if I'm passionate about it, I love doing it, I will definitely be successful, because whatever I love doing, I will be best at it. So with that in mind, all that we at GD GOENKA want is that we are able to provide you with the right kind of environment, so that each one of you is able to explore and exploit your potential to the hilt, and you grow up to be absolutely wonderful, well-balanced, and very happy individuals and adults who can make that difference to society. With that note, the organizers, Vijayata ma'am, Shweta ma'am, Gunjan ma'am, all the parents, I'm sure, who have contributed, they may be behind the scenes, but it's a parental inspiration, support goes a long way again, because children look up to their parents as their role models. So thank you, parents, for being there. It has been a very long day, but a very fruitful one at the end of it. Thank you. Congratulations to all the participants. Very well done, children. Proud of each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for guiding us. Thank you for making the initiative. Thank you, ma'am, to motivate all of us in this virtual environment to make this event happen. And without your support, ma'am, we would not be able to reach at this platform. It's all because of you, ma'am, your encouragement and your motivation, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. I invite Erin and Suryansh to take ahead the program. Please, beta, follow up again.
Thank you, ma'am. I now invite our head boy, Ankur, and our vice head girl, Gauri, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening to everybody. I, Ankur Words, the head boy of GD GOENKA.
And I, Gauri Mohet, the vice head girl of GD GOENKA, deem it a great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this memorable occasion, under the guidance and blessings of our principal ma'am.
Let us first of all start by giving glory to the Almighty God for making today's occasion a resounding success. On behalf of my school, we extend a really hearty vote of thanks to our special guest, Dr. Ajay Singh Pathania, Manager Samsung, Dr. Surbhi Anand, Resident and Consultant Psychiatrist at DE Addiction Center and Psychiatrist Hospital, and Mrs. Taruna Bhalla, with 5 years of teaching experience and currently pursuing PG Diploma in Waste Management, who have found time to grace this occasion and provide us with valuable information despite their busy schedules. And we would also like to convey our profound gratitude to Mr. Mukesh Sir, who supplied all the resources required to complete the majority of the projects we've just seen.
We are very grateful to our respected principal ma'am, Ms. Nidhi Sirohi, for being the catalyst that stimulated us to do our best and standing as pillars of strength. With a deep sense of appreciation, we thank our loving teachers for their untiring efforts and support.
We'd also like to thank all of the students in their respective classes for their contributions to today's anchoring. We must express our sincere gratitude for their original thoughts and elegance in explaining things. An event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels started rolling weeks ago. It requires planning and a bird's eye for details. With this, we express a heartfelt appreciation to all parents and well-wishers for their unwavering support and encouragement. Children would not be able to reach excellence without your help. Thank you so much for taking this time to come to this event.
Last but not least, we're extremely thankful to all the budding rock stars that made this event joyful with their impressive projects that startled all of us. Your days of hard work were evident in your acts. All the programs were very good and were enjoyed by each one of us present here. We thank you, my friends, for your cooperation in making this function a resounding success. Finally, we leave you this inspiring quote by Martin Luther King. An individual has not started living until he rises above the confines of his individualistic concerns to the broader concerns of all humanity.
Once again, we thank you all for your attention.
Now, moving on, through the string of her sweet voice, our late Lata Mangeshkar, also known as the Nightingale of India, was able to unify and bind people who have been divided for a long time. Through the decades, her voice continues to resonate as a clear, distinct, and representative voice of an entire era and nation. With this, now I request everyone to please rise for the national anthem, which will be performed by a late Lata Mangeshkar.
Thank you, all of you. I would like to thank our prestigious, what should I say, intelligent, helpful, our anchors, main anchors, Erin and Suryansh. They were the volunteers who came forward and took the complete challenge of handling the program and the event flawlessly. A big round of applause for Erin and Suryansh with wonderful job. Thank you, Beta. Thank you. Thank you so much. So on this good note, I again thank everybody for participating here And I thank Principal Ma'am, our esteemed judges, teachers, parents, and students to be part of this event and making this event a successful one. Thank you all. So the results will be declared on the Science Day, that is 28th of February, physically in our school premises. I request all the students to please kindly submit your models by the coming week to the school so that we can have the physical exhibition on 28th of this month. And the results will be announced on 28th. Thank you. And the more information will be shared on your class groups. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Thanks once again. Thank you all.